Um, I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me. So right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Meow, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from MAAT, the NEFER, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your pod class and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections, Tua for everything. May your exquisite neterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal NEFER Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got Possum of Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. a 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Ankh Senamun and Aset Wujud.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
man, let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the NETERU real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, you know, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You know, you can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If you want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari followers, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you While I was in the background, you said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonnet, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Check, check. Mic check. Perfect. All right, press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 if you can hear me, please. There's the primordial thought pointing to himself, which is 9. Anu with the 9, beautiful. NUKPU, 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 NUK. With the multiple questions, where's VRI? And 2 with the 9. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Maharu is in the building. Tanya, having the best experiences here. Wonderful, everybody. Let's get right started. I'm going to come off the screen for just a minute, do one check of something, and come right back. Okay. Wonderful. Back on. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Another experience. A piece of the new people in the room at ELD Jimmy. Always give a piece to all the new people that step in the room. Tehuti Harakuti, always here on time. Attend Tehuti. Peace to Tehuti, the great scribe, and all the great people that are in the room right now. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the phenomenon. We're here at the Tehuti podcast. We're going to start off with the proper frequencies as we do, because we have custom, we have practice, we have ritual, we have discipline, and we always start off with the right frequency. And the frequency that we always start off with is the affirmation that goes on the screen, and the people that are new can read it on the screen and say it with us. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT un NS min tet aset MAAT min hepapet MAAT her and hu kiwi per ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Beautiful frequency. I will actually keep that on the screen for a couple of seconds. Wonderful. Welcome everybody to the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU, the last on the planet to represent the NETER, frequency, and the breaking of the matrix, the complete separation of the matrix. Welcome home, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, House of Atten. Let me see if I can fix something here. Okay. This is another beautiful day, another beautiful example of what is about to happen. For all the new people here, let me do something. Let me fix something here. Let me see. Okay. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Let me see if I can fix one thing. See if that's. Oh, I need to push this up, maybe. Okay, put that up. I'm going to fix one thing here. And I'm disappearing, turning into my cost state. Okay, everybody, welcome everybody. Here we are. Let's see if this will work properly. And let me pull this up closer to me. Wonderful. Welcome everybody to the House of Atten. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. We are here. For those new people that are here for the very first time, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Been teaching for several decades, several years. Been guiding. Let me fix one more thing here. Maybe I should move this over a little bit. Let's see if that will work. Move it over a little bit to the light. Okay, that's all we'll have to do. So I've been teaching and guiding for several years, breaking people out of the matrix. Once I came into myself and evolved through Kepara, and removed myself from the matrix. That had to be done first in order to come and remove others. A lot of pain, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of what's most important is discipline, of which I learned from the animals first. They were my first school of discipline, animals, which is why when you see me teaching or performing or wherever you may see me with live animal forms around me, and each of them have a particular meaning by their name. So for example, the one on my hat, her name is Saket. It's the oldest word on the planet for what people are calling the heavens today. It's really the quantum realm, the string realm of entanglement called the Saket. It was the oldest word for the spiritual weaver, which was Aset's name. Let me turn this down. It's all down. The weaver, which was Aset's name. The Saket. Now turn that on my and she is the largest bird-eating spider that I have around me, and I have several around me. Also, we did a class on the butterfly effect, a very, very popular movie that was actually a scientific terminology named after another aspect of nature, the butterfly. So if you go and see that class, you'll see how deep that gets. And so with me is the butterfly, named Saset, the oldest word for the butterfly concept, the spiritual butterfly concept on the planet called the Saset. This is her right here. This is Saset. Say peace to them, Saset. And she is my Perhi Viper. And she will warn you if things get a little bit out of hand. There's my Perhi Viper. Her name is Saset, designed for the beautiful butterfly images that you see on her back. And Saset was the oldest word for the butterfly, which was an ancient word for a vortex energy pathway, which if somebody wants to ask about that, they can send in the reciprocity and ask about that. So I have Saset, the opening butterfly, Perhi Viper, and then the bird eater, Seket, both feminine energy, because this class, a lot of it is going to be based on feminine energy. We have a feminine circle coming up called the Womb Circle, held by Sister Nania Setmer, and she'll be on to announce more updates in the break. And so due to that, due to NEFERTATEN, due to Gabrielle Lopez and others, the theme for the last couple of classes has been Auset and females, and this class makes no difference. So, for those of you who are new here watching, I've been teaching for several decades, since the early 90s, and I was doing it under extreme circumstances. First, before I started to teach anything, I realized that I was hypersensitive to the matrix. This term called the matrix I was using prior to the movie coming out, prior to becoming popular. We were talking about, or I was talking about breaking the matrix. We're getting out of the matrix. And I used to teach from a book called The Matrix several decades ago. But before I could teach anybody, I had to break out of it myself, spending a lot of time with animals away from people. And because I was around animals for several years of my life, away from the parties and the weed smoking and whatever was popular as a child or as a youth, I became very hypersensitive. When I came around people, I could automatically tell that there was a psyops taking place. And I used to tell my family and talk about the psyops and talk about the things that are contradictions and talk about the mental control over people. And this was because I would study the animals. I would study what's called the wildlife. And I would see that they were very extremely disciplined. They were very thorough, disciplined, and very extremely organized. Because they were organized, they seem to not fall under any matrices that people fall under. One moment, please. They do not fall under the matrices that I see people falling under, which is all based on anti-biological imperative. Lack of knowledge and wisdom of self in order to know how to behave, in order to have a structured system, and then you fall prey to the architect, to the controllers, and you become a sheeple, or you become a person completely under mind control. I found that the animals were not falling under any other creature's mind control. The deer did exactly what a deer is supposed to do. The bee and the beehive did exactly what it's supposed to do. They're very structured, they're organized, they have particular bees and ants that only breed, bees that only take care of the pupa, bees that only go out and get the honey, bees that only reproduce. Very structured system. And in analyzing this, I went back to watching nature videos. And watching the nature videos, when I wasn't out with nature, I'd always come across videos on ancient tribes, old tribes that are still in Papua New Guinea today, tribes that are still in the southern parts of what people call Africa today. And I would look at the tribes, and they were living very similar in tune to how the animals were living. There was a structured system, there was a disciplined spiritual system, there wasn't any chaos. I didn't hear about any Dogons raping each other. I didn't hear about any Khoisan people raping the women. The women are gorgeous, full-figured, full, voluptuous, beautiful women walking around half naked. Never heard of a rape case I didn't see any Dogons smoking weed, crack, or cigarettes, or I didn't see these things amongst the Zulus. And I started to realize that the structured system that we had prior to the Matrix was to be very similar to the animals which lived according to nature. And people would look at things that were made by man and they would tell me, no, this is man-made and this is natural. And I saw the Matrix right then. And I said, is not man a part of nature? So if a bee makes honey, that's a natural, you're eating natural Whole Foods. You get honey at Whole Foods. You say, this is natural food. It's made by a bee. But if a man makes something, they say that's man-made. So therefore, there was some type of psyop separating man from nature. But if man is as much a part of nature as supposed to be as the bee or the deer, then what a man makes or what a woman makes would be just as natural as what a bee makes or an ant makes or a beaver makes, unless there's some type of separation from nature and man. And I found there was a separation that was introduced by the Bible. The Bible introduced a separation that there was a God that looked like a man or had manly figures, no female attributes at all. And this God made man in his own image and separated man from the animal life. And the man in animal life, animals got no way to follow, no structure. They just knew what to do out of the womb. And man became God's child and he had to be told what to do. And if he didn't do what he's supposed to do, he'd get stoned and killed and feel the wrath of God. And I'd be wondering, why do the animals not fall under the same principles of thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do? And the animals are there killing and doing everything to survive, and no wrath of God is coming on them. And I started asking my mother, started asking people questions about situations like that. If we're made in God's image, why are we the ones suffering the most? I don't really see polar bears succumbing to heart failure. I don't really see grizzly bears succumbing to stroke and high cholesterol. And I don't really see bees make the sweetest thing on the planet. They give us diabetes, and no bee has diabetes. And I'm wondering what is happening to these God's children who are in the image and likeness of God, but we need to go to the dentist. Lions never brush their teeth. They eat wild meat, rotting carcass. Hyenas eat rotting carcass. 5 days old, a week old. They're biting into blood, never washing their mouth. You never see a hyena rinse its mouth. Blood decaying in its mouth, and there's no root canal needed. There's no cavity. There's no work on their teeth, and they're biting into raw carcass. Otters and all the creatures biting into everything. Deers biting into everything, and they don't need no toothpaste, no mouthwash, no disinfectant. But yet man, who's supposed to be in the image and likeness of the Creator, needs everything. Well, our armpits will stink if we don't put underarm deodorant on. We need toothbrush, toothpaste. We need to blow our nose. Get the blowing our nose, getting the mucus out. And I'm like, but I've never seen a polar bear blow its nose. I've never seen the animals do the weak things that are needed, that we need to do, and we're the one that is supposed to be in the image of the chosen of the grand Creator. And I asked the Christians, what image is this? They say it's not physical, it's spiritual. It's a spiritual image. And I say, okay, fine. Well, the physical seems to be extremely weak, so if it's the spiritual image, that means if you're in the image and likeness of something, if you're looking in the mirror and you move, your hand moves in the mirror and it moves here too. This is an image. This is a likeness. It is a duplicate of something. That means I don't have to give my son 2 hands. He's in my image and he has 2 hands. If it's physical, I don't have to give him a nose. He's born with a nose. He's in my image. He has lips. He doesn't have a donkey tail. So if it's not physical image and we have all these physical weaknesses, okay, fine, that's not God's side. So if it's a spiritual image, then why is it if man is left without God's guidance, he turns absolutely crazy, unmoralistic, and he's in a state of chaos? Is that God's spirit? If the God's spirit is the echo within us, then God could leave us alone, because an alligator doesn't have to do anything to its child to give it alligator teeth, to give it the ability. Cobras come out in the image of their parents and they know immediately how to strike. Spiders come out in the image of a spider and they know immediately how to weave a web. I've never seen a spider teach another spider how to weave a web. Spiders come out weaving. Turtles know exactly how to swim. Fish come out swimming. Bears know how to kill. Things know how to do because they're in the image mentally of their parents. So if we're in the image and likeness of God, what are all these religions? Do this, do that, or I will kill you. Do this, do that, or you will get stoned. Do this, do that, or you will rot and burn in hell. So I says, it's not the physical, it's not the mental. We're not mentally like God. What is this image that's happening? And then I started realizing that the Dogons didn't have a Bible. The Zulu tribe didn't have a Bible. Hindus didn't have a Bible. The ancient Egyptians didn't have a Bible. The ancient Kemetic, the ancient Sumerians never had a Bible. No native tribe found ever on the planet Earth was found with a Bible. Then I realized it was introduced. This caused problems in the household. I was at a stage where I never had a job yet. Never had a job yet, meaning that there was no neurological link between my brain and making money to survive. That link didn't hit yet. I didn't know what that was. My first aspect of survival was I was about to be thrown out of my house, and me and my mother had to make a wager that in order for me not to be thrown out, I had to use all this knowledge and wisdom that I gained and debate the pastor in front of her, and she will be the judge of the debate. And if I win the debate in her eyes, I get a roof over my head. And if I lose, I become homeless and I go on the streets. So the very first neurological link for me for survival was the wisdom that I was attaining in breaking out of the matrix. We had the debate and went for 5 hours, which I've introduced many classes. And my mother threw him out of the house for embarrassment. I was a young little man, young man, no job, not past grade 9 yet. And I riddled this pastor to the point where my mother, who was a Christian under him, had to throw him out of the house due to embarrassment. And because of that, the next day, I received a restraining order stamped by the courthouse that I was no longer, as a young child, legally around any churches that was under that particular church discipline. And if I got caught, I would be reprimanded and I would be punished. Whatever the punishment was for a young boy, I don't know if it's jail time at that young of age. I don't remember back then, I don't think so. But whatever it was, community work, a fine to my mother, whatever it was, I would be punished if I was around any churches. This set me in a complete separation from the matrix. This means that I had to now not legally even go to church anymore. It wasn't even my choice. I could not legally go to the church. This type of mentality cut off the matrix in every aspect. It took place in the school system, asking the teachers questions and getting expelled from schools and getting told by the principal that he can fix my grades if I do well on the basketball team or the football team. They will alter my grades. Once that was said to me as a child, that my grades could be altered if I take a ball. Now remember, I didn't grow up around sports. I'm around animals. I'm not familiar with any of these things. I'm in the school. I see them playing the football, but I leave school and I go into the wilderness. So if I take a ball and I throw it through a hoop or throw it through however you win a football game, if I do that, then he'll alter my grades. This clicked in my mind again, that this is the matrix. I thought my grades could only be earned. I thought it was something I had to work for, and I thought it reflected my intelligence. Something clicked again, and I said, oh, so the basketball players are not truly intelligent. Because if my grades were offered, and I'm not even a basketball player yet, I'm not even good, I'm not even the, what are they called, and one guys? I'm not even those guys. I was just a regular school student, having to be the tallest in the room, and he was going to alter my grades without me even knowing how to play basketball. Imagine those who are in the court and the principal and coaches watching them. What did they get offered? I got offered that. I don't even like basketball. I never dribbled in my life. I never dribbled a basketball at that time in my life. I didn't know what that even game was other than seeing it on television. He was going to alter my grades. That's when I realized that the system is the matrix. I have to get away from it. I was expelled from school for fighting with teachers. I would break out of class and go to the libraries, study and attain knowledge, and go into the hallways and start teaching the students. When it was recess time, I'm teaching the students, and when it's class time, I go AWOL from the class I'm also going to, and I go straight to the library, and I'm there reading and studying and gathering, collecting information, waiting for the bell to ring. Ding-ding-ding, now it's recess, and I'm teaching in the hallways, breaking down things in the hallways. The bell goes, they go back to class, I go back into the library, and I'm studying and I'm studying. And this is how I lived my life. I was expelled from school to school to school, fighting the teachers, putting them in jiu-jitsu moves, doing all type of things. And they told me that I was expelled, and I couldn't understand later why that term was used. And I realized that was the matrix. Because a spell is something that you cast, it's some form of magic, or it's writing something. But an X means that you're away from it, like an ex-boyfriend. So if I'm not expelled, that means when I'm in school, am I in the spell? Because when I'm kicked out of school, I'm expelled. So what do you call it? What is the word when you're in the school? And I realized that words started playing games with people's minds. They made people think things that weren't true. And so I named myself the word. I started studying even more, came across a NETERU called Tehuti. This is when I was a child. Came across Tehuti, the ancient Egyptian god of words, named myself the word, and started teaching people at house parties and different events where I was not supposed to be doing so. As time went on, I came across an organization that seemed to be teaching the truth. And I joined that particular organization because they were questioning people too. They were questioning, and I realized some of the books that I was studying was from that organization. I saw that it matched with people in the organization. I was reading all type of different things, but I was mainly getting a lot of knowledge from nature itself. So I ended up joining the organization and teaching from nature. I excelled immediately as the top teacher in the organization, what is it called? The tabernacle. It was a section, different sections. And I started doing things that were rebellious, such as instead of waiting for the organization to set up classes, what I would do is I would break into real estate properties and I would start teaching what I'm teaching out of the real estate property, waiting for the realtor to leave and handing out my own flyers. I was doing my own thing, handing out my own flyers. And when the realtor left, I would knock the real estate sign down so people wouldn't see it. I would run electric cords from down this one side of the street through to that wherever the house was across from us, and I would start teaching. And as soon as it's done, everybody had to leave because at any point the police could come. This was kicking in my biological imperatives. This is how I raised myself. No one was guiding me to do such a thing. Nobody was telling me to do those things in schools. I was going from church to church. I was breaking into properties, teaching. And I started excelling past the organization. They couldn't contain me. I was teaching from nature, and the teacher of the organization told everybody in the class that he's going to start taking from me. And he asked me, what's that thing you taught about this plant, Morphophilus plant? And I used it in a debate, and he said, I'm going to take that. It's not in his books, not in the books. It's something I learned from nature, observing nature. And I used the plants to actually defeat a pastor, another pastor, of another woman that came and brought a pastor to me when I was a young man. And she said, if you beat this pastor, you won me over. And I used the Morphophilus plant in nature. I didn't even much use the Bible. I used nature, and I beat the pastor to her. And she's a Christian. She said, I want to be one of your wives. But that didn't work out. And that wasn't what I was there for. But the debate was won by nature. I was using nature to win. And so the teacher of the organization said he's going to take my knowledge. Then he told the complete organization, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to him, Amenhotep. If you want to be a teacher, he told the entire nation, he said, go to that brother right there. And this caused major disturbances because I'm not teaching I'm teaching what's inside of the books, but I'm using the nature that I'm around since I was a child, and I'm teaching from that. And it's not completely coming from his books. The teachers are mad because they say that it's not coming from his books, but he's saying that he's going to take the information from me that's not coming from his book. So I started accelerating past, and he told the class one day, he said, this man has a trap style way of asking questions. He trapped me. He said, and I'm the master teacher, and he traps me. And he told me to ask one of those questions, and I did, and he put his hand up in a cross, and he said, see, I'm trapped. This is what developed the first snake style in the public, by trapping a master teacher, asking him questions. Not that I was being harsh, but he said he liked that. He liked the way that I taught, and he used himself as an example that my teaching could even trap him. The teachers came to my property with torches, lit torches, and said, you're not teaching from our doctrine. We have to burn everything that we find that's not coming from our master teacher with these torches. And that's when I realized that this was not a situation that was safe for me. I spoke to him. He said, this is not safe for you. And I left out of that situation. I left out, eventually getting set up in Brooklyn. Now, remember, I have no schooling. I did not have a job before. I have no paperwork. I'm in the belly of the beast in Brooklyn, New York. Thanks to my aunt, she was helping me, assisting me, teaching me some real estate. But I'm coming from nature to an organization to breaking the matrix, totally out of the system, and then I'm boom thrown in the harshest environment in the belly of the beast in New York as a single father. I'm a single father. I have my son. It's just me and my son in this apartment. I have no way to pay the rent, really. I'm just living off of complete faith. And I'm looking in the couch for quarters and nickels and dimes so that I can buy cereal to feed my my son, because I don't know anything about getting a job. And no one was giving me reciprocity for my teachings. My aunt asked me, she said, you're a great teacher. This is amazing what you're teaching. How much do you get paid for your lectures? And I said, nobody gives me anything. She said, what? She said, no. There's people out there that do lectures and they get $125 a seat, $50 a seat, and they only teach for about an hour and a half, and they're nothing compared to you. And I said, no, I don't, nobody's offered me anything. No reciprocity, no nothing for this. And so I'm there with my son, starving, toughing it out. And I started using my animalistic brain to say, what is it that I'm truly like? What do I like? I like health. So I started going into the health boards, and I started teaching people health, teaching people how the body works, teaching people exercise, teaching people the cardiovascular system, teaching people about vasodilation, gaining students in the health environment, and then saying to them, if I had products, would you buy it from me? And everybody said, yes, we have complete trust and faith in you. So I went out to find who has the products. And I found who had the product, and the person met me up at the docks in New York and said, I will give you all this knowledge because I get a good vibe from you. This is back when we had AOL. He said, I get a good vibe from you. We never saw each other before. He comes out and he says, but if you tell people the secrets of what I'm about to tell you, my secrets, he said, we're going to put you in the cement of shoes, or cement of the shoes. See the dock over there? You're going to fall in the cement of the shoes, and we're going to whack you. And I said, whoa. I looked at him. He looks exactly like Steven Seagal. He said, I don't even do this. This health stuff is just for fun. Just for fun. I just do this. He said, my real job is that I whack people. I said, what? He said, that's what I do. That's what I really do. That's what I like to do. And he showed me some verifications. He showed me some things to verify certain things. And he said, you'll be next on the list if you teach anybody. I like it. I'm going to tell you the secret, but you get on the whack list if you teach anybody all the secrets. So I took the information that he gave me, and this is biological imperative again, meaning that I had to choose through wisdom what I taught people, or else I'd be whacked by this man who knows exactly how to find me. So I started teaching people in the conscious community how to make a living off of selling health products without giving all the secrets that he was giving me. And people started making money off that. They started surviving. I started teaching people about real estate. People started making money off of that. And I said, this is beautiful. See, you don't have to go and work for the system. You can actually make money independently. Until the same people ended up robbing me through bad business deals. And that's when I backed away. That's when I started kind of staying to myself. And I said, I'm just going to teach my inner family. Now, by this time, I have a family. I have multiple women. I'm in Atlanta, and I'm doing real estate, and I'm just teaching my family and the odd people that I meet, but I wasn't teaching abroad and all the massive people like I used to do in the past. I moved from Atlanta to Canada, and I'm setting up my family now. I have multiple women. I have 2 children, 3 women, and I'm taking care of them strictly by magic, because I took the real estate money and the health money and I invested tens of thousands of it into magic, knowing that one day I wouldn't have any of this and I could just survive off of myself by performing and incorporating performing into the teachings. And that's exactly what I did. -8 degrees in Canada. I'm out there freezing, and I'm teaching people while giving them magical stories, and people are tipping me. And I'm taking all the tip money and I'm saving it to move to California while taking care of myself, 2 children, and 3 women off of no job, no government, what's it called, social security, whatever those, I don't have any of those things. I'm literally going out every single day from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 at night, performing magic and bringing couples together through magic, doing these things, teaching and making little tips here, people throwing $2, $5, people throwing $10, $20, all day. I'm saving up and I'm taking care of my family to save up, move to California, and now I can perform magic and teach people while performing magic in an environment that's warm all day. So I continue to do that. And then as time goes on, I start teaching people individually. And then what happens after that? Am I here? Hope you all can hear me. Okay, I'm back. I'm told by certain students, I'm told by one of my NETERUs, actually Nania Setmer. I'm told by a student, I'm told by Nania Setmer, and another beautiful young lady told me that I should check out YouTube, because there's a lot of people on there teaching, and they're teaching nothing like you. It's not the same. It's the same topics, but they're teaching nothing like you, and the people need you. Now, this time I've already been teaching through Pal Talk where you couldn't see my face. I go to YouTube and check it out. I started looking at different people teaching. And even before that, I started looking at people teaching, and I started seeing that people were taking my head, photoshopping my head off of my body, putting it on their audio. And it's me teaching on their audio, circulating from here to Trinidad to the UK. And it's my voice. I'm hearing my voice. I'm looking at the audio that's being sold, and the person photoshops their head as if they're the teacher, and they start gaining followers and crowds or whatever it is they're gaining. But it's me, the one that was teaching from the audio. And I said, this is evil. This is strange. Why not just to give people the credit and keep my face on there? But this audio started traversing throughout UK and everywhere, and they said, that's your voice. I said, yeah, but that's not my face on the audio. I go to YouTube and I see some of the people that I taught back in '94. They're now successful YouTubers. And they're on there making monetization and teaching. And Nania Setmer said, yeah, that's one of my teachers right there. That's one of the people I learned from before you. And I look at the person, and it's a person that I had beaten in a debate who became my student, who was an upcoming pastor, who started becoming a YouTube person. Some of you all may know him. And he was an upcoming pastor, and he went from pastor to Kemet and started teaching about the plagiarizations, and that's one of my students. And I saw the other guys that were popular, and they were the children of my students. And I said, this is great. This is great. So I said, you know what? I'm going to let me come on these visuals. Let me come on these visuals. I'm on the audio, but let me come on the visuals so people can actually see me, because I realized people were taking my audio and they were selling it with their face on it. So I said, well, if I come on and you can see me, you know who Tehuti is. So I ended up being invited to a debate group that wasn't a debate group when I was invited to it. It was a debate group, but I wasn't invited as that. I was invited as a interview. It was nothing to do with debating. It was an interview. and I go there and end up they introduced me to debating with a system. And I'm saying to myself, I'm not a debater. I'm not a debater. I will debate. My first debate was for the roof over my head, but I'm not some type of professional debater that knows about time stamps and time and 15 minutes, round 1, round 2. I don't know anything about this. And I said, but I will do it to get the information out. And so the champion challenged me to a debate, and I ended up breezing through him. And I was like, huh? And the Hebrews voted for me, and he was a Hebrew, and the debate was about MAAT versus Hebrews, and the Hebrews all voted for me. All of them on the panel voted for me, but one came and said I had to vote against you because I'm a Hebrew, but you won that for sure. And I'm like, huh? This is what debating is? And so I go from there to just beating all the people they're sending me. We got this guy, he's a top good. This guy's known. This is Unc West. This is not such and such. This is who is this? This is I don't know any of these names. And I started just beating these people, and I said, this is what it is. I said, I'm just teaching. And so it was an easy thing for me. And then I went on to NETERU invited me for an interview. He heard about me, invited me to an interview. I go on the interview, and I started debate challenges come to me from his people. And it was called The Toughest Environment. And I was like, okay, I like it tough. Maybe this will be better. And I start going through those people. And the audience declares me the winner of, I debate somebody named Floyd Mayweather. I don't even know who these people are. I'm not coming from knowing anybody. I'm coming from hanging out on the ponds with beavers. And I come in here and I'm debating all these. There's a top guy. You know, if you handle the Floyd Mayweather, or if you handle the Zion Lex. I was like, what is a Zion Lex? Is that like a superhero? I'm saying, okay, I'll take Zion Lex. They don't sound like Hebrew names or Kemetic names. I'm like Jabari Azoze. What culture is that? I'm like Zion Lex. This sounds like X-Men. It doesn't sound like I don't find these names in Meta or in the Hebrew Bible. So, but I'm like Unc West. I'm like, are these like? My name is Tehuti. Amun Hotep Ra. Every one of those names are in the culture that I follow. Then I started realizing, oh, nobody follows a culture. They're all just contrarians. They all just they're just debaters. They don't follow anything. Their names doesn't match any culture that they follow. Something the vortex, something the king's son. I'm like, this sounds like hip hop. This is like, if these are battle rappers, what is this? My name is Tehuti. When the screen goes down and when the screen goes up, if I'm teaching my students or making love to my NETERU, my name is Tehuti. Their names were names for the internet. I realized, oh, this is it's a game. So I just breeze through all of them. I go to Killer Priest, get invited there. He gives me the channel to basically control every Monday. I get challenged to another debate, breeze through that person. And I said, I'm not a debater. This is not something that I do, but I like to teach the people. So as time went on the Killer Priest show, I started doing show after show after show after that. People were giving $300, $350, $200, $500, and not a dime was going to me. No problem. I never asked for any type of reciprocity at the time until the engineer took his wallet and dumped it in my hand and said, you deserve what's in my wallet. And I said, what's this? He said, I don't know. I didn't count it, but whatever falls out, that's for you, because we've never seen anything like that here on Killer Priest before, and Killer Priest needs to pay you, and we need to have you here. You're getting the views up, the subscribers have gone up, and take all the money in my wallet. And I said, oh, he's serious. So I announced on Killer Priest after a long period of time of being there. It was taking away a lot of my time with my NETERUs, my animals. I have over 60 animals that I care for. And I said to them, I'm going to announce and I'm going to start something that's going to change the paradigm. They said, what is that? I said, I'm going to create what's called, I said, what is this called? He said, it's called a podcast. I said, I'm going to take the word pod, and since I'm not a debater, I'm a teacher, I teach classes, I'm going to combine the word pod with class, and I'm going to invent a new word to the internet. It's going to be called a pod class, and when everybody gets there, I'm just going to be quiet. They said, what kind of class is this? I said, oh, it's going to be a class based on reciprocity, meaning that I'm going to put myself to the challenge that no other teacher has. What's that? I'm not going to choose the topics. What kind of class is this? I'm going to let the audience that I don't even know send questions in live through Cash App and PayPal. You can type a question in, send it in, and I will answer it with the vehemence as if I'm in love with the topic before you even asked it. As a matter of fact, we're going to go beyond that. I'm not just going to answer the question. I'm going to create an ebook online and teach it visually from the ebook with the neon words there, video references, scientific references, meta references, live magic tests on the screen, hypnosis tests, diet plans, all type of things that nobody's ever seen before. No cursing, no yelling, no contention. And I announced that to everybody. And that starts what you see right here called the Tehuti podcast, because I realized that everybody on the internet was taking the conscious discipline for a joke. They were into what's called knowledge of self. Knowledge of self doesn't get you anything. It just gets you information. Wisdom is to know how, when, and where, and why to use that information. Having the knowledge, meaning that your uncle may be the most knowledgeable person about basketball, but he can't play with Kobe. He can't play with LeBron or any of those guys. I'm just naming guys I don't know. I'm naming with the names I hear on TV. Peace to Kobe, he's passed, but he can't play with Jordan or any of these guys, but he knows the teams, he knows the shirts, he knows the jersey, he knows where the three-point stance is, he knows the weight of the ball, he knows the size of the court, he knows the height of the rim, he knows everything, but it's just his hobby. He has no investment into it. He can't dribble a ball. Your cousin, your uncle knows all about the football, the NFL, the league, the Super Bowl. This team is playing this team. This team's been around for 15 years, 25 years. They won such and such. He knows how many points, how to field put the goal, how to do this. And he's mastered it. But he can't get on the field. And I realize that is what's happened with the cultures of ancients. It is not applied to real life. It's just a hobby that people argue about, like they argue about football and basketball in the barbershop. But none of the guys in the barbershop play with LeBron. None of the guys play football with the NFL players. They don't know how to play any of the sports professionally. Whereas the person that plays professionally, he gets reciprocity. And then I realized the reciprocity that the sports players got was about 50 to 200 times that of the highest paid teachers, which showed me something. That means your teacher at college, no matter what he is, your teacher at university is getting about 50 to 100 times less than LeBron gets for one game, than the teacher gets for the whole entire year. And he's the one educating the masses to qualify to get the jobs. They're the ones raising the consciousness of the people. The other guy is just going like this, shooting in a net, and he's getting 15 million, 2 million, such and such million to sign up. And I realized that society is based on hobbies. Hobbies are what are important to people, and their job. Whatever job you have, that's important to you. That's how you feed your family. And then the entertainers and the hobbyists are the ones that get paid the most. Whereas in ancient cultures, the ones that were teaching and raising the consciousness, they were the ones that were adhered to the most. So I said, I'm going to change that. I know there will only be a handful of people. I'm going to take the contention away. I'm going to take the hobby away from this, meaning that if you have a question or something that you want to know about that you can apply to your life, that you can change, whatever it is for you, I'm not the judge of that. We're going to add reciprocity to it, meaning that we're not going to sit up for 7 hours just talking and talking like the other channels, everybody giving their opinion like it's a barber shop. No, because you don't do that with your teacher at school. You have a certain amount of time to get to class, get out of class, and you've paid your tuition. And the teacher doesn't hang out for 5 hours talking to you after the college shuts down. He doesn't hang out dribbling basketball with you. He teaches, he does his job, and then he leaves, and he gets his reciprocity through tuition, which is nothing compared to what Kim Kardashian gets. So I said, I'm going to switch things around. I'm going to create a system where I'm going to release a gift that I have. I have a particular gift that was developed because I sacrificed everything that had to do with regular life. While people were living and partying, I only saw marijuana for the first time about 4 years ago. I looked at it and I was like, what is that? I didn't understand. It was a little jar somebody gave me. I said, what? I didn't understand what it even is. I didn't see these things. I drank a teaspoon or a cup, not a cup, a cap of some type of alcohol. And I woke up, passed out. And I said, what happened? They said, oh, we just put some alcohol in a cap and let you sip on it. My system was so unused to any of these things that I don't get drunk. I faint if I'm sipping on whatever that was, and it was my own family. I fell on the ground, and as I'm breathing, I'm realizing my chest is hot, and I was like, this is a pleasure. So I was away from that. So because of that, I developed another gift, and that is the hypersensitivity of the matrix and the ability to decipher it and the ability to guide and step people into the next realm or dimension. So I set up the Tehuti Paw class where people give reciprocity for the gift, just like everybody gave reciprocity to Nathan's hot dog that killed them. Just like everybody gave reciprocity to the cotton candy that killed you and your children or gave you all diabetes. Just like you gave reciprocity to the Avengers movie, Spider-Man, whatever basketball game you watch, whatever Six Flag you watch, and everything that was tearing your system and messing with your psyche over and over again. But we were trained that that's where we give our reciprocity to. As far as the knowledge, it's just barbershop talk. You got your opinion, you got yours. Let's talk. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? But when it comes to your job, you do not play around. If you get paid $20 an hour and your check comes and it only shows $18 an hour, all hell is being raised for the $2. Why? Because you believe your time is worth reciprocity. Your time can't even be cut $2. And if your boss asks you to work an extra hour, you get not only the time for that hour, but time and a half, and you do not play with that. You can be working at McDonald's, and if the boss says, work an extra 3 hours, you say, yes, I can, for time and a half for those 3 hours. And what do? You serve burgers that kill people. But for the reciprocity of selling burgers that kill people, you definitely want your value of reciprocity for selling burgers that kill people. Why? Because you have to feed your family, and that's the job that you could attain, and kudos to you. I said to people, I'm going to do what's never been done before. I'm going to teach and have a channel running with live questions where I'm going to start teaching at about 4:30 or whatever the time is, and I'm going to stay until about 12 o'clock. What overtime is that? If you work at McDonald's and you fry fries, killing the people, you expect time and a half for frying those greasy fries and giving it to that 8-year-old baby because he gets a Happy Meal, and now he gets all the cholesterol, all the blood congestion and everything, but you're happy because you got time and a half. And I said, what do people value about 7 hours of breaking the matrix and answering a question that came from you? Is it more value than the time and a half serving greasy fries? And I said, I'm going to open a pod class and see. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to go back to what I was doing before. I teach people in person. I've trained some of the people that you see on TV on your Lifetime, what is it called, reality shows. I'm their trainer. I'm going to go back to training the bodybuilders and training and doing what I do, or I can come here and do this, as long as there's reciprocity shown for the time, just as somebody would receive reciprocity for frying up greasy fries. I want time, and you get $10 an hour. Now you want $15 an hour for frying up greasy fries. And I wanted to know, when I came back to the internet, is what I'm doing for people more important than the time and a half frying up greasy fries? So I developed a system called the pod class where people support. There's a whole movement. There's a team, there's a pod class, everything that's going on, and support what it is that I'm doing and that what we're doing, and the time that's being spent by sending questions in that can actually change your life. So for example, for the people that are just watching new, some of the question examples that are sent in, and I'm going to show a black yellow card in a moment when the team comes on, because you can send in questions about diet plans. Somebody sent in a question about depression and anxiety. Depression and anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? All of the answers have multifaceted, all the questions have multifaceted answers. That means I deal with what's going on in this day and time. I go back to the origin of the past. I go back to the matrix, the psyops of what created what you think today. And then I get into the solution of the depression, the solution of the mental depression. Somebody asked about narcissism, which has nothing to do with depression. Can you break down narcissism? Somebody asked a question about the never-ending story. These people may say, they may come into the podcast and say, hey, what's the purpose of you teaching about this, but that? And I say, ask the person that asked the question. I am just the SAB. I am just the doorway. It's not for me to judge. When you run a restaurant and somebody orders the quarter pounder with cheese, and then the vegan comes in, he says, I'm not with that greasy food and the beef. I want a vegetarian sandwich with some olives on the side. It's not for me as the restaurant owner to say, what's the purpose? No, you're getting served with the reciprocity that you feel that you want. That's what you want for your diet. The bodybuilder may need a beef. He may be Ronnie Coleman. He may need 8 ounces of beef that day to go work out. You're a vegetarian, a vegan, and you may need something else. And each of you give your reciprocity for what you need. And it's nobody else's business to come in and say, why is that person eating vegan food? Because that's what they ordered. So when people come in, they make reciprocity orders. This one here is about the Navajo Native Americans. I am not a Navajo Native American, but I had an hour and 40-minute class on the Navajo skinwalkers, coming directly from what the Navajos say, because what I brought to the internet several years ago is the theme, what did the indigenous people say themselves? That was not a theme of debating past 5 years ago. What did the indigenous people say themselves? Sherik NEFERTATEN asked a question about time changing. Somebody had a question about out-of-body experience, and he's in the room right now, Maharu. I taught him about out-of-body experience, and then his mother unfortunately passed away, peace and love to her, and he wanted to continue a relationship with her. And I taught him that. And how valuable is that? Now he has a complete relationship with his mother who has passed, and extended onto other family members who have passed. And now he can go out of body at will, have communications, have proof that he did it. He proves that he does it, comes back with information, comes back with things, and has a complete relationship, which means that he continued the relationship past death. What is the value of that question? Is the value worth more than a $10 Nathan hot dog pack? To him it is. To him it is. So these are the kind of questions you ask here at the Tehuti Pod class. There's no limit. Look at this. Somebody sent in $100 for bodybuilding nutrition. Bodybuilding nutrition. I'm going to show his development when the team comes on. So everything from Gnosticism to algebra origins to the Ark of the Covenant to bodybuilding nutrition can be asked here at the Tehuti Pod class. This beautiful brother came in and said, his name is Ashnil Kumar. He just sent this for support because many people send in support for the time that they're getting answers that they didn't even ask. He said, Hotep Ma'at Namaste, coming from he's an Indian. Hotep Ma'at Namaste, coming from an Indian Sanathan Dharma background with all its spiritual practices and rituals. I now acknowledge that Ma'at is the mother of my tradition culture, and I owe reciprocity to Ma'at by living for it and in it wholly. Thank you, SABA. This is a unique situation, a phenomenon. You don't really find full-blooded Indian, Hindu, Dharma practitioners converting to Ma'at. What movement is, where is this you've seen? So these are the things that are happening here because of the beauty of the questions that are being asked and the guidance. It's not just questions, actual guidance. So that's what happens here at the Tehuti Pod class. Today's class, people ask questions. Look at these topics here, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen these topics covered elaborately, thoroughly, anywhere? Good morning, the goddess of mourning. Good morning, or the goddess of mourning. The origin of laughing, prolonging life through immortal laughter. Did the NETERU laugh? Female dualistic tears of Aset, the Lamentations of Aset. And can it empower women? Can the Lamentations of crying and controlling emotions through tears empower women through evolution, Kepara? Can you change the energy and switch the energy because it shares the same part in the brain as something else? Have you ever Only here at the Tehuti podcast. So with all that understood, I'm going to invite the panel to the screen. I'm going to go into the very first question. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to turn off. Hey, Lapis Lazuli, let me turn your light off. I know you are hot in there. Let me turn Kesbet off. There you go. All right. Cool down. Me and Saset are going to take our break in second, and I'm going to bring the team to the panel. They're going to talk to you a little bit. Nani Aset Mer may come this break. I think this is the break she's going to come elaborate on the female event that's actually tomorrow. The female event that's actually coming tomorrow. So here is the link in the room. I'm going to take maybe a 10-minute, 12-minute break, and then I'm going to come back. Peace to the people in the room. The superhero is superhero. I didn't see him last week or the week before, but shout out to superhero. I just thought about you today. Uncle Justin and family, I just came to say hi and support. I will be back when I can. Reciprocate, the value of these discipline teachings. Low key, high key. Okay, wonderful. This man is the legend. NUKPU. Can you believe NUKPU? That it's your turn. It's like a lottery roll. You roll the dice, and it's your turn now. Your question has come up on the lottery, and you're gonna get this question. Peace to Anu. Antu has come on the screen. Peace to Anu. Antu on the screen. Greetings. You're wearing red, representing, smiling. And peace to who else is in here? Oh, art by Uncle Atten. Peace, art by Uncle Atten. I hope you don't have any scratches on you. I hope everything is fine. Hope you didn't get torn up. Hope everything is smooth over there with him. My guy over here that is a little angry. I don't know. He's a little angry. We'll talk about that later. Shout out to Bella. Peace. Bella says, greetings, my SABA with a heart. So glad to hear from you, Bella. Glad you are okay and everything is coming back to everything is good with you, and peace and love to you. All right, everybody. Okay, everybody, jump on the screen. I have to step away. When I come back, we're gonna get into the first question, which is 1 second. I'm gonna put it in the room. So here's the first question, everybody, for the Tehuti Pod class. I want to put in the room. I want Scribe to be here so we can give the hand clap and the noises for the very first question. I'll stall for a minute. Then I do have to step away. I'll stall for a minute and ask Anu and Antu. Peace. How are you?
Peace. Marie, Uncle Seneb Salvatudi. I'm doing excellent and wealthy. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy you're alive. Happy that church are alive. Happy that I'm alive. Monty's alive. And all the wonderful members of the HOA. Looking forward to this class, this set part 2 class. Looks like. Thank you all very much.
You said it's set part 2 class. It looks like. What'd you say?
It looks like an offset part 2 class.
Oh my goodness! Woo wee, everybody! It's interesting getting these answers that are being given out, and I'm just glad I can get so many answers into a pod class, because I don't answer these questions because I have a it's not my urge saying I want to answer right now. So it's whenever the answers come. It could come at 4 o'clock in the mornings. The last couple ones for this one came at 6:50 a.m. in the morning. Woke me up, and that's when I have to start putting it together. It could be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, hey, I'm wide awake. Let me get this podcast answer, and all I see is blackness. There's no information at all. So shout out to the NETERU frequency for these answers in the way that I get them, and it's going to be a blowaway today as always.
Well, very much, Saba.
Nini, I'm trying to see if this is going to be the special. I remember I said I have a special one for you. I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is the special one. I'm trying to decide. What do you got? She has a pink rattle. Maybe that's special. I don't know. We'll see. How you doing there? How you doing there, Ansu?
I'm doing great. I'm very happy to be here. I'm feeling powerful and loved and beautiful within this healing energy. I'm so thankful to be within the great Tehuti pod class and to purify even more again and again. And I'm very happy because of the video that has been doing very great within the HOA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see more people here within the podcast today. What's up, Murray?
Okay. What's up, Murray? I hope definitely the work you've been doing, I keep seeing it pop up. And absolutely, I hope that the people that are watching the videos do fall in here and they will get hooked once they hear the first answer. You know, if they're seeking discipline, I want to clarify that for everybody. Not everybody will get hooked on this because this is not barbershop talk. This comes with discipline. You see, a lot of Anu and Antu, you all been here since Killer Priest. A lot of people have come and left. A lot of people that come and left because they realize, well, this isn't just a hobby. This is a discipline. You can't get caught up in all these other different things. This is a discipline. This is accountability. This is you coming up in front of people. People know what you do. The way that YouTube and the new age consciousness has been set up, it's all private. You're in your bedroom typing behind what is it called, an avatar. Nobody gets to see you. You get to say, I have knowledge of self. There's no accountability. There's no system. I say to the Hebrews, you're a Hebrew Israelite? Yes. Wonderful. Like the Hebrew Israelites in the Bible? Yes. What? Yeah? Who is the priest? Who is the rabbi? Who is the scribe? When I read the Bible, it's a structured system. Was everybody King David? Was everybody Aaron? Was everybody Moses? Wasn't there a structure system? Wasn't there priestesses? Wasn't there scribes? Wasn't there treasurers? Wasn't there ones who read from the tablets? One who led the prayer? What's your system? Are you just an individual on the couch saying, I'm a Hebrew? And my other brothers, shout to the Kemet brothers, you're not into Kemet. Yeah, I'm a Kemetic brother. I'm Kemet. Who's the priest? What system are you under? What's the name of the who in Kemet was an individual? Who? Name them. Name the individual person in Kemet. Who? Nobody. It was a group. You had to stand in front of the magistrates. You see? If something happened, you have to have accountability in front of the magistrates. You have to stand in front of the priestess. You have to stand in front of the netter. There was accountability. It wasn't just a private. This new internet AI YouTube thing has created consciousness as introverts. Everybody is an avatar behind the screen just typing, and there's no actual moving going on. There's no accountability. There's no beehive. There's nothing happening. There's a bunch of individuals hiding. And thus, when we have this thing called the Houseofatton, where Ani, you see his title is under him. And that's only because that's all that can fit there. So the title there says scribe. That's not where his title ends, but he has a title. When a Tef comes, he has a title under his name. When Menkel Ra comes, he has a title under his name. There's a structured system. When Nanya Setmer comes, she has a title. She's leading the circle. There's a structured system. There's a meeting tomorrow. It's a structure. So you can't hide in the bushes, hide in the secrecy. You're not into any ancient culture then. There was no Dogon hiding individually in the bush while the priests talk and you're just behind a tree peeking, looking. There's no culture like that. There's no Navajo Native American who's just hiding as an individual. It's a group. They move as a group. They stomp as a group. They war as a group. They dance as a group. They have tribal meetings as a group. They do spiritual things as a group. That's what every ancient culture was. So if you're an individual person saying that you're some type of Kemet or Hebrew, you're not. Just say that it's a hobby that you like the guy watches sports. You're not on the basketball team. You just know Kobe was born here. LeBron was born here. This jersey's worth $5.99. It's worth $1,000 if he signs it more. It's $1,000. This move here you could dribble this. This is called traveling. It's a hobby for you. Leave it for the people that are on the team. The team has responsibility. because LeBron has to show up for. What happened, Annie, if LeBron stopped showing up for games? What? You could just take a break and say, I'm watching on TV today. Can you do that? That's right. I don't know about basketball rules, but is that what you can do in basketball?
LeBron might get away with it, but everyone else, no.
I'm not going for 5 games. I'm walking off the. I'm just gonna sit on the bleachers and eat popcorn and watch them play. You have a responsibility, but people don't treat this as seriously as they treat their matrix job. You see, your matrix job, you can't just come and go and disappear because you'll get fired. Accountability, because the European has a system. This government has a system, and in the system, if you leave school, you're truant. You leave your job, you get fired. You don't get paid. You can't pay your rent. But when it's a hobby for you, you can be here, disappear for 5 weeks, come back, pop back up, come that. But you can't do that with anything serious, and you would never do that with your doctor's appointment. If your babysitter didn't show up, you get fired, because any structured, respectable system takes accountability. That's how the bees are. But with this new culture of new age, esoteric astrology, pulling up a card, looking at the sun crisscross with the Vesica Pisces and moving backwards with the retrograde, you can be an individual in a room. Just don't say you represent any culture. So with that, understood, everybody. Peace and love to everybody. Jump on the panel. I'm going to step away. We're going to put the question on the screen. The very first question sent in by Nefertaten. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Let me close this up. Very first question sent in by the beautiful, wonderful investigator. I call her a little Hecka investigator. She is a searcher, looking, finding pieces of the puzzle, putting it together. And then finally, when she gets the piece and the piece and the piece, she sends it as a podcast question. She's definitely a researcher, and she's putting the piece of the puzzle together for that which she is striving for. So let me go ahead and put this in the room here. Here's her question. She's one of the largest donators in the Tehuti podcast. Let me see if it comes up. She had to send it in 3 parts. Let me see if I can just find the Cash App, because it's here it is, PayPal. She sent it in 3 parts because there had to be explanation, not 3 payments, but 1 donation, and then another, then a picture, then an email, because it's so intricate. Her questions are so intricate that she has to doubly elaborate on them. So let me go ahead and put this in the room. We're going to give her noise, and I'm going to step away just for a minute. And people who are watching, those who are on, jump on the screen. Usually the teachers don't allow you to come on the screen. I'm letting you come on the screen. When you see Phil Valentine and Albert Blair and all those guys, all the different speakers, and Walter Williams, whoever, and he's there doing a YouTube thing, you're not coming on the screen with them. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna go and put this here. Let me go Chrome tab. Here we go. Boom, boom. And here's Nefertaten. Sent this in a few weeks ago. 8888. There's a reason for it. She has a breakdown. If she wants to come to the panel and elaborate, she can. She elaborated to me in private what this means. But she says, Nefertat. Actually, could you read that and two for us, please? Read that for us.
It says, Nefertaten, to build on sound healing from the 5 senses class. This quest is for the Sekhem and duality within the emotions of mourning and joy. As the Medu for them is similar, it says AH, page 7 and 73, Budge V1, picture sent in Gmail. So is mourning actually empowering and required to evolve? And how, if at all, does the Matrix weaponize mourning against us as spell to greet one another? 88 LA 88 NF.
Even though we give her some huge noise before, let's give her a little noise again. Give her some noise again for this. Shout out to everybody. SABA debate with Rasul and KP was an avalanche victory. Laughing out loud, he put a belt to Rasul behind that class. Wow, okay. Shout out to Boots Boots.
How long the pyramid's been here? 1 million years? The pyramid's been here before the Big Bang, brother.
Is that a soundbite of Rasul? No, man. Who's doing that? Scribe? How? You time travel? you how you just happen to have a soundbite of Rasul just because Boots has a comment for Rasul? You have the soundbite ready. Wow. I don't know. I don't know, man. I thought AD was fast. AD is the best sound engineer I saw. I don't know what he did, but you're right up there, Scribe, with the speed. AD, you'd say something. You say something about Mickey Mouse, and AD would have a Mickey Mouse talking as a soundbite. You say something about Daffy Duck, Donald Trump, all of a sudden Donald Trump, he's fast. Scribe is just as fast. Shout out to you, Scribe, for having that ready on deck. Wow.
Yeah, that part right there is hilarious to me. When I need a good laugh, I watch that.
Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna take your style. There's Menko Ra, peace, Menko Ra. You're looking clear. You're looking awesome, man. You're looking like Shaka Akmos with 7 extra braids. You're looking good. If Shaka Akmos kept going around, you're looking like Shaka Akmos and Stevie Wonder, brother. You're looking good. Strong melanin. Looking nice. Representing.
To a SABA.
Shaka Wonder. That's your new name, Shaka Wonder. Shout out to you, good brother. Nice to see you. Shaka Wonder. Steve Akmos. All right, I'm gonna step away. There's speaking of Steve, there's the ex-Steve. The Ox effect. This is the best I've ever seen you. You look clear. Everybody's picking up on their quality. Menkora used to look like a ghost. Ox effect looked like he was in the back of 7-Eleven. You looking clear and nice. And I see the beard trim. This is the most clear. How you doing, good brother Ox effect?
What's up, Saba? I'm doing well. I'm doing very well, Saba. Thank you for asking. Man, how are you doing, Saba?
I'm doing wonderful, man. You look like you went through manhood or something. You look like does Ox effect look different to y'all or what? I mean, where's the round, chubby face? You looking like you went on, you became a man or so. You came back looking like, I don't know, you look like you're full of wisdom. Something happened to you in the last week?
I mean, I've been following some great teachings from somebody, so I mean, something's happened to me.
Yeah, you look super healthy or something. Yeah, you got the manly like when somebody loses body fat percentage and they have the lines there on their face. You got the lines and everything. Looking good, brother. I'm doing good, doing great. Nice. Thank you for asking.
I have lost body fat percentage. Thanks to you.
Yeah.
Thanks to you. Yeah.
I see it. I'm gonna. Oh, what's that? Say it again.
I said thanks to you. I have, and I'm staying progressive, being progressive on my plan, and I'm doing well on it. So to you.
Okay, Nini. Okay, there's Primordial Thought 9. The Netters were trying to throw Primordial Thought 9. Man, I said to the Netters, should I say it? I was like, you're trying to throw Primordial Thought 9 in heaven. You're trying to throw Primordial Thought 9 in heaven. The good brother is going to do a lot of driving, and they're like, man, where are we going to put him? It's a women's meeting. Where are you going to go? Yo, Tehuti, did you take him in? It's like, yo, this is like a one day. But shout out to Primordial Thought 9. They're trying to set you up with a whole day one-on-one with me for about 4 hours, Primordial. You know that? Then that's trying to give you a free 4-hour one-on-one with me. while the womb circle went on. It'd be me and you building for 5 hours.
Hey, so I saw the time. I asked Gabriella. I was like, what time? And then she gave me the time. I said, man, am I going to be the only one there? I said, oh man, should I bring workout clothes? Like, should I? What should we do? Like, I don't know what to do at all.
They're trying to put you in with me because no men allowed for the first few hours. There's no men going to be there. So, man, they're trying to throw me and you in a park for 4 hours, looking at the bees and teaching you how to fly. Okay, we'll find out later. Okay, you're doing. What do you say, Primordial?
So doing great. I hope you're doing well. It's always a pleasure to be here. See, we got little things changing. SABA, he's changing some things. He's upgrading us. He's gotten us, backgrounds looking better. He's got the House of ATTON stepping up their game.
Okay, I'm gonna put this on here, everybody. We're gonna give Black Yellow Card a shout out. The brother definitely sent me some pictures. I said I'm gonna premiere it on the podcast. I want everybody to know who's watching Tuesday podcast. Whoa, let me fix this one. Everybody who's watching the Tehuti podcast, we change lives here. My teachings are about advancing you in every aspect that you are, whether it is the spiritual aspect, immortality. All of this is about immortality. It's about living as long as you can in the physical and continuing that lifelong journey in the afterlife. So the Tehuti podcast, we're all about the prolonging of life. And I told Black on the Card, sent me some pictures of his development. I told him I said I'm going to premiere them on the podcast, and he must have given the go-ahead because he put a heart by it. And I'm going to show you all an example, a live example of somebody that came from the Killer Priest Podcraft. This is not one of my friends from back in the day. This is not somebody I've been training from years ago. This is somebody who came at the same time with all of you, met me at the same time as all of you in the Killer Priest Podcraft, and he decided one day he decided to send me this. And like I said here at the Tehuti podcast, this is about everything, the enhancement of everything. So he said he wanted a nutrition program, and he gave me all of his stats. This is about 2 years ago. He got on the program, and he stayed disciplined. He stayed disciplined on the program. So here's what happens when you are a student, a disciplined student of Tehuti. This is what's that smell? Okay, a disciplined student of Tehuti. And here's the brother right here. And as you can see, the difference from the non-defined stomach, non-defined arms, non-defined, non-vascular chest. The brother went from the first picture right there to the second picture that is him on the Tehuti diet following the discipline. This is what the students look like on the Tehuti podcast who are following the system, strict discipline system. You go off the system, this isn't going to happen to you. So some people saying, I'm on the diet, but I'm looking like Mickey Mouse. Well, this is an example of somebody who's on the diet, stays on the discipline workout structure, and he sticks with it, because this is what happens when you stick with something. This is what happens when you show discipline. And I am a living example to my students, because I've shown my before and after. Oh, what's this? Where are we? What's happening here? I've shown my before and after, so that's one of his images right there. So go ahead and give him a clap for that. Go ahead and give him a clap. Hey, what's going on here? Stop screen. So this is what happens, and that's a student of Tehuti. That's a student of the discipline. And that's why the brothers that you see and everybody you see in all these different channels debating and arguing and talking about different things that they can't prove, it's because there's barbershop talk. But they're not going to debate with their shirt off. They're not going to debate with their shirt off. Here's him again. So there's him again. You can see complete arm development. You can see the veins, striations, the vasodilation moving from the bronchial. You see the bronchialis area. The bronchialis area is a part of the top of the of where the arm is right above the elbow. You see the brachialis muscle. You can see the vasodilation from the bicep going up to the shoulder. That's not what that man looked like at the killer. That's not who was at the Killer Priest show. That's not Black Alucard from Killer Priest. It's Black Alucard after Tehuti discipline. So there he is right there, completely transformed. I'll show you one last one. So I like to show living examples of the teachings. And here it is again. Little lag here on the. Okay, here we go again. One last one, then I'm gonna take a break. Who's that? Somebody. Okay, here's another one. Here's this one. There's that one. Okay, that's the forward one. That's the side one. Here it is. Here's another one. Look at the complete difference in the chest vascularity, the stomach being flat because it's covered by layers of fat. Absolutely no veins in this arm whatsoever. The vasodilation then shows up in the second picture. You can see the abs starting to come through, and you can see a complete separation in the chest and a complete development in the traps area. And that is not the man that came to the Killer Priest show. That is him after following the diet discipline. So give him one more hand clap for that, and then I'm gonna step off. Give him a clap. Shout out to Black Alucard. Shout out to you, good brother. Wonderful. Am I locked? Wonderful. So all you people watching, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Welcome to the House of ATTON. I'm going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to deal with Nefertaten's question. And Nefertaten's question is going to deal with the female dualistic tears of Aset. Are tears empowering? What is the origin? Aset is actually called the crier or the lamenter. And you know what? For you, Nefertaten, I'm going to wait for her to come to the screen. If you come to the screen, I'm going to, maybe after I do the pod class or somewhere in a break, I'm going to bring out my Aset the Lamenter. So I'm going to bring out Aset the Lamenter, which has not been at the pod class before. This will be the biggest cobra that I own. It's coming out. The cobra that you saw before, that's the Rennernet. Aset the Lamenter is big mama compared to her. So I'm going to bring out Aset the Lamenter for this question, because I always have an animal for that which I teach, because I lived it before the question was asked. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Peace.
All right, Hotep, MAAT, peace and love, everyone. Hinu to the great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me say this. I'm gonna step off, and then you all will speak for a couple of minutes, and then in a few minutes, Nania Setmer is gonna come to the screen and give an update for the female event tomorrow. So I just wanted to say that. So you guys go ahead. I'll be when the screen pops up. It won't be me coming back. It'll be Nania Setmer. Then after that, it'll be me. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love, great SABA. Tua. Yes, Hotep Hinu, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We ask that everyone who comes in to hit the like button as you come in, and share this to your platforms so this video can, this class can reach those who are looking for it. So Tua to everyone who has done that so far. So anyone coming in and watching on the playback, make sure to hit that like button. And yes, we're here to support the great SABA, support the pod class, so this can continue in the way that it does. There's nothing that exists like the pod class, and it's because of all the great supporters who send in your questions, like the great Nefertaten, who sent in this question about lamenting and the great Aset. So those links are pinned to the top of the chat. So if you just look at the live chat at the very top, you'll see House of ATTON and you'll see support Tehuti. So just utilize those links, and they're also posted in the bio right underneath this video here. So this is a pod class that's built on reciprocity, in which all things in the natural world is built on reciprocity. It's only once certain teachings come in and start to replace MAAT, where reciprocity is no longer placed within the foundation of everyone's daily life. So here, the great SABA Tehuti is reinstilling that to where, because of the great students who are asking the questions, everyone who is here live and everyone who watches after the live is able to at least receive the class in a form that seems like it's free, but in reality, there was a collective of students who support and who allow this to take place for you all. And so because of that, it is the ones who the great SABA shows, like the great brother Black Alucard, and many of the Karu, and it's those who support this who truly are able to begin to receive the teachings more than just on a surface level, because of the natural reciprocity that's taking place, and certain doors are unlocked because of that. And this is something that is taught in modern day times today through different new age magic books and teachings. So this was something that was implemented within every aspect of the great ancestors, and they understood that, which is why the Makai becomes the symbol in law today, the scales. So utilize those links. I'm looking forward to all the new people who are coming in, all the new researchers and those who are studying and want to advance their disciplines within their life, and expand, learn the true teachings of spirituality from the ones who brought it forward on this planet. So Tuahinu to all that ask questions and who support and don't ask questions, just support. Like the great brother Tefrim Kemaat says, he doesn't ask questions because every question is his question. And that's a beautiful thing. So support is still sent for every question, because we're receiving something every time we're here in the pod class. And when we as a collective begin to truly understand this, we can do some major work. So Tuahinu, houseofatton.org. We have some great announcements today to bring to everyone about the pathways to awakening and the great womb circle that's held by Nani Aset Mer. So Tuahinu to her and all the sisters who are reaching out to her, and she'll go through that as she comes on screen. So yes, as we are here within the pod class, and you see the structure and the organization that is taking place before you, and everyone has an opportunity to be a part of what's being built by applying Ma'at to your daily life. And House of ATTON is, for those who may not know, ATTON is an acronym for ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. And so ancestral artifacts over religious opinion is what the great SABA Tehuti has taught us when it comes to speaking and being able to source the information that's being disseminated. So by just being here in the pod class, there is major benefit. So if there's anything today or in any class at any time that has assisted you or helped you in any particular section of your ankh of your life, please send in support and let the great SABA know and allow that reciprocity to become heka'u for you. Okay, peace to the great Nani Aset Mer. I'll give you a moment. I'm not sure if you're ready. I've seen you come on. Peace to the great brothers on the panel with me. Hotep Henu to everyone. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, Minku Ara looks extra clear. I mean, it's been waiting for this day.
Why y'all didn't like the Ghostface Killer look I was doing? Why y'all didn't like that?
240p. Yes. Yes. Tua and Hinu to the great brothers. Okay. Great Nanya Set Mer, are you ready? You're on mute.
Yes.
Oh,
see.
Oh, because
yeah, it is that half my head is.
Oh yeah. That's how it making part of your head invisible.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
Where are the ladies at? Where the sisters at? Okay, it's good to see you. I do want to address the brothers, though. Thank you so much for showing so much. Oh, hey. Greetings on you. Yes, I do want to address the brothers. Thank you so much for showing such support for this. And yes, Primordial, that is a very long drive. Thank you very much for doing that. For doing that for her. And I'll be reaching out to her and making some suggestions for that. But also, so I was hoping that some of the sisters could come on. I don't know if did anybody happen to see on the chat if like Angela Gates or who else used to come on?
No, I don't think I've seen Angela Gates.
Lisa Marie, Shantae.
Nani, I'll put Gabriella on right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay, yes, that'd be good.
Let me put the link again. Come on to the panel. Sisters, here's the link. Hit that link.
All right. Okay. Okay. Are you on mute? Are you off mute, Gabrielle? Oh wait, I don't think can anybody hear her? I don't know.
Oh, we can't hear you, Gabriella.
Look like you frozen.
Oh. Okay. And also, brothers, well, that's getting fixed. But I also want to thank you for the opportunity with the Pathway of Awakening. It's fun. My goodness, Ani, what you did to those pics that I sent for the tickets of food. Oh my goodness! I told him, I texted him back, told him I was supposed to be reviewing it. I'm reviewing it, but at the same time, I'm looking at it like, oh, what am I going to order? It's my own dish. Everything looked so nice, and the description of it was so NEFER. Wow, it's Very, very nice. So, so I look forward to doing that. And also, so okay, so hey, there she is. Okay, so are you off mute? Say something. Yeah. Okay. One moment.
No, we can't hear you, Gabriella.
Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome.
Tua, great Nana Setmer, Tua for the wonderful Medu. Truly appreciate that.
Okay. Did you guys notice? Are they at least in the chat? Because I can't even see the chat here.
I see Tanya 23 experience, peace. But I don't know if I think the sisters are hiding right now. I don't know where they're at.
Oh no, Angela Gates, no Lisa. Okay, well, I was I know they are expecting a text from me, but I figured since I'll be here, certain things I will be texting, but the things that I'm going to say, I was gonna suggest to say, as far as in what to bring. So I've been asked that a lot. What should they bring, or what? There is a part in there where the food offering. So the food offering, or what to eat, because it is 5 hours. So I'm sure people may get a little hungry or whatnot. But the point in that is, like, as you're making what you're going to eat, I want you to be very engaged in what they're doing, knowing what you're doing it for. You're going to a gathering, you're going to meet with like-minded sisters, you're going to get information that is helping you. You're infusing all this beautiful, wonderful NEFER energy into your meal, into your food. And then because usually we do gather, we have like kind of like a potluck, and we set the fresh fruit and vegetables onto the altar until it's ready to be consumed, so that it can have some of the altar energy infused in the food as well. So we usually do that. So I will be sending a picture of my altar and some things that you can have, the altar that's going to be set up, or a similar altar, and you can keep that picture for now, and then add things to an altar. So an altar, usually you would have at least a clear bowl of water, a feather, a rock, or even a plant that has the dirt in it, and incense or something burning, and that's all 4 elements, and that helps to awaken and bring in the ancestors, and in particular, it'll be the particular deity that I would have there, and that's what it would be. So I'm not giving too much detail of what deity. You'd have to actually be there to see that, and I'll explain that as part of one of the activities, actually. So that's as far as in what to eat. So again, fresh fruit, vegetables, something light, carb, protein, nothing I wouldn't say double chili cheeseburger, that kind of stuff is off none of that. So so just something light and healthy, something that can sustain you, and it would be done at the last hour or so, about hour and a half or so. That way you don't have to close out. You could still engage and still be together. There'd be some music. We could just be, sometimes we could still talk or something. I mean, that's what we usually do when we're in person. So I'm sure it could still happen that way. And let's see if there's anything else. So the wearing of the white. So yes, we were wearing white, to the best of our ability, the best we can. I had mentioned to some sisters that asked, but I will say it because not all sisters asked. So if you still have your menses, and if let's say you happen to be on them, you can definitely wear a dark color bottom. Use like a black or navy blue pants or skirt or what have you. Other than that, you can participate. There are some rituals and ceremonies, in the past or in ancient times that weren't the type of rituals that you can have while you're on that. So, but this one's safe. It's fine. You can be on your cycle if you want to join. If you're joining that day and you happen to be on your cycle, that's fine. Let's see. So I think that would be it. So the wearing of the white also. So understand that in Kemet, white was color of sadness and sorrow. It's also light as well, but since this is a type of cleansing that we're doing and transition. So with that, you want to wear the white because you want to come forth as conscious light in anything that you partake in and do. So, and these are one of the things that, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to reflect that light and reflect that MAAT consciousness at all times. And so that is one of the reasons why I wear the white. And I also told some of the sisters that if there is a color that is resonating, you want a blue, a blue scarf, red scarf, or something like that, and that's fine as well. But the majority of your clothing should be white. Okay. So, and two, do you have any questions, or do you have anything that you would like to say or add or anything?
I don't have any questions, but to all very much for all that you're doing. It is very powerful and healing, and I'm very excited for what is to come tomorrow.
Okay, and thank you, Antu, for all your help. Antu is the designated secretary. She's so professional and fast. Some things I didn't even ask of her, and she's just doing. And so I really, really appreciate that. It's very helpful. It's like you only have two hands here. That's it. So your hands are. Thank you very much. They're very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
And, yes. But so, well, did we lose Gabriella? I don't know.
I'm here. Can I be heard?
Oh, yes, you're.
Sorry,
Yes,
I don't know what I did to Primordial's computer, so I had to jump on my phone.
Oh, okay. No worries. So what about you, Gabriella? You have any questions or thoughts?
No, I'm just I'm excited and I guess just curious on this whole sacred moment for all of us. Because I've never done something like this before, and so I'm excited for it, but it's also something that I'm not, I don't know what it is or like what it looks like. So sometimes I don't like situations like that, but I know that this is a safe and sacred circle. So I'm not like scared or nervous or anything like that. I'm just more curious, and I'm excited to see the benefits. And I know that the baby will benefit from the benefits of this, and I'm looking forward to all the other ones that we're gonna have. So
Okay.
for everything.
Okay. Yay. Good. That's very good. Yes, I'm glad that you're curious and willing to come. Usually we do have more sisters, because like I said, since I'm doing mostly sisters from the pond class, most of everybody is out of state and out of town. So, so thank you so much though for making that trip out. And I'll either call you or text you directly about Primordial. So, but of course, yes, you could definitely come to bring you. And then the portion where we're eating, he is more than welcome to be there for that part, because that's like the ending anyway, like the last hour.
Okay, he'll be excited for that.
I'm sure.
All that delicious food I told him about, so I know he'll be excited for that. I am too. I was like, that sounds really delicious. So to you and to TT for the food and for offering your the home and everything. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you to you too, because you'll be bringing some some things too. So thank you for what you said you'll bring. Looking forward to that amazing rice or whatever, cilantro, whatever. That sounds good. So
If it's success, then I'll bring it to the
cilantro.
too.
I put cilantro on everything. The spaghetti is gonna have cilantro, so I put it on everything. I like cilantro.
Hopefully, you guys like it. So
okay, but yeah. So okay, I was here just in case any sisters had any questions, but
Nani,
yes.
I'm sorry, Nani. I just wanted to alert you that Angela Gates has a question in the chat.
Okay.
Maybe Ani can read it, or I don't know if you can see the chat, but there is a question in the chat from Angela Gates.
Oh wait, maybe. Okay, here they are. Okay, there it is. Okay. Just one moment, Angela Gates. I'll answer that. So it's Tua Nani. How are we to donate again for tomorrow? That's from Angela Gates. And two, have you sent that out yet by any chance?
Not yet. I'm very close to sending it.
Okay, so Antu will be sending that out. So earlier I kind of forgot that I can come on the panel and say certain things. So I was going to type out this big long thing, and then when I realized that I can come, I asked her to just send us a quick something quick, and to put the Cash App. So my Cash App will be on that text. So be looking out for a text from it's going to be a group text. It's going to have all of us there, including myself, and Antu will be sending it out. Oh, okay. Let's see. Tanya's asking something. What is I'm looking for? Nice white cloth. Are you saying cloth? Tanya experience. She says, where? I think you're saying where do you buy? Wait, where does? Not sure. It's not very clear what you're saying, but I think you're asking where to buy white clothes. You're looking for white clothes. Are you? I don't know what area you're in. I don't know if you're in Los Angeles or where you are. And there's something else here. To a goddess, I would like to know where to buy these white garments, or can we put it together ourselves? You put it together yourself. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see. Now, I didn't receive any. I sent my email was put there, and I didn't receive any confirmation from you, Tanya. Did you try to reach out with the email? I mean, you're definitely more than welcome. I just didn't receive it, so I hadn't been sending you any messages because I do speak to to all the sisters one by one as well on the phone before the actual before the actual circle happens. So okay. So if you want to post that or answer that, and Annie, do you still have the my email?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'll put that in the chat now for everyone.
Okay. So I don't, again, Tanya, I don't know if you tried reaching out, if you did and wasn't able to get through. Okay. Yes. Oh, so okay. So that means, so you did try reaching out. Okay. Well, I didn't receive. So I have been having a little problem with my email, so I didn't receive it. Did you? Was it under this name that you send me the email? Because what you can do is go ahead and copy the email again, or if you already have it. So email me again and specify if your email is not the same as your name here, please specify it, and then you can give me a contact number for you and tell me your time zone, please. Are you ready? Okay. And tell me your time zone. And because you already reached out, because it is a deadline already, ladies, you can catch the next one sometime, maybe the 3rd or 4th, like maybe the third week of this month. Oh, that's another thing too, the date. I'm sorry, it's not September 31st. I looked at it wrong and wrote it wrong in my calendar, so it's going to be September 1st, which is 2024, which is tomorrow. So that's the date. But there will be another one this month, Sunday. Okay. So okay. So SABA's ready to come back. So yeah, do that, and I'll talk to you like that. Okay, Tanya, I'll reach you like that. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'll be.
Tua, thank you very much.
Oh.
All right, there is the email. So be sure to email her, and yeah, looking forward to the great sisters being able to enter into this circle here. It's a beautiful thing. So yes, email her. She said if you don't get a response, then try again, or you can reach out on House of ATTON, send a message there if you're not able to get through, and we'll make sure that everyone is able to get in contact with the great Nani Aset Mer to participate in the NEFER circle that she is putting together for all the sisters. So it's a beautiful thing. And so, yes, I'm sure the great SABA Tehuti is coming on right now. So Tuahinu, everyone, for your attention and for your sajim, your ankti, your ears to listen. And we'll welcome back the great SABA. Peace and love, Tehuti.
Peace. Peace, peace, peace. Have you heard? Have you hearing me? Peace. 1 second. Hold on. Mike.
The cat looks like she's pulling the hat off. She's half the size. That's very powerful. Peace, great brother Anu. I like your wallpaper there.
Well, very much, brother.
Check, check, check. Can I be heard? Check, check, check.
Check, mic check.
Okay, wonderful, everybody. We're about to get started, everybody. Get your pen and pads out. Let me check the Gmails and refresh. There's been some a few donations already. I'm gonna read them when I come back. Get your pads out. Get your pens out. Get ready, everybody, because it's about to be. Let me delete some of these. Let me check this one out here. Let me just get okay. 1 second. Let me respond to this real quick. Okay, get your pen and pads out, everybody. Get your notepads. Get your Cash Apps, PayPal for reciprocity if you appreciate. This is about to be very thorough. I hope NEFERTATEN is listening. I hope she comes on the panel when this is done. Let me just do this. Get ready. Don't want any interruptions. When this begins, it's going to be very, very interesting. And this is definitely for the females out there. 1 second. If today. One second. For it to 1 second. Okay. All right, get your pen and pads out. Get ready, everybody. This is for definitely it's for everybody, but it's definitely for the females, because this question was asked pertaining to the female in the third set again, dealing with crying and dealing with lamentations and how were lamentations transformed into something that was actually productive. A lot of people say and have experienced that women tend to seem to be more emotional, more attached than men in relationship-wise, in their caregiving, and their attachment to the children, in their emotional state. Was this or is this a benefit prior to the Matrix? Prior to the Matrix taking over, was it a benefit? And we're going to find out that and break a lot of matrices today. So get your pen and your pads out. Get ready, everybody. We're about to get into it. Support. This one is a big one, everybody. Please support the Tehuti pod class. When you see this, it is Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSB. If you're watching this, appreciating it, and getting what you've never gotten before, then support this over the support of the Nathan's Hot Dog and the Six Flags or whatever it is that we've been supporting for years and years and years. It is just based on the destruction. I'm taking my time and putting in these answers that have never been given before in this detail. So everybody ready, everybody? Peace and love, Annie. You can jump back in. Peace and love, Antu. Anu and Antu, jump back in the chat. Peace and love, Gabriel Lopez, Primordial Thought. Peace and love, Ox Effect. And who else is there? Mankura, peace and love. See in the chat, buddy, get ready. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I want to make sure that the volume is good and that the screen share is clearly visible. One moment. Wow. Volume's good and the screen share is clearly visible. I'm going to do a screen share, and you all tell me if you see the screen sharing. Once I get confirmation that you can hear me and the screen is sharing, then we're going to get immediately started. So let me go ahead and put the screen share on. And everybody get your seatbelts on, get ready. We're about to take a journey right now. Here we go. Boom. Entire screen. Press A9 if you can see it screen sharing and hear my voice clearly. We got shout out to this a new name here, Slime Hollow 13. I always give a shout out to the new people. Shout out to he says to my good brother, I will send reciprocity for next class about the Pharaoh Akhenaten and the Aten. Wonderful. That sounds wonderful to me. And speaking of Akhenaten, Heart by Akhenaten presses a 9. Peace to Namaharu, press a 9. Harass Did is here, presses a 9. There's Black Yellow Card right there. Black Yellow Card also contact me. At the Tuesday podcast, you get everything. So Black Yellow Card got his diet plan, got his wisdom, knowledge, his life change, and I have the snake for you. I have the Black Yellow Card snake for you, ready, okay? So contact me about that. You'll be coming up. You said you wanted to get one of the snakes. I have the one for you. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. And who else is here? Boots. Okay, good. Everybody press the 9. NUKPU. Nicholas No Attic is here forever. Lisa, how you doing, Lisa? Definitely you can. I don't know if you have a computer or phone, but definitely you can definitely come to the panel, especially when Nanya said Murrah is on. Yeah. Here we go. Hold on. Wow. Let me close all of these down. Okay, I came off the screen for a moment. I'm not sure what just happened. I'm gonna do a sound check again and screen share check again. Something just happened. But definitely, yes, Lisa, you're invited to the panel. Jump on the screen at any time. You're a great supporter. You support almost every single podcast, and definitely this last few weeks is about what you like to hear about, the feminine energy, and you're gonna love it. All right, shout out to Boss Fee, shout out to everybody, and let me go ahead and do the screen share again, and then we'll get started right now. Here we go. Let me get this. The screen did something. Close this PC, close that. I'm gonna do a screen share again. Okay, can you all see the screen sharing? Go ahead and press the 9 one more time. You can see me and see the screen sharing. Press the 9 one more time if you can see me and see the screen sharing. Okay, good. Okay, here are the ladies. There's Angela Gates. There's Lisa. Angela Gates. Angela straight out the gates. There's Oxafet. Always give a shout out to the new people I see interacting in the room, and this person is new right here. Gold Sulfur. Peace to the gods and the earth. Peace to you. All right, everybody ready? We're about to get your pads out, get everything out. And 2 is here. Good. Get everything out. We're about to get started. Harass Did is here. Robert Williams is here. Anu is here. Slime Hollow. Nicholas No Attic. NUKPU. Boss Fee. Everybody's here. Boots is here. Let's get everybody. You ready? Let's get started. Welcome to the Tuesday podcast. Let me go ahead and get the timer on. And let's get right started. It's about to be an explosion. Thank you, TT. Much love and peace to you. I'll read everything afterwards. Thank you and love and peace to you. Wonderful. Let me get the timer out. And here we go, everybody. And get ready to send your tips. As I'm teaching the way the system works, if you all appreciate it, we have a reciprocity system. As I'm teaching, if you appreciate if you're benefiting, if you're receiving, then show reciprocity. If you're receiving anything from the answer, if it's done anything for you, then you show reciprocity. Here we go, everybody ready? Maharu said, I'm still loading. Okay, here we go, everybody ready? Here we go, boom, and boom, there it is. There's the screen. You should see that, and here we go. Are you ready, everybody? There's a screen right there. And let's get started. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, what is the original form of spirituality, who are the NETERU, what about health, that we just showed health, diet program, how do I change my body, what about my mental purity, how about mental detoxification, what about having out-of-body experiences, are there ancient sources to any of these topics? Government psyops. What are the government psyops that are going on across the world and the conspiracies that are taking place? Telepathy, which is quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised, it's now come disguised in the form of black consciousness. The atheistic and quote-unquote Kemetic teachers will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, I expose you, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, I challenge you, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians weren't black, they were black, no, they were Arab, the pyramids in America are older than the ones here in Egypt, we are the Abos, we're American Indian, we're not African, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to in a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the urge to argue or have discussions based on contention. Every conversation is contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer questions based on their actual lifestyle, based on their actual discipline and spiritual beliefs, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off the stage, kicked off of the panel, or insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix or matrices broken for you, is here at the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening, just for this one section? And the question came in from NEFERTATEN: to build on sound healing, $88.88 to build on sound healing from the 5 senses class. This question is for the second and duality within the emotions of mourning and joy. As the meta-netter have them, as the medu for them is similar, which is on page 7 and page 73 of V1 picture sent in Gmail. So this morning, so is mourning actually empowering and required to evolve? And how, if at all, does the Matrix weaponize mourning against us as a spell to greet one another? So therefore, there's a few questions being asked here. So one of them is mourning actually empowering, and is it required to evolve? And does the Matrix use mourning? How does the Matrix use the concept of mourning in any type of subliminal programming as a spell, being that it's something that people say every day to each other? So we greet each other. We say this word mourning. Is it the same? Is mourning and the morning the same? And she puts here in code 88 LA88NN. If she wants to come to the panel and elaborate on what that code acronym stands for, she definitely can. So here's what she sent in the question. She sent this right here. She sent page 7, very thorough. She put here that there's the word and here means pain and grief, trouble, loss, sorrow, misery, poverty, misery. So it's sadness, woe, ruin, grief, pain, trouble, sorrow, misery. But here's the same word here, uttering some cries of joy. So it seems to be its own juxtaposed opposite. It seems to be its own paradox. It appears. How is it in this ancient language? Why is this word if you're talking to somebody and you're saying is it pain and grief, or is it cries of joy, shouts of joy? This sounds like happiness, but over here it sounds like It is misery, loss, trouble, sadness, and ruin and woe. So how could the same word be its own opposite? Do these words deal with the same aspect in the brain or deal with the same aspect of knowledge? What is going on here? And that is a beautiful question by NEFERTATEN and beautiful study and research by her to make her even ask that question. And she's wondering if the mourning or the pain and grief is necessary for the transformation of the cries of joy. Because when somebody's in pain and grief and sorrow and misery, they're crying. Okay? They're crying, and then at the bottom, there's cries of joy. So here we go. There's another great question, and it's also another great example of the type of questions only sent in history here to the Tehuti Pawn class. This image is a little blurry of the page. This image is a little blurry of page 7 and 73. So for the class to see clearly, I took the actual pages and put them here for everyone to see what is written clearly. So here's what she sent me. A little bit blurry, but here's the clearer version. And now everybody can see that a little clearer. Pain, grief, trouble, loss, sorrow, poverty, misery. Let me turn this. Okay. Poverty, misery, sadness, and then here's the same word here, and it's cries of joy, and it's happiness, shouts of being happy. Okay, how is this possible? So we're going to find out how deep the ancestors were and how they utilized this science of juxtaposing opposites, so-called apparent diametric opposites that can manifest in the same frequency. So how is this possible? How is it possible for one word to mean its own opposite? You will find that this type of genius in spirituality encompassed a double entendre and echoes throughout the word type, or there echoes throughout the words, and are in the pre-matrix language of the NETERU. Is it possible for words opposite to be entangled in its own meaning, to be intertwined in a theme that directly pertains to the woman's spiritual immortality and scientifically? And that is what you will find out only here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let us continue. So first, before we begin, is something I always like to do to show you the echoed ancient concepts ricocheted and the vestigiality or the vestigial shown in the culture of today. Let me ask the class, because what I love to do is interact. So let me interact. Let me ask the class, when someone is in great pain, what is the epitome reaction, whether it's physical pain or emotional pain? What is the epitome reaction, the climax action of this pain or sadness? Let me come into the class and you can type in the room. When someone is in pain, whether it is physical pain or whether it is emotional pain, what is the peak reaction, the climax reaction to that type of sadness or pain? Okay, NUKPU, crying. Okay, good. And then never get red. Never get red is here. All right, NUKPU, crying. Hotep, it is to cry. Hotep, never kept red. Who's that? Well, that's just a water bottle. I got so many animals here. All right. Big Vapes to cry. Lisa to cry. Absolutely right. Ding, 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 ding. It is the epitome of when you're having a breakdown. It's an emotional breakdown, or when you're in pain. Everybody starts out with a sound. They scream. The scream is first. The scream is first. The yelling is first. When you're in an argument with someone and it's becoming a very sad argument, you're usually raising your voice first. When you first get hit, the very first reaction is ah. So the scream is actually first, it's not last. What's the epitome? The epitome is that when there's such a buildup, there's only one last left thing to do. You've already screamed, ouch, oh, you're already in depression. You're already talking about how sad your life is. Now you're at the peak, and the peak is boom. When the child's getting hit by the belt, he doesn't cry the first hit. Mommy, paralyzed. And then after a few hits, here comes the ball. He starts crying because that is the climax. That is the epitome. So all of you have it right. Hush Nation. There's Hush Nation. Okay, good. So scream, cry, scream, cry, yell or scream, cry, Nefer Keperet. Let me go back here. Oh, Nick Quinnox says 2 for the question. Okay, King Lamua, 727, and this, the tip I sent. A square, a white square, a spider web, sunflower, and hands. Okay, shout out to you. All right, so 2 for the question, answer. So everybody, Nick Quinnox says crying. Never get Barrett says crying. Big Vape says crying. Lisa says cry. Big Vape says cry. Nefer Keperet says cry. Nick Quinnox says crying. Lisa says cry. Anu says cry. Yell, scream. Hush Nation, cry, scream. Robert, cry. Okay, good. Beautiful, everybody. Pretty much everybody knows the same reaction. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. You can be a Christian, Muslim, Jew. You can be an atheist. You can be a Hindu. You can be in India. You can be in California. You can be in Japan. It seems like there's one anatomical reaction that is the climax for everybody when they reach their peak of sorrow, sadness, or when they're receiving pain, and that is they start to cry. Wonderful. Okay, good. Very good, everybody. Boom. And there it is. You are absolutely right. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. There it is. Yes, crying. Let me ask everybody right now. So usually you see this. The tears start to come out. And you'll notice that when the person is crying, let me come in the room and ask this question. When a person reaches this peak, they've usually passed the threshold of screaming. Have you noticed that? So the scream is the first. You get hit. That's the first one. When somebody usually gets to the state of crying, you notice in most cases, the screaming stops. The person is sitting in a state of depression, and now they're crying, and it's a weeping type sound. It's a weeping type sound. It's usually not, and they pass that, and now it's calmed down, and now they're letting out tears, and now in a lot of cases, a person may be sitting there in a depressed state, and they're crying, and sometimes it's completely silent, or sometimes it's that weeping sound. The first hit or the scream or the first reaction, what'd you say? All that seems to simmer down a little bit, or even down to a silent it's that. You ever had anybody do that? Now let me ask everybody, what is the opposite? So crying is the epitome. Now what is the opposite of sadness, everybody? Go ahead and tell me. What's the opposite of sadness? Pretty easy. Sadness, the opposite of happiness. Sadness is what? One word starts with an H, one word starts with a J. What is the opposite of sadness? There we go. Thank you, Big Vapes. We got happiness, 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 laughter, joy. There we go. And then forget Brett. Joy, laughing, happiness, and joy. There it is. There's the answer. Everybody knows happiness and joy. So the climax of sadness or pain, after you pass the scream threshold, you've reached the climax, then you start to let out tears, and now you're crying. Now, the opposite of that climax would be happiness and joy. Or for some people, they laughing. Now laughing is actually the next question. Laughing is a little bit different. Usually when you're very, very happy, the threshold of laughing disappears, if you notice that. You see when somebody cracks a joke, or when you see something funny, you're laughing. When you haven't seen your loved one in 20 years and they come off that airport, you're usually not. It's this the happiness overwhelms it. So it's happiness, but not necessarily laughing is a stage of your being stimulated or entertained. But there's a happiness when you win the lottery, when you win $2.1 million, or when your daughter is drowning and she gets saved by the lifeguard. There's a happiness that doesn't trigger laughing. But anyways, we have the answer. We have crying, we have sadness, and the opposite of sadness is happiness and joy. Wonderful, everybody. And somebody put smiling. Smiling is the next question that's asked. Smiling is coming up. Okay, good. So we good, everybody. Everybody's pretty good on point. So therefore, these emotions and these reactions seem to bypass. They seem to bypass culture. They seem to bypass race. Everybody in this room looks different. People in this room look different. Robert Williams looks nothing like Nefer Keperet. Nefer Keperet doesn't look like Angela Gates, and Angela Gates doesn't look like art by Nefer Keperet doesn't look like art by Akhenaten. Akhenaten doesn't look like Antu. So it doesn't matter if you're Hindu, Indian, whatever these illusions of race that have been created, whatever it is, it seems like everybody knows the answer. Crying, the epitome. Sadness, and the opposite is happiness. Some smiling, and others laughing. Wonderful, everybody. That's just to show that this goes beyond barrier of your genetics. This goes beyond the barrier of what you think your race is. It doesn't matter what your religion is. It doesn't matter if you're non-religious. It seems like the anatomy stays the same with every single person. Wonderful, everybody. Thanks for your contribution. Let's get back to this pod class question that has never been asked before in Earth's history. Ready, everybody? And the answer, which has never been given before in Earth's history. Support the Tutti pod class. Here we go, everybody. So boom, there it is. The opposite of sadness. You all got it right, because everybody gets it right. It's happiness. Excellent. Here we go, everybody. Yes, happiness, joy. Yet even today we have sayings and expression like this. What's this, everybody? What do we have on the screen? This person is smiling. Nice teeth, by the way. This lady is smiling, right? But there's the climax of the epitome of sadness, isn't it? The epitome of sadness results in this. Does this person look sad? This person here this looks like a great smile, but yet the epitome of the reaction of sadness seems to come with a great smile now. I go back over here to these women, and none of these people are smiling, yet the reaction that's coming from the tear duct is the same. For some reason, water is coming from the tear duct, and these people look totally serious and totally sad. They're the epitome of sadness. This person looks like the epitome of happiness, and yet here is the same reaction. Then we have songs that come out. Tears of joy. What? Tears of joy? I thought tears come when you're at the epitome of pain or sadness. So what is the explanation of now somebody is happy and the same response from the eye ducts are the same as its opposite? How do you have a reaction anatomically that is the same response of its own opposite unless there is a duality taking place that can crisscross and that can evolve into each other? That eventually can be utilized for power. Because understand this very clearly. Let me come to the screen. Sadness and happiness is subjective. There's no such thing as sadness. There's no such thing as something that makes you sad. There is no such thing as something that makes you happy. Sadness and happiness are not realities. They are subjective states depending on what your mind state is. How many people in this room used to be a Christian? Weren't you happy in church? Catching the Holy Ghost? Weren't you happy? Jesus, Jesus. Weren't you smiling? Weren't you happy? Giving the offering to the pastor, catching the ghost, Jesus, Jesus. I'm praying to Jesus, yeah. Hey. Weren't you happy? Right? Well, you were there. Weren't you happy? Is that a real thing? Now, if I put you back in the same church after all these classes, are you happy? So where's the happiness? I need to grab it and put it somewhere, put it in a bottle. I need to see it. Where's this thing called happiness? It's the same church. Huh? Is the act of rape, is that a sad thing or a happy thing? Does that actually exist? Is the act of murder, killing, the person who that happens to their daughter is sad, angry, and ready to kill the attacker. The attacker is happy when he's doing it. He's happy. Jeffrey Dahmer was happy eating black ribs. He's happy. The person getting eaten is not happy. So is it a real thing? Does it exist? Or is it a mind state that can be changed at will? Just like you changed your mind state from a good Christian who is happy, and I'll put you in that same situation, you're not happy. Thus, the same reaction though, but the same reaction can cause tears, whether you're extremely happy, or you can control water coming out of your body when you're extremely sad. The water coming out of your body is the only reality. What's taking place in your brain is the only reality. Anatomical change in the tear ducts and what takes place in the brain, frontal lobe, and the amygdala is the reality that's actually happening. The sadness and happiness is controlled by you. So does this means that you can make your body emit water at will. What? Ask Denzel. Ask Jack Nicholson. Ask Cuba Gooding. Ask Angela Bassett. None of them are sad doing the movie, but at will, real tears. Some have to put the eye drops to make it fake. Not Jack Nicholson, not Angela Bassett, not Cuba Gooding. A thought now can control a body part that seems involuntary. If I ask you right now, move your tear ducts. Huh? Move your hand. You can do it. Move your tear ducts. No? Angela Bassett can do it. She can make water come out. So just by the changing of a frequency, this is all extra. This wasn't even in the class. Just as the changing of your mental frequency, you can now control involuntary body parts that you had no control of while in a state where you're out of control. Because when you're extremely sad and you're crying, you're usually not in control. When you're so happy that tears are coming out, you're usually not in control. Angela Bassett in control, the same tears. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Ready? Let's break the matrix. Are you ready? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. Let's go, everybody. This is for NEFERTATEN. Here we go. And the other ladies in the room. Here we go. Boom. Tears of joy. Uh-oh. Here we go. So being that the same ducts in the eyes are stimulated and release fluid at the same time of extreme sadness, while simultaneously can excrete fluid at the same time of extreme joy, can all apparent mourning be sadness, or can this state of emotion, which is just a chemical reaction, be utilized for strength? And how did the matrix reverse this? Well, let me ask the class. What is the strongest time of mourning for a family or loved one? What is the strongest time of mourning? The strongest impact that can happen to you and your family, which causes everybody to cry and mourn. What can happen to you right now? Fathers, mothers, friends. What can happen to you right now that can cause the entire family to go into the same state at the same time, and nothing can happen worse? What could happen to your husband, your wife, your child right now in your household, your mother or whoever, and nothing is worse than this? They could lose an arm, they could get punched in the face, they get diagnosed with diabetes, they get diagnosed with high blood pressure, but what's the worst thing that could happen? It will put you in the most extreme state of mourning. Let me check the room. There we go. Yep. Someone passes away. That's right. Death. That's right. Transition. That's right. Someone passing away. Losing a loved one. L. Jimmy puts the sign, skull and bones, the sign of death. Absolutely. There it is, everybody. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. This is great. Here we go. So it seems like it doesn't matter the culture. Everybody seems to. My father passing. That's not going to happen. Here we go. Ready? Boom. 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 And here we are. Ready? And there they are. There's everybody in the state of solemn. See that? Yes, death of a loved one is the most crucial impact of mourning that ricochets through almost every culture. And what do you notice? Even though they are all different people, so-called different races, different religions of people, what do you all notice that they all have in common? What's in common about all these pictures here? Pretty obvious. You could type it in the room. I'm not even going to check the room. What do you all see here? It's pretty obvious. We have Christians here. Can be atheists. You got Muslims in the corner. Different kinds of people, different looks, different belief systems, but they all seem to share this one thing in common. What is that, everybody? What do they all have in common here? They all have something, seem to have something all in common for these funerals. What is that? Yep. Yep. Our by Uncle Nathan says they're in black. Antu says they're wearing black. Uncle Nathan says in black. Antu says wearing black. Our Uncle Nathan says in black. Antu says they're wearing black. NUKPU says wearing black, dressed in black, color black, wearing black. Lisa wearing black, black suits, crying in black outfits. How did the Matrix? How is this? What's happening? Let's find out, everybody. Let's go. Boom and boom. Yes, all the questions I'm asking, everybody's getting yes. Yes, the death of a loved one, they're all wearing black. Yes, they're all in black. Thus, the color of black has associated the type of the color of black is associated with tears of mourning. Yet in the ancient language reference that NEFERTATEN showed, tears, good morning were the tears and good were the same word for joy. The tears of good, the typo there, the tears of good were the same words for the tears of joy. And this is because the reverse was making the black association with mourning when it was really the color white. And this goes back to the ancient original mourner that was none other than Osset. And this is the very reason we use the word mourning for sadness, tears, today, because as you already know, if you have been to my pod classes, you will know that Osset is the most influential female that has ever existed in history and affects us even down to our language understanding of mourning, tears, and funeral services, except for it was reversed, which you will see the reason why. These two words can interpose each other is because Osset utilized the same tear ducts for motivation, because both joy and mourning were both the justifications of each other, were both the echoes of each other. And there's images of Osset. Osset, the strongest recorded woman on the planet Earth, was also known by one of her most popular titles as the Mourner. We will go to the Lamentations of Osset and Nebtet papyrus. And here we are now in the Lamentations of Osset. The Lamentations of Osset and Nebtet papyrus. Bremner Ram papyrus. The poem was derived from a longer work, Festival Songs of the Two Weepers, Mourners of the Songs of Osset and Nebtet. Typo there. What does it say here? It says, his crown pierces the sky, mingles with the, and then it's cut off. He is the leader of the NETERU, effective in word of command. The great Paut praises him. The small Paut loves him. His sister was his guard, she who drives off the foes, who stops the deeds of the disturber by the power of her utterance. The clever tongues whose speech fails not, effective in word of command, mighty Aset, who protects her brother, who sought him without wearying, who roamed the land lamenting, not resting till she found him, who made a shade with her plumage, created breath with her wings, who made it shade with her plumage, created breath with her wings, who jubilated, joined her brother, raised the weary one's inertness, means it brought him back to consciousness, received the seed, bore the air, raised the child in solitude, his abode unknown. So what did she do? She roamed around this humongous land, lamenting. So Aset, who was the most powerful female magician on the planet, was associated as a great lamenter. What does the word lamenting mean when we look it up? What does the word lamenting mean? Let's look it up and see and walk you through. Lament, back formation from Lamentations, or else from Old French lamenter. It means to moan, bewail, directly from Latin. Lamentari, to wail, moan, weep, lament. So it's dealing with wailing, moaning, weeping. So it's crying and yelling out loud, wailing. So Aset was the great one who cried out loud, lamenting and wailing. Okay? And because she was in a state of intense anxiety and fear, she was associated with the color, which represents the removal of all colors. And the opposite of life, which is the word chem, which is black, because before the matrix, black was the color of life and fertility. See the color of fear and death. In this context, for that we will go to the writings of 1990 BCE, that is called today the Shipwrecked Sailor, 1990 BC, of a military soldier of MAAT who was stranded on an island and thought he was going to die. So what did he say when he was stranded on an island and he thought he was going to die? What was said to him, actually? The being that met him said, "Behold me at your side when I was brought to the island by the surf of the sea." He said to me, do not fear, little one, do not turn white. You have reached me indeed, and has allowed you to live. So he was in fear that he was going to die, and he was told, and he was comforted by saying, no, don't think you're going to die, don't turn white. So white was the color associated with fear of death. It was the color white, not black. That is in the Shipwrecked Sailor, 1990 BC, which no Kemetic teacher that you know will read or teach you from, because that is an amazing story of a being that would not be described as a hominid, human, interacting with a military soldier as he's stranded on an island, and your Kemetic teacher will never read from that story. And there's reasons why. So boom, we see white was associated with fear and death, and thus right after he was told not to turn white, the solution was he was told he was allowed to live. Thus the white and the live are the opposites. Thus life was the opposite of white, and white was the fear of death, also seen here associated with mourning. In the Iperu papyrus, mourning is in sadness, going as far back as 1850 BC. So now we're going to go back to the Iperu papyrus. And here's the Iperu papyrus, which is located in the Dutch National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden, Netherlands, 1850 BC. Here's the Iperu papyrus, and it states, "Verily, every face goes down white with fear. What's the white associated with? Fear. What else is it associated with? A man of integrity goes mourning for what has happened in the land. But a man of depravity goes about in glee. So mourning is associated with the color white and fear. Now, just for clarification, the reason why it says a man of integrity goes mourning is because this is a story of order abkeo. It's a juxtapositioning of opposites beside each other. And what would happen if Kemet or Tamaray was turned upside down? What if everything was in its opposites? So the man of integrity wouldn't be going out mourning. Now the man of integrity is sad, and the man of depravity, he goes about happy. But at any rate, the word white and fear and mourning are all associated with each other. All right? Let's continue. And along the Nile in Ma'at, mourning was so empowering that there were professional mourners. There were actually professional mourners. That is how serious the subject of mourning was. To echo the state of mourning was to echo the state of the greatest woman on the planet, who is Aset. And what color were the mourners portrayed as? The professional mourners. There is Tutu beside Annie, who's in the position of Asar, white. Here are the professional mourners. Here they are. Let's shrink it down a little bit. Coming straight out of the Per Emharu. And what are they? All white. All pale. These are the professional mourners who were taking the position of Aset. Now all pale. Boom. White, not black at the funeral. These were the professional mourners who would wear the appropriate garments all the way down to, with makeup painted as tears. This is how important mourning and tears were to the followers of Ma'at. And this coincides with, I heard Nani Aset Mer on here earlier telling the sisters to dress in white because this is a form of a transitioning. That is exactly right. These are the professional mourners who represented the transitioning of Asar and the mourning of Aset and the fear she was in, and thus they are all dressed in garments of white, and they're actually shown white, and these are tears painted on. The tears are painted on, makeuped on. So these are the professional mourners. So the white is a thing of transition. Interesting you said that, Nana. That's what the class is about. So there they are, the professional mourners in white, shown as white with white's pale skin, and shown with tears that are actually painted on. Those are the professional mourners. That's how serious mourning, the art of mourning, was in Tamaray with Ma'at. This mourning was reenacting the evolution of fear, resulting in mourning of the killing of Asar by his brother, and transforming that exact same energy force of mourning into the productive force. So let's go back to the beginning. This mourning was reenacting the evolution of fear, resulting in mourning of the killing of Asar by his brother, and transforming that exact same energy force of mourning into the productive force of life. Here we will see the title of those who killed Asar. So here we are. Okay, so we're actually going to start right here. When Asar came again, Typhoon with his set plotted with 72 comrades. There's your number 72. 72 comrades, and with also the queen of Ethiopia, to slay him, and secretly got the measurements of the body of Osiris and made ready a fair chest, which was brought into the banqueting hall when Osiris was present together with the other guests. By a ruse, Osiris was inducted to lie in the chest, which was immediately closed by Set and his fellow conspirators. These were the fiends of Set, also called the conspirators. All right, who conveyed it to the Taniatic mouth of the Nile. And that's why you have libations today. These things happened on the 17th day of, and it gets cut off there. So they're called the conspirators, the fiends of Set. So yes, the quote unquote the conspirators. Guess what the Meta word for conspirators also translates to? What's the Meta word for conspirators? What's this? This is my finger here with my dictionary open with the picture I took. It is Iitaitu, which is what? Those who conspire. Iichech, paleness of the face. So the word for conspiring, conspirators, which was the title of those who followed Set, who conspired against a star, they were called the pale ones, white in the face, pale in the face, because what? They were conspiring to kill. So white was associated with death, conspiring in the death of the star, and the lamentation sadness of Aset, and the imitation echo of Aset through the professional mourners who dressed in white, were drawn as white, and had painted on tears to imitate the story of the conspirators, which were the Ayach, which is the word for white. Those were the killers. All right. Boom. The conspirators of Set were the pale ones, those who killed the Sar, because the color white was associated with death to this day, still in the West African Hoodoo, Ifa religions, and in the South American, what is that day called? Day of the Death. What is it called? And the Day of the Dead. And what do they wear? What colors do they wear on their face? And they wear white. So you see the Houdan when they're calling the dead ancestors. You see them wearing white. When you see the Mexicans on the Day of the Dead, they have white on their face because it goes back to the ancient story of white symbolizing death, not black. White symbolizing death, though it symbolizes the mourners. A very serious thing because the word white was the same word for the conspirators who were doing the killing. All right, so here it is. How does mourning or tears empower? Is there a modern scientific rediscovery that is just rediscovering what the ancient NETERU knew? Can fluid that comes out of the tear ducts empower you? Being that it is the physical sign of two polarities, the strongest of mourning emotion and the strongest climax of happiness. Is it possible? Is it rediscovered by science today? Being that there are just two polarities of the same thing, the strongest climax of emotion of sadness and the strongest climax of emotion of happiness, can controlling it cause an empowerment? And is it scientifically backed today? Well, for that, everybody, to get into the science aspect and that which has never been covered before, you know what time it is. It's time to get into let me turn this all the way down. See overdrive. Yep. So why is this polarity in the ancient writings associated with the female more than the male? The extreme tears of mourning / pain of the female's attachment to her male, while simultaneously the extreme tears of joy, attachment, connection to the happiness of her male, culminating in her anatomy as magical power. And this is because throughout evolution, only the female's anatomy is composed from these two apparent polarity opposites, which are really the same. as I have taught you before, seen through something unique in the female, is what's called the PAG, that's a type of the PAG periaqueductal gray. A unique part of anatomy in the female that is active during biological imperative, PAG periaqueductal gray, combining, that is what's in the female uniquely that combines the polarities. Let's find out. Ready? So here it is, everybody, that I've taught you before. Here's the PAG periaqueductal gray, and how does it combine the polarities in the brain? In woman, a major deactivation of anxiety and alertness, even to the point of unconsciousness. That's in a state of orgasm, in the highest climax of biological imperative. In women, the PAG periaqueductal gray is activated as a pain suppressant, and it contains what's called oxytocin receptors connected to the orbital frontal cortex, is activated by pleasant visual, tactile, and olfactory stimuli, maternal connective qualities. Why women latch on and are more emotionally connected, oxytocin is what is injected to induce contractions during labor. So thus, because the PAG periaqueductal gray is a pain suppressant, and oxytocin actually creates a meshing or bonding quality, the woman has learned through evolution to suppress pain while at the same time meshing it with pleasure. That is what takes place uniquely in a woman during sexual activity. That is why I've explained before, is why when you discuss things such as hair pulling, spanking of the butt during sex, all of those activities and actions, you find more with the women. You're never amongst your brothers. I don't know, fellas, but you're never amongst the brothers. And you're talking about, oh man, the sex was good. She was pulling my hair and slapping me on my butt. These are things that women say, things like grabbing of the neck or choking or the pulling of hair, slapping of the butt, are things that appear to be violent because it comes from an evolutionary stage of violence before modern emotion was attached to sexuality. It is the way that animals would manifest their biological imperative. So thus the woman had to evolve PAG periaqueductal gray as a pain suppressant during sex. So thus that which is painful now merges into that which is joyous. Boom. The female is anatomically designed to combine the emotions of joy and pain during the only act capable on earth of biological imperative and reproducing another human being, another child. That's where the two juxtapositions merge. Well, am I off again? What happened now? Hey, Anu, am I off? Okay, thank you. Let me go back to thank you. What's that piece? Let me go back, everybody. The screen share is not on. Let me go back. Thank you, Anu. Appreciate that. Let's go back. Here we go. Boom. So the screen share came on. It's supposed to come on right after this. So there it is right there. Boom. Now we're into the Tehuti overdrive. And you see the type of writing changes now into the gold writing. Here we go, everybody. So back to it. So here it is. This is why the polarity in the ancient writings is more associated with the female than the male. Let me see if I'm sharing still. It seems weird. Okay, we go. So this is why in the ancient writings that polarity of pain and joy is associated more with the female than the male, and the extreme tears of mourning, pain of the female's attachment to her male, while simultaneously the extreme tears of joy, attachment, connection to happiness of her male culminating in her anatomy as magical power. And this is because throughout evolution, only the female's anatomy is composed from these two apparent polar opposites, which are really the same, as I've taught you before, seen through something unique in the female's anatomy, called the periaqueductal gray. And the periaqueductal gray located in this part of the brain, again, when she's having an orgasm in women, is a major deactivation of anxiety and alertness, even to the point of unconsciousness. One of the reasons why you're having intimacy, the eyes seem to roll back. In women, the periaqueductal gray is an activated pain suppressant. It contains oxytocin receptors connected to the orbital frontal cortex and is activated by pleasant visual, tactile, and olfactory stimuli. Maternal connective qualities why women latch on and are more emotionally connected. Oxytocin is what is injected to induce contractions during labor. And because of this pain suppressant that merges into pleasure, this is why things like biting, hair pulling, butt slapping, and things like that are more associated with the female than the male. Even the facial expressions are similar. So boom, the female anatomically is designed to combine the emotions of joy and pain during the only act capable on earth of biological imperative, which comes through reproducing another physical being, her child. If you look at your own woman while you are being intimate, if you look at your own woman while you are being intimate and sexual, especially at orgasm, you will witness the manifestation and expression of the two polarities in facial expression being inseparable, because the female is the incarnation manifest within her anatomy of creation of joy and pain. When you look at this woman, she seems to be having sex and intimate, but the face on her, if I were just to cut out the rest of the scene and just show you the face, you think she's being punished, or you think something is sad, or she lost her child, because the facial expressions are the same, because she's the incarnation of joy and pain in one, which is why in the NETERU the words are the same, ah. And there is a specific anatomical reason for this that makes her specifically a female embodiment of the aha, the joy and the mourner. And the interior cortex is activated within the female through the act of creation and biological imperative. The anterior cortex. Here's the anterior cortex, and the cingulate cortex light up. It lights up in response to pleasure and pain. These areas light up in response to pleasure and pain and merges them. She is the embodiment of the aha. She's the embodiment of both, and she's the embodiment of tears of joy and tears of sadness incarnate, which can be utilized for power, which is what I said did. Here we go. The female's body releases oxytocin. Bonding, a bonding bond, which equals Marie. The word Marie, which is one of Aset's name, is the word for drawing something towards you. You draw things towards you that you want to bond with. Marie's name is the manifestation of the effects of oxytocin, which is love. That's what the word love means. Love, lust, lascivious, and all these words, the same word. It is to draw something towards you, because you want to have sex with it, be with it, build with the family with it, so you want to bond. It is the oxytocin in the woman, of which she has working more, and she has more activation of the periaqueductal gray. And crying is another orgasm of self-healing. So crying becomes an orgasm of self-healing, bonding, and love energy. Sometimes during intimacy and sexuality, some women actually cry. They actually cry during sexual encounters if they feel really close to the male individual. The same act they would do if they lost their child, and the same act they would do if their child was lost for 15 years and they found their child. The same exact tear ducts are being activated. It is a release and an orgasm, which causes what's called regulation and self-healing and bonding love. So it's this crying, whether it is pain, emotional, or joy, empowering, and is it beneficial, which was what Nefertaten's question was. And now that you understand all that, yes, all that to say yes, you can have what you can have. Yes, you can have two different emotions in response to a single cause. This is called dimorphias. So dimorphias expression is two different emotions in a single cause called dimorphous expression. Dimorphous expression can help you regulate your emotions so that they don't overwhelm you. When the lack of release of either the tears or the pain of joy is suppressed, this results in what's called repressive coping and results in somatic disease. So again, two different emotions that appear to be polar opposites can respond the same, in this case, to the same single cause and have the same results in the anterior cortex of the brain lighting up with pain and joy, and thus resulting physically with the tear ducts being activated, which is actually regulating and cleansing. Because what are tear ducts doing? You know what tear ducts are doing? They're crying for you all day because there's basal tears. There's different types of tears that take place. So your body is actually crying all day. And if it didn't cry all day, not the emotional crying, but if it didn't cry all day, you would go blind. That is actually what's keeping your eyes lubricated so that you can move them around. And that's why we constantly are blinking and use eye drops that they call tears. Because it is actually regulating the body, and the final crying, which is the climax, is an orgasm. That's what the orgasm, that is one particular orgasm. And the female can experience it in the sexual orgasm and the crying orgasm simultaneously at the same time through the periaqueductal, and thus combining it. And of course, the process of how to do it is that's one-on-one, but can combine it and then direct that energy, because the energy through oxytocin is causing her to bond, which is drawing things closer to her. These are attributes distinct to the female that the male doesn't have. She's the Marie. The Marie is the oxytocin manifest. Repressive coping is the opposite, which causes somatic disease. So thus, if repressive coping, which is the holding back of the tears, causes somatic disease, then the tears are there to help heal the somatic disease, which we're going to find out in the National Library of Medicine, that this actually becomes a medicine if utilized properly. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. If you're getting this anywhere else, please put the timestamp, YouTube, book, page number, paragraph, whatever it is you see in any conscious talk, community, black talk, whatever it is you're thinking, just put the book, whatever. But if not, please support what you're seeing for the very first time in your life. If this is not the first time in your life, if you're watching this and this is not the first time in your life, then all you have to do is come into the chat and say, this is not the first time. This teacher taught this right here. Here's the timestamp, book, page number. She taught about the periaqueductal gray, and I said in the Marie, and all this was taught before. But if you've never heard this before in your life, and it's not helping you understand with coping and the understanding of the power of the crying and why women seem to do it more than men, then please support, like my AI moderator is asking, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, because Nathan's Hot Dogs doesn't have to do all of this for you to support it. You've never even talked to Nathan. He doesn't teach you anything. But you're buying it up. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's get to this immortality and away from the death aspect and the sadness aspect. Now it's transitioning from apparent sadness to empowerment. Because sadness and happiness doesn't necessarily exist. It is something you can control, and if you can control it, then you can control the regulation of the tear duct. And you can have better control over your periaqueductal gray, the oxytocin, and how you utilize it, and who you can connect to, and how that connective energy can cause healing within you and others. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Here we go, everybody. Boom! Here we go. Ready? Okay, so yes, You can have two different emotions in response to a single cause. This is called dimorphous expression. Dimorphous expressions can help you regulate your emotions so that they don't overwhelm you when the lack of release of either the tears of pain or joy, both the is suppressed. This results in repressive coping and results in somatic disease. Let me take you to the National Library of Medicine, November 14th, 2011. Are you ready? National Library of Medicine, November 14th, 2011. What does it say? The cost of repression, a meta-analysis on the relation between the repressive coping and somatic disease. Results. The results of the meta-analysis indicate a higher risk of repressive copers to suffer from one of the investigated diseases, especially cancer. Cancer. 95%. Confidence interval. Hypertension, confidence interval. After application of the continuity correction due to the missing control group, the results for coronary heart disease imply an increased risk of non-repressors to be affected. Results for cardiovascular disease in general, heart attack, asthma did not reach significance. Whoa. Boom. So the benefits of tears: controlled mourning, the release of tears lessens the coronary heart disease, hypertension, cardiovascular disease in general, and heart attacks, and release of tears is also the homeostatic processes of mood regulation. It promotes empathy and pro-social behavior, including stimulation of caregiving and protective responses from others, facilitates social bonding, and reduces interpersonal aggression. The oxytocin release is found to decrease the amygdala activity in response to the threatening social stimuli. This is a study done by Lapouche et al. In 2010 to increase calmness and general sense of well-being, and to decrease anxiety and cortisol levels during socially stressful events. Oxytocin release through tears is also closely involved in the regulation of PNS, PNS activity, study done by Snowden and Zeiger 2004. In this regard, possible that the parasympathetic nervous system, by the way, that's the PNS, the parasympathetic nervous system activation, in its turn triggers the release of oxytocin with its well-known stress-relieving effects. That's what the tears do. Both of them. So with all these associated benefits, we can see the empowering anatomical effect of the A, and why the same word applies to both attributes. It produces, whether it is tears of pain, grief, or tears, cries of joy, they both benefit the same anatomical response through the body and brain, and empowerment, and through regulation of calmness and decreased anxiety and cortisol levels, which helps one make better decisions after the calming effect takes place. And that is why usually when someone goes through the most violent aspect, it starts with the screaming and all of that, and the hitting, or when they find out their son is something happens, there's yelling and usually when they're crying, there's a thing called weeping. They get to a state of weeping, sulking, weeping. You don't really hear much noise. It seems like during the crying, there's a calmness that actually takes place. When someone is weeping, they're not, it says, it's more of a quiet thing. The extreme sadness is there, but you'll notice they're no longer screaming anymore, because the orgasm of crying regulates the PNS system. Welcome to the Tehuti class. And regulates cortisol. It actually regulates the stress. So even though it is the climax of the pain and sadness, it actually calms down the pain and sadness simultaneously through working with the PNS. And thus, the ancient ones knew, and thus the words for joy and pain were the same word. Yes, we knew this over 4,000, 3,000 plus years ago. We already knew this. The word ah is the pain, the grief, the misery, but the word ah is a complete climax of happiness when you're in cries of joy. Same cries though. We always knew this. Which increases especially in women's ability to bond in love, which was our set's actual name, Mary, which meant love. A word that meant to draw forth and attract. This, of course, is still done through discipline and self-control, not wild, uncontrollable crying, not the wild where you're flinging things like controlled. To control and discipline, control your emotions through discipline and direction of this energy, in which Aset did, which created channels for healing and family building and protection. That's what Aset turned it into. The lamenter. She was the great lamenter, using the Ah principle and the oxytocin and the periaqueductal gray, the amygdala part of the brain, and the anterior cortex activation, everything that applies to tears and transforming it into a productive aspect of magic, because the same tears for the sadness, that part of the brain is activated when you're producing a baby. Thus the professional mourners, aha, which evolved joyful, with the aha, which evolved to joyful after Asar was resurrected. They stayed the aha. In the state of the search for Asar and the news that Asar is dead, there's the tears of mourning. Then there's the after resurrection when Asar is resurrected. Then there's the cries of joy. The same tear duct, the same anterior cortex activation with the pain and joy aspects, neurons activated, the same periaqueductal. That's why it stays the same word. Now another specific question asked by Nefertataten. I can end right here. Can I end? I can. Wait, let me see if I can end. I can end here, right? Did I answer yet? I think I answered. But no, there's another question to answer. There's another question asked by Nefertataten. Inside of the question at the end, there's another one. Do you all remember? Not just about the crying, but there's another one asked. So even though we're at 1 hour and 8 minutes, there's another one. That's why Atef said it doesn't matter how many questions Tehuti says of the pathways that he answered in the pod class. You can add 8 or more to that, because there's multiple questions inside the questions that's being answered. Here's another question asked by Nefertataten. Oh yes. Ready? Boom, 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 and boom. Ready, here we go. Who's that? Who? Okay, so here's the next question. How, if at all, does the Matrix weaponize mourning against us as a spell to greet one another? So, did the Matrix take the powerful aspect of Aset's mourning? Huh?
What's that? I feel like I saw something. Oh,
Hold on, one moment, everybody. One moment. Oh, yeah. Okay. TT's one of the animals. TT's one of the creatures that escaped. Okay. So did the Matrix take the powerful aspect of Aset's mourning for Asar Marie? Aset Marie was her name, and the Marie she had for Asar, and weaponized it, being that it sounds like we are saying this word over and over again that is applied to the sadness as the first thing we say in the morning. Let me come to the stream. Has anybody in the room ever noticed or ever been told by some other teacher somewhere that, hey, the good morning has the word mourning or sadness in your mind? I'm going to give you a minute to answer. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Hold on. Boom, I'm back. Here we go. Okay, so Art by Uncle says it's a spell. That's why I say grand rising. You notice that a lot of people in the conscious world or whatever people call themselves, they do say that. You ever notice that, everybody? A lot of people, when they come to a certain awakening, they don't say good morning anymore. They say grand rising. But has anybody ever shown you what the connection is? Because when you look up the word morning, MORNING, it's not spelled the same. It seems to be a U in one of them. You're going to learn this here for the first time in your entire life. August 31st, 2024. Hush says, I just say big up. How can you have a good morning? Look, says, yes, I stopped saying good morning. Menkura, somewhat dominatrix. All right, so good morning, right? Let's get to it. You ready, everybody? Welcome to Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Here we go. There we go. Boom and boom. Here we go, everybody. You're going to find it for the first time. Mark this day. Get your pen and pads out. Get your information savers out and support the Tehuti podcast. Well, let me show you the word and the origin of morning. That does sound coincidentally like mourning. So here's the word mourning. You know, the sad one. Feeling of expression, sorrow, sadness, grief. That matches. Okay, that makes sense. That's how we all use the word, right? It's complaint, grief, lamenting. There's lamenting. Okay, seems to match. They all match. Customary dress or garment worn by mourners. It seems to all match. It's all do with sadness. That's how everybody uses this word, mourning. That's the MOURNING, right? Okay. And here is where the psyops will be revealed to you for the first time. And here is where the psyops will be revealed to you for the first time here at the Tehuti pod class. Now, Aset was the Mer. It was the Netert, that was the protector of the dead, Asar. As we have read twice, she was anxious and fast-moving, one in sorrow and grief. Through the bushes, thus her name Os, which means to move fast, speedy, hastiness. The speedy one. Yet she was very careful. She was very speedy, but she was very aware and careful. She wasn't recklessly speedy. She was very careful, but she was not discovered by Set. Her job was to remember Asar, bring back his members, put his members back together, and anxiously revive his consciousness from the dead. That's why in the pyramid text, for those who read, I know most of the people in the nobody in the conscious community teaches the pyramid text, actually teaches it and applies it, but it constantly says, Aset, hurry, hurry. Neptet, hurry, hurry. It's always hurry, hurry. They're very anxious. They want to do this with speed, but yet they have to be so careful. That's why she got the name Os. The word Os means to be very speedy. All right? Hurry, hurry in the pyramid text. So she was her goal was to anxiously bring his members back together, put his members back together, whose job was to remember Asar, put his members back together and anxiously revive his consciousness from the dead. What if I told you that the Freemasons put all of this, the architects of the Matrix, put all of this in the word mourning with these apparent random definitions that you never use in any conversation definition? Now, when you go to the word mourning, none of that is there. When you go to this definition of mourning, you see it's just sadness, grief. We all use this. We've all used the word mourning. We've all used it for expression of sorrow, sadness, grief, lamenting, complaint, grief, right? What if all these attributes were actually in the definition of mourning? What if Aset, the protector of the dead, she's moving fast and anxious in a state of sorrow and grief through the bushes, thus she got the name Os, the speedy one. Yet she was very careful that she was not discovered by Set. Her job, whose job was to remember Asar, put his members back together, and anxiously revive his consciousness from the dead. What if I told you that the Freemasons, or the creators of the Matrix, put all of this in the word mourning with these apparent random definitions that have nothing to do with each other, that you in the room and who's watching never use any of these definitions for the word mourning, yet all these definitions are in there. Are you ready? Let me break the matrix. That is what we do here. Are you ready? Here's the definition of mourning when we scroll down further. Mourn. We click on mourn. What do we see here? What is this? Mourn. There's a sorrow, grief, regret, yes, but now it's to be anxious, to be careful, To be anxious, to be careful. Remember, anxious, careful. From the PEI, which is any language before the Indo-European, which is usually Medu-Neter and any cuneiform or any form of Phoenician, is what they call PEI. Look at the word from mer, M-E-R, to remember. Mer, which is to die, The definition of mourn has the word, it has being anxious in there, being careful, to remember, sorrow, grief, and also is to die. All this is in the word mourn. Have any of you ever used these definitions ever? Show me a video. Show me you're on Instagram. Show me on Facebook where you've used the word mourning to be careful and anxious. Hey man, you'll be mourning instead of being careful. You say, hey, you better be mourning out there. Whenever is anybody watching this podcast right now ever use the word mourn for careful and anxious? Remember, listen, you better mourn. Remember, be careful, anxious, and the word itself also means to die. The word itself does mean to die. Yes, it is, because the mer that came from Aset, it took to make the most popular word for die. It's the most popular word when somebody unlikes somebody else. She rolled, she rolled. Huh? What's that word? That's the myrrh. That's the myrrh. It actually also means to die, and to be careful, and to be anxious. And you've never used that in any sentence in your entire life. That's all in there. Because the architects of the Matrix knew what they were doing when they put the word together. Here we go, everybody. Boom. You ready? There it is. Boom. Why are those words there in mourning? There is your myrrh, which is Astet, who was in sorrow, grief, who was anxious, but moved very carefully, who remembered Astar, brought his consciousness, memory back, and they even take Astet's name, myrrh, and give it both meanings from the story, die and remember. Now it means both, die and remember. You all have used this word mourning thousands of times, and you have never used it for anxious and careful. And you've never used it for the word die. You're the one that's supposed to be doing the mourning. Yeah, they're telling you the word mourning itself means die. Oh man, this is a horrible day. My uncle, he got mourned. Yeah, but he got mourned? That means he got killed? Oh man, you better shut up before I mourn you. Now the word mourn itself means to die, and it means to be anxious. All the things in the Aset story, from creating the word murder, which was the action of Set and the conspirators. Now let me show you mourning. Oh, Tehuti, you're making it up. Mourning has nothing. There's no subconscious weaponizing in the word mourning. What is mourning? You want to see the Freemasons and them knew the story? Here it is. It says first part of the day. Cool. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. It is the first part of the day, right? A contradiction. What do you mean a contradiction? Contradiction from mid 13th century. Contradiction from mourn, more even. See mourn suffix ing. Pattern of evening. Originally a time just before sunrise. Huh? Morning is before the sunrise now. This is interesting, isn't it? It is a measure of the day, and it's a definition. In the definition, it says in the definition there's a contradiction because it's from the word more Iwin. Iwin is a W, also called a W, double V, because it's two V, so it's not just it's Iwin. It's even. Iwin is where the word evening comes from. Even, evening, nighttime. It's more evening, which is evening. In other words, a time when it is dark. The definition said originally before the contradiction. It was before the sunrise. So originally morning was a measurement of time of the day when it was dark. They never told you that, did they? Huh? Morning? Huh? Do you all use morning to describe the darkness? Or is morning when the sun rises? Morning when the day begins when the sun rises? Or is the definition of morning is the dark time? When you say, oh, good morning, rise and shine. Yeah, I can rise and shine, man. It's still dark out. What do you mean? The morning is when the sun is supposed to rise. That's the beginning of a new day, and that's the morning time. The nighttime, when it was more evening. The time before the sunrise. A measurement of time when it was still dark out. That was the definition. Where did that come from? How did morning be the time before the sunrise? So if morning is the time before the sunrise, what is it called when the sun rises? Good. Have a good one. Morning happened before I woke up. It was still dark out. That's the morning. So now the sun's rising and I'm rising up with it. The sun's rising. You can't wake up and look outside as daytime and look at your wife and say good morning. No, morning was when it was dark in the 13th century. It was from morning was the same word as evening. Is evening and morning the same day? If you're into the Bible. And evening and morning was the same day. Huh? What happened? Is that what it is to you in your regular conversations? When you say good evening to somebody, you're saying good morning because morning is for more evening. That's why it says the definition became a contradiction, because the definition was for when it was dark out. Where did that concept come from? Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I'm going to show you where that came from. Right back to the Aset and Heru story. Are you ready? Told for the first time, August 31st, 2024. Ready? Let's go. Oh man, this is more than I thought. Is it sharing? Yep, here it is. There was a time when it was dark. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Boom. Let me introduce you to the MAAT water clock. This was the clock used at a time when it was dark, because you couldn't use the sundial at the nighttime. So you got to ask your teacher, and so how do we tell time at night? They say 12 hours of the day, 12 hours a night. They used the ancient sundial. That was the first clock. Wait, the sundial doesn't work at night. They used what's called the Merk. It was a water clock, now found in the Egyptian Museum, number JE37525. Okay? This is called the Merk. The Merk, or sometimes it's feminized, which means it's producing something, the Merket. This was the measure of time. The measure of time before the sun rose. It was called the Merk. Okay? This is the Merk. It was the pre-matrix clock that read time before sunrise. It was also tied into the story, the same story of the Mer and Aset and the lamenting being attributed to her son's eye. When the sun comes over the horizon in the morning, it's called peaking. They say the sun is peaking because it's looking, because in ancient times the sun was associated with an eye, because associated with the twinkling of an eye. The twinkling of an eye was the twinkling of the sun and the twinkling that it causes over the horizon when you're watching it over water. And it's a twinkling of an eye. Something happens so fast, but you're watching it happen in the morning time when the sun rises, and that was the eye of Heru, the left eye, which was the moon's eye. The moon's eye, which was a reflection of the sun because it was the light in the nighttime when they were telling time by the Merk clock. And then the eye would rise, the other eye would rise, which was the morning eye, the one that peaks over the horizon. That is also the eye of Heru, Heru Harakuti. Here it is right here, boom. Here's the Merk, Merket, Maruk or Merk, see? Measure, the same thing as the clock, the left eye, AE, the moon. Because the moon is the light in the nighttime. This is the measure of time at the nighttime. It's called the Merk, measure of the day. This is the Merk water clock. The Merk. Okay. Nice. Oh yes, of course, back to mourning. Well, you will find out its true definition. You're going to find out now the true root definition of the word mourning here. So, oh yes, of course, back to mourning, where you will find out its true definition for the first time in history here and only here at the Tehuti podcast, August 31st, 2024. Let me show you the mourning. And remember, we've already established that the word mourning was the measurement of the time originally when it was dark, before the sunrise. Just as the Merk clock, this is the Merk, what tells time before the sunrise. So let's look at the word mourning. Are you ready for the first time in your life? Want to see what mourning means? Okay, so mourning, we know the first time of the day. There's a contradiction in the 13th century because it's a pattern of evening, just before the sunrise. That's when it's dark. Let's go to the root of it. Mourn. We'll go down here, down here. What does it say? From the PEI, Merk. Mourn, the measurement of time before the sunrise when it was dark, from PEI, because they never tell you what the language is. They say PEI. PEI means proto. It means before the Indian and before the European. It doesn't tell you what the language is. Proto just means before. So before the Indian language and before the European language, the word that described telling time before the sunrise was Merk, and then became Mer. What is it? Blink. twinkle. The twinkling of an eye. Murk. That which tells time before the sun rises. Your morning, which was the eye of Heru, Aset's son, that she was fighting, set for. All the stories of Asar and Aset right there in your English. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Morning from Merck. The measurement of the time of day before the sunrise. The twinkling and the blinking of an eye. Let's continue, shall we? Yeah, we shall. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. NEFERTATEN. Let's go. Morning from Merck. Blink. Twinkle. A time before the sunrise. The time measurer before the sunrise. Merck. Measure of time. The eye. Left eye of Heru. Merck. Warning from Merck. Blink of an eye. Boom! A nighttime measurement of the day. The blink, twinkle of an eye. From an ancient word, Merck, attributed to Heru, the son of Aset. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. This is a lot. Let's go. Huh? Let us continue to unravel the matrix for you. Let us do that. Ready? And back to good morning. When you click on the mer that they say is the root of, that they say is the root, mer, merk, mer, blink, twinkle. When you click on it, what do you see? Mer, to die, creating these words. Immortality, morbid, mortal, murder, mortuary, mortified, remorse. Boom, right back to murder. The exact same root as mourning, what Aset was doing for the murder of Asar, the god, good, of the morning, until he rose as the sun does to begin the day. That's why when you click on the root of morning, this morning, goes back to mer. And when you click on the root of morning, there's the mer again. Same word. From the same word. Same thing. Boom. Let me ask the class, how many weekdays are there? Not a hard question. In this calendar, are there 8, 5, 10? People say the Corinthians had 10. How many weekdays are there on the calendar? Go ahead and type it in. Yep, mortgage. It means to engage in debt. How many weekdays are there, everybody? I call them strings, but there is 8. I'm not sure if that's what I'm asking. Is it the week? How many? Okay. we're getting all kind of answers. Are we all in the same culture? Are we all in the same country? How's there different answers to this question? Are we everybody using the same calendar? I gotta check my calendar. Y'all using? I see different. How are there different answers to this question? I see 5. The rest it says 5, and 2 says 7. Robert Williams says 7. Booth says 7. Is everybody in America here? Yeah. Is this how confusing the matrix is? That we don't even know how many. Somebody could come from another culture and ask us a simple question. Oh, I call them Strong's 8. Is that for the weekdays? So somebody can say, how many weekdays are there? And we're getting different answers? We're getting 7, we're getting 5? Are we all going by the same calendar? But this is what the matrix does to your mind. Something as simple as that. You could actually have different answers to. How many weekdays are there? What's happening? Okay. Let me walk you through the matrix of how this makes no sense to your brain. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We got different answers here. Same calendar, different answers. The world of this chaos. Here we go. Ready? How many weekdays are there? And here is where the subconscious chaos of the matrix that does not make sense, yet you must accept it. It's causing neurological disorder. When something doesn't make sense and you accept it, that causes neurological disorder. And it breaks down critical thinking, putting you in a state of hypnosis. Saying that's blue, well, let's call it white. The 2 days at the bottom are not considered weekdays. Notice the word changes at the end. The word day is not there anymore. What happened to the word day? Let me shrink this down. What's happening? These are days, right? They're not days anymore. What's happening? On the calendar here, days of the week. Weekdays. Now these two, the word day is gone. But I see it right there. I know I see it. I see it. It says Saturday. I'm going crazy. Wait a minute. Why is the word day taken off? Imagine a 5-year-old asking you that. Mommy, how many days of the week are there? There's 5. What are the names of them? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Those are the days of the week, Mommy? Mommy, help me. So what the one Saturday night. We're Saturday nights. Saturday eve, sun nights. Wait, Mommy, Saturday's not a day in the week? No, it's not a... Well, how many days are in the week? What? Mommy! Go to school. That's it. Go to school, get your A's. There's 5 days of the week. Wait, no, there's 7 days of the week. Wait, Saturday's a day. No, it's not. It's an end. It's not a day. I know it's not a day. It's an end. But it's a Saturday, Mommy. I was told there's 7 days in the week. So isn't Saturday a weekday? No, it's not in the week anymore. And Mommy, help me. Explain that to your children. Huh? It doesn't make sense and you can't explain it, but you have to accept it and live your life on it as if it makes sense. There's no complaints. But yet Saturday, 5 of them are called weekdays. Saturday has the word day in it, but it's not a weekday because it's now an end. The end of what? What's Saturday the end of? It can't be the end because Sunday is also the end. I thought Sunday was the end. Wait, both days are the end? I go through a whole 24-hour period and I wake up the next day, we're at the end again? Where it's 2 ends. It's 2 ends, but there's still days. No, it's a weekend. They're days. And your brain accepts it, and you go through neurological damage because you're accepting fantasy, things that don't make sense, but you're living in things that don't make sense. No complaints, and you try to justify it, but you can't justify it. Why is the word end added to that? But it has the word day still in it. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Let's see how they weaponize it. Let's see how the matrix works in your brain that you accept that doesn't make sense, and then pass it on to your children. Get straight A's. Here we go. Boom. So here it is. So the word end, 2 days at the bottom are not considered weekdays. Notice the word changes at the end. It's the end. The word day is not there anymore. How come? I see it there, Saturday, but it's not there anymore. What's going on, man? Boom. The word end applies to Saturday and Sunday, but the day is removed. Let me ask you, what is the first day of the week? What's the first day of the week, everybody? I know we have to have that. We have to be in the same country. Are we in the same country? What's the first day in the week? What's the first day? Big vapes. Art by Unkanatan, harass dead. Where's Nefer Keperet? Where's everybody? Where's Annie in here? Where's Menkora? Where's the Tap? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? What's the first day of the week? Sunday. Here we go. Sunday. Eric, okay. Sunday. We got it now. We're all in tune. Now it makes sense, right? Anu says Sunday. Art by Unkanatan says Sunday. Big Vape says Sunday. Angela Gay says another calendar. So here we are again. Here we are. What type of society is this where we all have the same calendar, but if somebody came from, if an Aztec, if an Aboriginal came from Australia trying to learn the culture, and he says, how many days of the week are there? 7. How many weekdays? Some people in the same culture say 5, like as if it's an opinion. It's an opinion? Some people say, I think it's 5. To me, it's 5. To me, 5. I think, no, to me it's 7. To me it's 9. I'm gonna say 9. This is opinionated. The days of the week are opinionated. One calendar, but we all have, that's my opinion, you have yours. I say it's 5 days. What's the first day of the week? Sunday. Now, my opinion is Monday. I think do Tuesday then. I say Tuesday. Why? Because I go to work Tuesday. I start working my shift as the way to Tuesday. So Tuesday. Wait, my school, I go to college on the first day. My college is Wednesday and Thursday. My first day of the week, Wednesday. What is the first day of the week? Is there different answers? It's an opinion. This is how matrix and chaos our brains are. That something is factual as a calendar that's ready. We have a calendar. Somebody screenshot their calendar. We have a calendar in front of us. It's the same calendar. But some of us say there's 5 days of the week. 5 days of the weekdays. The calendar is Sunday. No, the calendar is Monday. It's the same calendar we're all staring at. Are it different calendars? Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. And that's why you're crazy. That's why everybody's crazy. And that's why we can't think right, because your whole life you've been designed to accept things that don't make sense. Angela Gates says pure confusion. It is. It's pure confusion. Here we go, everybody. 5 days of the week. The weekend, not a day anymore. It's a weekend, but it's a weekday because it's 7 days of the week. Sunday's the first day of the week, and the Monday, I think it's a Tuesday. Here we go, but it's the same calendar. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go. So we got a bunch of different answers. I thought it was the same calendar. Let me check the calendar. Does your calendar look like this? This is what my calendar on the wall. My calendar on the wall looks like this. The calendar on my phone and the calendar on the wall looks like this. So here's the calendar I have. Sunday is the 1st. Is that right? Or is this one, or we juxtapose switch? This is 1, right? 1. Let me count. Maybe I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is the 1st. This says Sunday is the 1st, but I ask everybody, what days are the weekend? And everyone said Saturday and Sunday, or the Saturday and Sunday of the weekend. Interesting. How can something be the 1st and the end? Wait, Sunday is not a weekday, even though there's 7 days of the week. How come? Because Sunday is the weekend. What's the first day of the week? It's Sunday. Wait a minute, I thought you said it was the end. Now you tell me it's the beginning. What? No, wait, what? Smoke some weed, man. That's how we do. Smoke some weed, you'll get the answer. You know how mad you'd be if you were in a race and you came in first and they told you were at the end? Nah, man, you're at the end. You came in last. The end is the last, right? You came in last. No, I came in first. Yeah, first is the end today because I'm gonna say it's the end. So Sunday is the first day of the week, but it's the first day of the week, but it's not a day of the week because it's not a weekday. No, it's the week end, and it's the first and it's the end, and I'm crazy. Welcome to the Matrix. Even the days of the week are a psyop. Here we go, everybody. This is why there's so much argument and contention going on, because we have so much unease taking place in our neurons. Nothing is smooth and making sense. We're told to accept things that don't make absolutely no sense in our psyche, but we have to live it. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Okay. So this says Sunday is the first day. When I asked everybody what days are the weekend, and everybody said Saturday and Sunday. It's not a weekday. There's 5 days. But how can something be the first and the end? Those are literal opposites. Your mind is forced to reconcile and accept. Subconsciously, you start to accept fallacies that do not make sense, yet you repeat them, you repeat them, you repeat them, you repeat them until the neurons make a connection. You live with them, you imbue them until you get neurological and psychological damage by accepting things that don't make sense. And then you try to justify, you know what I mean. That's how everybody justifies things that don't make sense. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know, come on, man. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Come on, man. Another program. Those are the only things you can say. Come on, man. You know what I mean. Come on, man. Programmed answers. Here we go, everybody. NEFERTATEN asks, how is this mourning weaponized us being that it is our greetings? Well, once they have you in a state where your critical thinking is not alert, at that point, you are going into a hypnotic state. Because by accepting this, that Sunday's the first day of the week, there's 7 days of the week, but it's not a weekday because Sunday is the weekend, but yet it's the first, but it's a weekend, but it's not a day of the week because it's 7 days of the week, but it's not one of the days of the week, it's not a day because it's an end. Once your mind goes into that, you go into a hypnotic state. Your critical thinking lessens because it tells you, oh man, just don't think about it. And then you go into a hypnotic dazed state. Once they have you in a state where your critical thinking is not alert, at that point you are going into a hypnotic state and you hear the subliminal messages, which are easier to enter, lest you hear this almost every day and week of your life when you're planning your life. You know what you hear when you're going to describe the calendar? How has it been weaponized? Because this is what you hear. Here's what you hear. Ready? Good morning, which is sadness due to someone not being awake anymore. These are your first words as you wake. Wake is also the word for funeral, by the way. The whole Aset story. So wake is a funeral. So as you wake, you say good morning. Morning is what's happening at the funeral. Right? Morning is sadness. This is what you hear in your mind. And it continues on. It doesn't end there. Then you start your week, which in the mind hears that it's not strong. Barely conscious, barely aware, which is the same sound in your mind as weak. And when one gets hit on the head or is in a trance, what is it called? What state are you in when you get hit on the head or when you're like this? What's that called? You get hit in the head, whoop, and you're like this. What's that called? You're in a what? What are you in? Huh? What are you in? So you wake, which is the funeral. Say good morning, which is what happens in a funeral. Mourning for murder. When you get hit on the head and you're like this, punch it. What's it called? Dazed. Huh? When you're barely conscious and you're consciously weak. What is that called? Days. Days, which is barely conscious and weak. Weak days. And your goal is to get to the end. You know, you want to get to the weekend so you can party. You want to get to the end which is death, even though it's the first day of the week, named after sun, the rising, which is life. Welcome to the Matrix. And that's why you go through your weekdays, calling Sunday the first day of the week, but it's really the weekend, and it has the word week in it. It has the word end in it. It's the beginning, but yet it's the end. And these go through your mind because now you're in a daze. And that's what you hear when you start your day in a state of mourning. And remember, how this question started with reference to page 7 and 73 for the words meaning sadness and meaning joy. Started with this. Remember Nefertaten? To build on sound healing from the 5 senses, this quest is for second and duality within emotions and mourning and joy, as the Meru for them is similar 7 and 73. So is mourning actually empowering and required to evolve? And how, if all this does how, if at all, does this matrix weaponize mourning? That's a word as a spell to greet one another. We say that word. Remember, everybody, and remember how this question started with a reference to page 7 and 73 for the words meaning sadness and meaning joy. Ready? Thank you. Okay. Now that you know that the female is the embodiment of dualistic entendre of both tears and joy and tears of mourning, now we can go and see whose name is actually is. It's actually the name of somebody. And whose name is it? Any cow goddess, which is Heru. Ahait, who is that? A form of Hathor, which is Aset. Wife of Osiris, mother of Heru, you know, the blinking eye. The mother of Heru, you know, the murk. Interjection, utter cries of joy, shouts of joy. Because Ahait was Aset's name. That was her name. It was the embodiment of both polarities, controlling them. The great lamenter. Aset, the great lamenter. Boom, Aset, the Netert of sexuality, fertility, the Netert. Oh, by the way, the Matrix Freemasons knew this when they merged ancient aspects of the female sexual birth nature with this language. You don't think so? Wonderful. Everyone in the class, tell me all about your male friend, your father, your uncle, your homeboys out there with the name Joy. Let me go ahead and talk to you. I'm going to come off the screen for a minute. Just type in the room. Tell me about your Uncle Joy. I want to know about your Uncle Joy. You know, that's the is the joy, happiness. Anybody can be happy, right? Tell me about your dad, Joy. I want to hear about your dad, your homeboy, Joy. I'm going to come off the screen for a moment. Just type in the room. Don't be shy. Just type in the room about your Uncle Joy, your homeboy, Joy, your father, Joy. Go ahead. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. I'll be right back. I want to hear about Uncle Joy. Okay, I'm back. I've given you all the time you needed. You all typed in the room, Uncle Joy. Let me hear. Joy is just a word that means happiness, right? Nobody has uncle named Joy? No? No dad Joy? No homeboy? No gangster Joy? No, how come? It just means happiness, right? Or did they know it was Osset's name and applied to the juxtapositioning of joy and pain, which was the feminine attribute activated by the oxytocin, and the which was the tears of joy and the tears of pain, which was Osset's name, not a male name. So the Freemasons, who were the studiers of the ancient culture, made sure that in your mind it is not a male's name, and you can't tell me why. You cannot come to the panel. Come to the panel and tell us why it's joy, which is just a name. Brothers, you've never been in joy? You've never enjoyed your female? The word enjoy is joy. You've never been in a state of joy? It's just happiness, right? So why does it only apply to female? Unless it was Osset's name and trickled down. Only applying to her because of the double juxtapositioning of the periaqueductal and the oxytocin, which causes the woman to be the juxtapose of joy and pain, because that was Osset's name, the female's name. So the male didn't have that name when it got into the Freemasons into English, and you're just echoing it, saying joy is a female word, joy is a female word, joy is a female, and your 5-year-old's coming up to you, Mommy, why? Mommy, why? Mommy, why is joy only female? Can you tell me, please? Why is joy only female when it means happiness? Peace, when it means happiness, your 5-year-old son's coming up to you and say, you tell me to enjoy my meal. I'm in a state of joy. I can't be joy. I'm a little boy. No joy for me? No joy? Nobody can explain it, right? Unless you've been to the pod class on August 31st, 2024, and now you can explain it. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Let's bring this to its conclusion, its end. This beautiful question with its beautiful answers, beautiful questions with answers. Here we go. So now we go back. Let's go back again. Now that you know that the female is the embodiment of the dualistic entendre of both tears and joy and tears of mourning, now we can go to see whose name actually is. And who is the name is the female name, Heru. Who? The wife of Osiris, the mother of Heru. Ahu, cries of joy, thus making it a feminine attribute because of its dualistic nature, even though men and women both feel joy, but because of this dualistic nature that takes place in the anterior cortex that causes pain and joy to activate both in the neurons, the neural lights of both pain and joy, and the woman's suppression of joy due to the periaqueductal and the oxytocin, why she enjoys things like neck chokes and butt slaps and hair pulling, and that she had to endure the pain, but the periaqueductal actually lessens the pain and meshes it with pleasure, so she's the manifestation of both, called the great mourner Osset, and that's why you can't name your Uncle Joy today, because all of this just got transferred down through the Freemasons who studied this, and now you get the repercussions of it, and that's why you don't have an Uncle Joy, you don't have a homeboy named Joy, but yet you can't logically explain why. You can't logically explain why the word joy would only apply to a female before this class. Welcome to the Tutsi Pod class. No male friend with the name of the highest emotion of happiness? Males can't have the name that has the highest emotion of happiness? That is only the word of emotion that is used for its own polarity opposite, that renders the attribute of tears and happiness, and is the word pertaining to Osset and the feminine's ability of crying, the thresholds of pain through the periaqueductal gray and erotic sexuality. What do you think of when you hear the word erotic and sensual? Erotic and sensual, what do you think of? What does everybody think of when you hear the word erotic and sensual? Go ahead and type it in the room, and then we're going to conclude. So when you hear the word erotic and sensual, what's the first thing that you think of? Meaning, let me ask Art by Unkanaten. Art by Unkanaten, if one of your homeboys said, yo, man, come over tonight so we can get erotic and sensual. Angela Gates, if you met a man, if you saw a man on the street and he said, you look really good, can you come over tonight? I want to get erotic and sensual with you. What's the first thing you're thinking of, everybody? Type it in the room. Are you thinking of golfing? You think they want to play tennis with you? What does it mean, everybody? What do we want to get? Erotic and sensual. Making love, sex, that's right. If one of your homeboys or brothers ever come up to you and say they want to get erotic and sensual, you may need to question some things. So it only applies to sexuality. And that's why I said if one of your men friends came up and said it to you, you'd be like, nah, I don't go that route. And if some man came up to Lisa, if some man came up to Antu, if some man came up to Angela Gates and says, man, you look really good. You come over tonight. I want to get erotic and sensual with you. You wouldn't think that he wants to play chess. Okay? There we go. That's right. Sex and lovemaking. So let's go. Erotic and sensual. Remember, Aset is the sensual sex goddess, the fertility goddess, the NETERU of sexuality. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's conclude. So, no male friends with the name of the highest emotion of happiness. That is the only word of emotion that is used for its own polar opposite that renders the attributes of tears and happiness, and is the word pertaining to our set and the feminine's ability of crying, the threshold of pain to the periaqueductal gray and erotic sexuality. What do you think of when you hear the word erotic and sensual? Yes, sexuality. So we have established that the word joy is only feminine. It's only a feminine word that encompasses the two polarities of pain, grief, and happiness. Well, guess what else joy actually means? Erotic, sensual delight. The grief, joy, and pain. Erotic, sensual delight. That's why none of your homeboys and uncles have this name pertaining to their communication with another male. It's feminine due to the great Aset who affected the entire world. Boom. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on Nathan's Hot Dog July 4th rituals, or if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of this subject matter, then please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation. You can call it tears of joy, joy and pain, immortal mourning, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TTM Moon. I hope you all appreciated this. Hotep, I'm done. I'm going to check the room to see what the people thought of this answer, of this guidance. And then we're going to check the Gmails to see who of the 52 watchers appreciated this more than Nathan's Hot Dogs. How long was that, Tehuti? How much time did you give to that? It's never been elaborated on ever on the planet Earth. 2 hours and 4 minutes. Hope you appreciated that, Nefertatan. There's Anu and Hantu. Peace. Hey. Okay, Angela Gates says 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Okay, nice. The pod class hits different when it's live. All right, how you doing, everybody?
Doing absolutely. The first SABA 204 bringing this knowledge to us. I appreciate the entire class. I liked it all. I really liked how you brought forth the word for the water clock, and then you showed how the Masons took that, stole it. I love the entire class. Definitely gonna have to have a one-on-one in the future for to utilize the power within Onto. Definitely. And 204 showing the hypnosis, the spec hypnosis within people, and how it makes people weak and in a daze, and just sheer confusion, and showing how the Masons took it, and by you giving this teaching, you restore MAAT truth within our minds and reorganize everything. So I'm very appreciative. Okay,
Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciated that. And how you doing? And two, the class started, you hear it was down, classes ended, you hear it's pulled back. How you doing over there?
I'm doing great. This was very wonderful and very thorough. I loved how you said that when something doesn't make sense and you accept it, that causes neurological disorder and it breaks down critical thinking, which puts you in hypnosis. That was a huge bomb to me of love and protection. It is very important and shows me a lot and teaches me a lot of what's going on. I loved learning all of this, and it's a great preparation for tomorrow in the womb circle with the white and all the beautiful teachings of us sets. It was very great. So so much for all that you do daily in this beautiful, beautiful class.
Wonderful, wonderful. Appreciate your appreciation. How you doing, Mankora Marie MAAT?
Tua Sabo, thank you for Tua for unraveling us and healing us and teaching us and guiding us. It's so powerful, and you have inspired me so much, and I wish I would have been expelled out of school. I love how in the intro you talked about a spell is something you cast. It's some form of magic, and so if you're not expelled from school, you're in the spell. And so your teachings are so powerful, and just like you just like Antu just said regarding the neurological chaos that we're in. Here, I took notes really quick. Let me just, the neurological disorder that breaks down the critical thinking, putting you in a state of hypnosis. Plus, you're adding ancestral artifacts, these teachings that no one has ever done. It's extremely powerful. It's extremely special, and we appreciate you so much for it.
Thank you. I appreciate the appreciation. I look forward to seeing that. I've been contemplating. I've been thinking and contemplating these. These are not how the pod classes were for 2 years. 2.5 years, the pod classes were not this. I'm contemplating what I'm going to change that. Sometimes I get possessed and get into these answers and just give all of it, and it goes into 2-hour answers, and I could answer a question thoroughly with major bombs in 45 minutes, and do 3 questions and get 3 reciprocities. I'm considering whether you all want the 2-hour, give it all the jewels, all these things, or whether I should just go back to like the 25 minutes if it's going to be the same reciprocity. So I appreciate everybody's appreciation. I want to see definitely what the reciprocity is, because the 2-hour answers just started recently. It wasn't like that. The podcast, because I used to do 5 to 6 answers a podcast. Anybody remember that? It used to be 5 to 6 answers. That would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 hour of just answers. The podcast would be 20 hours. So I don't know if I should go back to that, or I feel very giving doing these 2 hours and giving everybody all this extra jewels, but we'll see what the reciprocity looks like. But I appreciate your appreciation. We'll see if 2 hours is the same as me giving a 45-minute answer. I just cut it down and give it to you in bits over like a 7-year period. But okay, Annie, how you doing, good brother?
Hotep Great Sabo. I'm doing accurate. I'm doing excellent. Tua for this. There was a lot of powerful jewels in here for sure. I do want to just say Tua for just the way that you are able to walk us through the matrix and just show the craziness that is embedded in it. And once we're able to see that, you know, how are we walking, how are we traversing through life today with any form of structure or organization, knowing that this is at the root of our thoughts. It really clears up a lot of fog. Just seeing that, and you making it very clear, the ISFAT that's embedded within everyone's everyday normal life, and the words that everyone is using to try to describe what's taking place. So 2 out just for that in the overall class, and showing the mer and the merket, and how it's to die from mourning, and that was just, it reminded me of another matrix word that people say, which is murk, to murk someone. So that was phenomenal to see that, and that being the water clock, and to measure time with the moon, and yah or ach, cries of joy, and that being Aset, a name of Aset, which that was powerful too, because I'm doing a lot of work on that word. So 2 out for this great Saba. I appreciate just all that you do, and your ma'at, your ability to truly cleanse the eye and walk us through the matrix.
Okay, thank you, brother. Glad you appreciate it. Yeah, I was gonna throw that in there. That if you actually look up the word for getting killed, the murk, and it actually is murket. It has the T's in there. It's murket T. It's murket. It's the actual word for the water clock. So I'm glad you appreciated that. Yes, it's the same thing when you look. If you go look up murk, people think that murk is like a slang word. It's actually an actual word. It's the actual word. And if you look up murk and you look up the root, it'll say morning. It'll say morning and murkety. So I didn't put that in there. I didn't put the rem in there. I didn't put the rem in there. The the tears and all type of stuff. But you know, I'm glad you all appreciate it. We're gonna go through some support and donations. Let's see what the support is like, what everybody's what people are so what people thought of this class. Sincere Austin, I'm gonna read. I see you. You're. Thank you, Sincere. Thank you, Bijan Farrell. You're at the top. You're one of the last. You're recent, so I'm gonna go back down. So we're gonna go to Owen Hythe. Here we go. Get ready to give some big noise to the brother Owen Hythe. And after this, I'm gonna step off for a minute and I'm gonna come back. And the laughing. I was only gonna do. Oh wait. August 31st. Yes, August 31st. I was only going to do one. It's not even one answer. I was going to do NEFERTATENs. I think it's 2 to 3 questions in there. But I had to stay up to the wee hours of the night. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night. Before my shoulder workout, so I had to stay up for 3 hours a night because I had to do a class with not only the juxtaposition, so-called apparent paradox, of one question having its own opposite within the word, but then the other question was sent in was about laughing, which is the opposite of that. So I had to do one class. Usually these are the climax. This would be a climax answer. I would do one answer that's a little bit shorter, and this would be the climax. I actually put 2 climax answers in this. I don't know how long this is going to be, but since the question was asked about crying, then I had to do the opposite, which is what is the science of laughing. So now you're all going to know about crying and laughing, and you all are going to be running around here. No matter what emotion that you're in, you're going to be able to utilize it for magic. You could be crying. I'm crying, but wait a minute. Let me hold this. Wait. Then you're gonna be laughing. Say, I remember this in the class too. I'm basically taking every aspect of your life that you could ask about, anything, and tying it right back into what the empowerment of it in the ancient original definitions. Whether you cry, whether you laugh, whether you study Gnosticism, whatever it is, feng shui, it's all going back. So that no matter where you go, you could literally now start a conversation and wake somebody out of the matrix if you see them crying. Imagine that now. Imagine you could see somebody, your friend crying, your lady crying, your man crying, just everybody, kids cry, and you can literally take this class and say, oh, and you're crying? Let me drop some jewels on you about that. And give a class on them and teach them while they're crying. You know how powerful that is? Hold on a second. The National Library, they're like, huh? And you could literally convert somebody. That's how I have so many people across the world, because you could throw me in Alaska, you can throw me in Atlanta, wherever you throw me, whatever I see people doing, I turn it into a class. And that's what you have to do to get more people awake. And there should be nobody that you can't reach. I've done class on Islam, Christianity, crying, Gnosticism, feng shui, eye care, gingivitis. Like, come on. If you can't go teach people after these classes, you must be living with polar bears. But here we go. We're going to go into the... I made this relatable to everybody. Everybody. You can relate to everybody. Here it is. Let's give some noise to Owen Hythe. Go ahead and read that for me. And 2, please.
My brother in spiritual struggle, 2772.
Give him some noise. And the great brother Ox effect. It looks like he went down in body fat percentage. He has the chin bone muscles. He looks a lot different from Stephen E. Ox effect, $30.72. And you can you go ahead and read that for us, please? I wish Ox effect was on the screen, but he's not. But go ahead and read that for us, please.
for support the Tehuti podcast family.
Okay. Give him some big noise. Thank you, Hanu. That's fast. Give him some big noise. Thank you, Octaflex. Appreciate you and your support. Wait till this laughing answer comes. Oh, boy. Oh, my. Oh, man. Oh, my. This is, man. Tua NETERU for this phenomenon while it lasts. Oh my goodness, this laughing one is gonna be craziness. Okay, shout out to who's next? Who's this? Nito Sosh, not Sosh Wallace. What's Nito Campbell's other name again? Is it Sosh Wallace? No.
Squano Trending.
What is he inscribed? Squano Trending. Sosh Wallace is Boots the Cat. Shout out to Nito Campbell, $18. Even though it's not 20, we're gonna still give him a hand because of who he is. Give him some noise, please. Let's do this. Like through this. Here we go. Boom. When I come back, I was waiting for NEFERTATEN to come back. And when I come back, I'm gonna bring up Big Mama. I'm gonna bring out we're gonna bring out. I'll set the Lamenters coming out. Oh my goodness. 4, 5. Call this Aha. Call this Joy. Tip Joy. Hey Scribe, how come no men can have the name Joy, man? Why is joyfulness feminine? I don't get it, man. Now I get it.
It's the erotica.
I can't be Joy too? Oh my goodness. Man, it can only be women in dishwash liquid. All right, next up is who is this? King Lamore with a tip. Oh, that's what he was talking about. Okay, King Lamore with a tip from a past class. What class did I do on alcohol? I did a class on alcohol too. Oh, if you say so, thank you. What's that, Andy?
The Emmer Wheat.
That wasn't a Medu class? That was in public?
Yeah, you did a public class on beer.
A public class what?
On beer.
Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? That's right. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. Yes, I did. I did a class. I did. I'm going to take credit for it. I don't remember. I did it. Thank you, King Lamua. I did a class on beer and Emmer Wheat. I think I did a class for Menkora and Emmer Wheat. I think I threw it in his name. Is that your name, Menkora? Emmer Wheat? That's okay.
Yes, that's on my birth certificate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Shout out to the Emmer Wheat and the beer. Give him some big noise, please. Give him a hand clap. Oh, yes. Tip, I'll read this one. Tip alcohol class. Thanks, Saba. You changed me for the good. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad I could change you for the good. And now I do remember it. Yes, I do. Yes, that class was, oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Internet. Thank you for giving me the ability to archive all these pass-through knowledges. Somebody could ask me, and I taught a class on that. But thank you for this library. This is a library. Scribe. This is a visual new MAAT Google. This is our new Google. You just Google, go to the Tehuti podcast and type in word search, and there's your new Google. All right. Oh my goodness. Tua Netta. All right, there's 727. Who's next? Atefrem Kem Ma'at. Shout out to you, Atefrem Kem Ma'at, if you're out there. He always comes in late for the Saturdays. I know he's probably listening somewhere. So shout out to you, as long as you're safe. We're gonna do a couple more. I'm gonna step off, and then I'm gonna come back with the next laughing answer. Shout out to the laugher scribes. How come we laugh and cats don't, man? I want my dog. Your cat laughs, I knew.
No.
How come, man? I thought cats were happy too. They don't laugh. We'll find out. Hyenas laugh. What do they say? Those who laugh last laugh best. That may be the last laugh. If you hear a hyena laugh, that may be the last joke you ever hear. And you'll be the butt of the joke.
Funny if you hear a hyena laugh.
If the hyena laughs, you're the joke. All right, next up is who's this? Atefrem Kem Ma'at 777. Give him a hand clap for that, please. Oh, I have you Oxifec. I see what this is. Where's Atef's other one? Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Wherever you see one from Atef, right above it. I don't know if he has this programmed in his Cash App, automated. But it is always like this. Shout out to Atefrem Kem Ma'at. The next one coming up is from Atefrem Kem Ma'at, and that is oh, it disappeared. There it is. Oh, it appeared. Here it is. $20.72. Give him some big noise for that. Please. And what's this one? Well, of course, from the dynamic duo, 7 Tip Joy. The dynamic duo who are on the screen right now. And they have given for reciprocity for this class $20. Go ahead. You read for me, Anu? You read, right?
Yeah, I read for you.
Okay, so we'll flip it back to Antu. Antu, go ahead and read that for me, please.
$20 for restoring joy by Uwachet healing pain with the 2 hands.
Give them some big noise. Wonderful. Thank you, Anu and Antu, for your consistency. Always.
Inu, Saba.
Inu.
Yay. And now we got I'll read this one and one more. Oh, we got a big support donation from Mr. Tip. I'm gonna call him Mr. Tip. Mr. Tip. He is the automated. He's the tipper. This is Joy. Shout out to Mr. Tip, who's none other than Robert E. Williams. And Mankua Robert Maat, could you read that for us, please?
Yes. Robert E. Williams Jr. donated $33.33 for Healing Tears in the Morning. Dua.
Give him some big noise, please. I see you, Bijan Pharaoh, in here. I'm not going to read you right now. I'm going to save that just for a little bit. I see you in here, the monster. I see you in here with the monster donation. We got Gabriela Lopez, Miss Purple, 1111. I'll read this one. Breaking several matrices. Okay. Breaking several matrices. Give her a hand. That's probably a tip. That's definitely a tip for this class. Give her a hand. Give her a clap, please. And we're gonna read Sarah Jean, and then I'm going to take a break. And Bijan Pharaoh, I see you. I'm just holding it for a little bit. Shout out to you and your great support. Oh wait, this one didn't come out right. Wait a minute. That's better. I'm gonna save this. Where is it? Where is she? This is Harass Dead. Of course, yes, I want to overwrite. Harass Dead. We'll do this one. I'm gonna take a break and let you all build. Family, come to the panel. Harass Dead. $20. I'll read this one too. I will send more in a few days. Thank you, Harass. Give us some big noise, please. All right, everybody, wonderful. I'm gonna take a break. I was waiting for NEFERTATEN, but I may come back. Big Mama, she's right there in front of me. Big Mama, I said the Lamenter, and never making her debut in the pod class today. If she's not too angry, if you're looking at me sideways. Why are you looking at me sideways? Looking at me sideways. Hopefully she's feeling good. And I'm going to bring her after this break. So you all talk, Bill. Talk to these people. Those who are watching the pod class. Support the pod class. Support what this is. Support whatever you feel this is worth to you. If this has had any impact on you, I'm putting in 2 hours of classes, and I'm deciding whether it's to cut those down, because it takes a lot. Sometimes I can't stop it, but I have to I'll do my best to stop it and just make them 40-minute answers, which are again are the largest answers in the world. 40-minute answers at this high intensity. The 2 hours, though, it takes a lot for me, but I do it because of the great support that I'm getting. Shout out to the great supporters. If you're watching Tehuti pod class, if you appreciate it, there should be no pod class where you don't support, because if you're watching, then you're there. And there's no pod class that I don't teach. I do it off of faith. This is all based off of faith. I teach first. I don't come to the pod class and say everybody will tip first. I teach first and just hope that people support, whereas people watch first and then can choose whether to support or not. I don't have that option. Peace and love, everybody. Support what this is. Everybody build. Peace and love. I'm going to go recuperate myself. I only got 4 hours sleep last night. Peace and love, everybody. I'll be right back.
All right, peace and love. Great SABA Tua. Yes, I hope you all appreciate what the great SABA is bringing forward. Show your support. Utilize those links that are pinned to the top. And appreciate what's taking place. So it's a very powerful thing. It's beautiful. So out to everyone who supports this. houseofatton.org. Great brother Minku Al-Ra. Let me give it to you, great brother. If you want to talk to us about the meeting yesterday, I heard it was great. So talk to us about that, great brother, and the great pathways. Hinu to the head MAAT.
Hotep Hinu. To everybody for being here and supporting SABA. Yesterday we had a community meeting in the platform, the Discord, and it was the biggest attendance that we've had since we started having the community Discord. Really beautiful to see everybody and feel everybody's energy and see how much everyone has grown. It's awesome for us to all come together and have these kind of opportunities to just build and get to know each other and just have community. A lot of great discussion about a lot of different subjects. Learning of how great of storytellers people are and how vivid people's dreams, Upesh, Rezis are. We just had a good time of just talking about various topics. Like I said, it was the most people to ever be in the Discord, and it was extremely healing. It was very, very encouraging for members who weren't feeling super enthusiastic or encouraging. So that was powerful that we were able to lift someone's spirit and make them feel better. And then we definitely have some people that could be script writers, producers, directors to movies. We talked about childhood dreams and superpowers, and it was just really good conversation. Anu, Antu, anything you want to add from any reflections from the community Discord you'd like to share?
It was definitely NEFER. Very personal and accepting. Definitely felt the community aspect of it, the creating of bonds between family members. It was fantastic. I've only been to 2 community meetings. That one was the best. Looking forward to more in the future. I suggest everybody go if you can go. Can't say much. You gotta be there to understand. You gotta be there to hear what people are saying. So, yeah, it was absolutely wonderful.
Yes, it was really powerful. We also discussed the book. I think it's Astrodynamic. I think that's the title of the book, and had some really good conversations about OBEs, out-of-body experiences. Anu really blessed us and shared some really powerful information regarding how to get rid of entities that may be trying to latch on to you. And I didn't know that, and that was very powerful, but it answered a lot of questions. It answered a lot of questions that I had, and understanding some of my habits. And I learned that I'm trying to embrace what it's like to, Saba gave me part of my name is the aura, and I see things that I know, things that I don't know that I know, and I see things that other people don't see, and I'm able to do certain things and been doing things and don't know why. And so it was beautiful to hear Anu share that, and that has definitely been helping me on my journey. So just to hear the wisdom and the intelligence and the love, the hearts and the courage of the people in HOA is really powerful as we are getting to know each other, as we are learning and growing together. Is a powerful thing. So community when it's become kind of like a generic thing. It's like community, but community is a powerful thing because it means culture. And Saba said something in the intro that was really powerful when he mentioned, is your name connected to a culture? And so many people, names are not connected to any kind of culture. And so that's a good segue to the Pathways to Awakening. If we want to segue to that, I know if you wanted to share, if you would like to share what you mentioned about water or anything that you shared last night, if you would like to, I want to give you the invitation to do that. You don't have to. It's just an invitation. You don't have to go there, but I just want to make sure I'm making space for everyone. Just say that.
I'll leave it for the next community meeting. If you want to know.
Beautiful. Yes, save that, because that was definitely a beautiful, powerful gem. So you don't have to give that up. So yes, Ani Butah, should we transition to the Pathways to Awakening?
Sure, great brother.
You want to share screen? I don't have that capability for the website. Is that what we're doing?
Yes. If you want to, are you able to share your screen? If so, I can bring it up.
Oh yeah, I can share my screen. This is the first time I'm seeing I'm having that possibility. But yeah, I can share screen. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Let me pull up the website.
Yeah, Tua and Hinu to everyone who came to the Discord community gathering. I did pop in there for a second, hidden. So it was great. Tua, everyone. It was very, very powerful and beautiful. So again, it's the last Friday of every month. So you can write that in your calendars. The very last Friday of every month, we have a gathering. So. All right, I see your screen, great brother. Let me pull it up.
Hotep Henu, it's interesting because I don't know sometimes what to share and what not to share, but I'm feeling joy and excitement about so many things. But I messaged Ani Patan. I was like, Ani, we have the most people that we've ever had in the Discord. And I sent him a screenshot, and then somebody popped up that I didn't see before into the Discord, and I screenshotted that too. And I said, one more person joined, and I screenshotted to him. Lo and behold, it's one of the magical ones popped in, and thank God for technology, we can capture things. But Henu Hotep, I want to give so much kess, so much adoration to our SABA Tehuti, to the NETERU for choosing him and protecting him and allowing him to still be with us and still teaching at such a high level. I want to say to everyone that has supported SABA over the years before we even met him. I want to say to SABA for being such a great student. To be a great teacher, you have to be a great student, and we can tell he puts in the work, he puts in the time, and he actually loves it. Like, he really loves it, and money can't buy love. Money can't give you the ability to do something at this kind of level and be dedicated and committed to it for such a long time. So, Inu Hotep to our SABA for still choosing to teach and to learn. To SABA for committing to being the Neter Tehuti. I'm not sure if he knew completely what he was getting into, but he took on one of the greatest positions and one of the greatest invocations, and for him to get information and to battle the way that he's battled I'm wondering if he knew what he was signing up for. Either way, Imhotep to SABA for being chosen and taking the call, and then Tua to SABA for his warrior pose. I believe that is the AHA. So here is, I want to give gratitude too, and to Ani Patah for him and SABA, so being talented in so many different areas. I've never met two individuals who are highly intelligent, super sensitive and spiritual in the way that they are, crazy, amazing work ethic, to be able to traverse and take in information and put out the information, to be able to rap, to be able to, or I shouldn't say rap, but to be able to be a MC and to be so good with words. And I love how Saba said in the beginning in his intro, understanding that the architects of the Matrix, they were playing with words to make you think things that are not true. So for these two forces to come together in the House of ATTON is a beautiful thing. I'm saying all this to say the Pathways to Awakening is a ceremony, a celebration to honor our master teacher Saba Tehuti. And as you can see on this website, Ani Patah is the architect for the House of ATTON website portal. He did an amazing job in putting together all of it, but now he's added in the events section what you see right here as all the information for the Pathways to Awakening. So October 20th, 2024, starting at 12 p.m. Pacific time in Woodland Hills, California. Celebration of the great Saba Tehuti and his NEFER art. A gathering of the great Teru and Meru of the House of ATTON who assist in making this all a reality. Come and celebrate with us in ways only the NETERU can. So here are various aspects of what will happen at the Pathways to Awakening. And like Nani Aset Mur mentioned earlier, Ani Patah, let me just scroll down. He pretty much did us a digital menu. So here are the selections of the entrees. And then boom, enter the pathway. You click on this selection. And the portal is open for you all wonderful people to purchase your tickets to enter to attend the Pathways to Awakening. And if you feel so desired to participate in the talent show, the entry is $10 for that. First place prize is $100. And then we are going to have a raffle as well. You can win prizes, and coming soon, added to some section of this website will be the opportunity for people to purchase t-shirts. So Ani Patah, we appreciate you so much, great Neter, for all that you do for the House of ATTON, all that you do for our master teacher Saba Tehuti, all the classes that you teach to the Peru, all of the things that you do on the Sunday night study guide. And I could just go on and on of adoration for you and our master teacher, Saba Tehuti, all the brothers that are on the panel and the leadership. Peace and love to everybody in HOA. We're here. We're at this juncture where it's official. The Pathways is happening, and you can purchase your tickets on the House of ATTON website. And so, can we get a a hand clap to you, Anipata, and for everyone that's making this thing a possibility.
Yes, to our great brother. Back to the screen here. Yes, Hotep Henu. Tua for those that very powerful walkthrough and showcasing all that is taking place here at the House of ATTON. This great brother is his great brother Minku Ara is Acker. What his name, Minku, which I'm gonna go into a little bit tomorrow, and how it's connected to Aku and magic. So Tua, great brother, for all the hekau that you do for the House of ATTON, and just your Eid, great brother. So we appreciate you. So yes, everyone can now go houseofatton.org and get your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening. And so this is going to be a beautiful, very powerful event. So everyone here who supports the podcast, you definitely want to be there. Meet the great SABA in the flesh, hear the tones, get the pod classes in person, because every word is a sabai. So yes, go to the houseofatton.org and get your website, get your ticket there on the website, and as the great brother showed, we'll have a talent show and we'll have a raffle. So if you want to be a part of the talent show, get that ticket as well. Just make sure you get the main ticket whenever you get a raffle ticket and you get a talent show ticket. And you see the great menu that the great Nani Aset Mer put together for everyone. So the great Saba just did a class on the Sapti and Aset and the provisions. And so what the great Nani Aset Mer is putting together for us is very NEFER. So you can choose your entree and your ticket. Yeah, come celebrate with us. Come give offerings, and let's speak, let's build, let's communicate, let's hug. To know, this is real. This is outside of this box that everyone's watching, and while everyone sits comfortable in your homes. At some point, we have to start gathering together in the same room to start putting together all the individual bricks that we're laying ourselves and come together as a nation. So go get your tickets, come out. Again, congratulations to everyone who is receiving their RINs. I know Antu that you are part of that group, so I'm very excited for both of you and to see what your tones are going to be. It's going to be fire, amazing. I know it's going to be very powerful. So yes, we'll have merch for the Pathways to Awakening, a special shirt made just for it, and that'll be available soon, and we'll put that in. Everyone will have the ability as well to purchase a lot of what you see on the website there in the actual building. and take some gifts home with you. So I'm very proud and excited for all the great Maru and Kuru who helped to create this by putting in your conscious attention to what the great SABA Tehuti started many years ago, and come consistently and build with us, and come over to the House of ATTON on Sundays, and come and support the Kuru as they provide their presentations and readings as well. So there's a lot of unique happenings that are being brought forth here. So I'm just very happy that there are others who appreciate what's taking place, and want to continue it and assist in the building of it. In most cases, when you're at the beginning of building something, people tend to stay away from it because it hasn't proven itself yet. But it's always a beautiful thing when you're able to visualize an idea in your mind and bring it forward for other people to experience it, and especially in the early stages. And there's a lot of heka that goes into that. So tuwa for everyone who has the MAAT to see what's taking place and wants to be a part of it. This is truly historical, what's taking place, because everyone here is consistently cleansing, and when that is done, the visual experience that we're having, that we perceive as reality or life, expands. So everyone who is sketching out their vision, coming together, there's a lot of powerful things that are taking place, and we're bringing it all to you step by step. So Tua and Hinu to everyone who's here now, because there are more and more who are working their way to this frequency here, and this matrix has no choice but to conform to the thoughts and the words that we put out. So as we all stay consistent in doing what we do, stay consistent with the reciprocity, with the heka'u, with the ritual, with the teachings, with the guidance, then the finalized product is exactly what we feel in our eaves, and that is what will be erected, as the great ancestors have taught us. So Tua, houseofatton.org, go and support, get your tickets. October 20th, the address is on the ticket itself. So once you get your ticket, you'll see the address there. Because it's a private event, it's not public on the website. So be sure to, and to be able to download your ticket, there's a couple things you have to do just for verification, because this is a private event for those who support this. So Hinu, Tua, and yes, again, give great Hinu to Menku Ara, for he's the one who was put together the foundation of what you're seeing and the pathways to awakening that Ren for this event. That's all this great brother's creation. So I just love seeing an idea, when we're early talking about something, and then we bring it forward, and then it's there's planning, but then there's spontaneity, there's organization, and then there's freestyle, and then being able to combine all of that to create something NEFER, and now to be able to take the very first initial foundational experience and just build on it. I just love seeing that, because it's just a powerful thing that takes place in the mind, to know that that was once here, and now not only am I experiencing something that was sourced here, others are a part of it. Others can experience that, and it all starts with a conversation, right? And that's why it's so important when Great Saba posts the link and he says, come up to the panel, because it all starts with us just being able to converse and talk and build, and then we can start to organize. So, and to the great brother Minku Ara for all the works that he's doing, and everyone who's participating in the constructing of the pathways to awakening.
Yes, for Saba to bring the Rin ceremony into it, and for Nani to be making sure we are well nourished. Ani's performing, everybody bringing Kakao to this ceremony to make sure everyone that attends will never forget what we're about to experience. So Hinu Hotep, Saba's back.
Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love, everyone. Shout out to everybody. NUKPU has come on just as I'm about to announce his question about, he can be here to elaborate. I thought NEFERTATEN would be here. I'm not sure if she's been in the chat. I'm not sure, but shout out to you. I wanted to bring and introduce everybody to the serpent that is my largest cobra. I don't know which one of these I'm going to give to Anu. I said I have a special one for him. I'm not sure which. Maybe this one. I don't know which one he wants to wrestle. But this is Accept the Lamenter. She's the largest cobra that I have, and she's going to make her debut. Here she is. She looks like Renanette, but she's just much bigger. So here she is right here. This is her right here. And she's much longer. I can't even get her whole thing in there, but this is her right there. And she is very active. How you doing? Let's let Renette say peace to them. She is the largest cobra that I have, and she is a light tanned white black, and there she is right there. Boom. Say peace to them. Whoa. She's a big, strong lady, very, very big, and she is very, very long, and she keeps going and going and going and going and going and going, and I can't raise my hands up any longer, but she's definitely the largest cobra that I have. Okay. All right, there she is. So that was for NEFERTATEN. And for those of you who are watching, they're clapping. For those of you who are watching, wondering what is happening, for the pod classes, because the questions that are asked are usually going to lead to things that I teach. I have animal life around me that represents everything that I teach. That's why for each pod class, somebody asks me about a third eye, I bring out my dragon with a third eye. If you ask me about whatever it is, wait till Gabriella's question about the color purple comes out, and I bring out purple hearts. So for all the things that I teach on, I have multitudes of animals that represent these things, and they keep coming in because I breed these exotic rare reptiles. Every time there's a clutch of babies, I can bring them to, it's like the lottery, I can bring them to anywhere and say, one of these babies, oh man, those are hard to find. Well, how'd you breed those? Yes, okay. And I'll take that, and that. What? Yeah. So I end up with several animals that I really never have to purchase. They purchase themselves because they have babies, and the type of babies that I breed are extremely rare, like baby anacondas and baby hers, babies of these. And so shout out to her. And there she is. I want Nefertati to see the snake that represented her question. Said the lamenter. All right, so there she is. And now I'm going to go into a couple more donations and get into the next question that NUKPU is going to ask. All right, so listen, I'm going to put you back in. Yeah, who's that?
This is Scribe.
Okay.
Did you explain why she is the lamenter?
Who?
The serpent. Why is her name Aset the lamenter?
Oh, okay. So, she represents what I just taught on, but she is the co-wife. So, you may see me bring a male snake. He is a Namuz, who represents the Asar, and so he has a set of women snakes, and they each represent different aspects of Aset. So you'll see the Renernet, which is the Aset that raises to the breast. You haven't seen Nebtet yet. Nebtet is you probably never see her, but there's Nebtet. And then the other aspect of what saved the Asar was Aset, the lamenter for everything that I taught about in the class. I have different forms of Aset cobras and forms of Aset female snakes. And so not only do I have a snake and just call her Aset, I have different ones that represent Aset in her strongest phases. So there's Aset, there's the Renernet, there's Aset the lamenter. I have the Het Heru version because she gave birth to babies from Osiris. So that's what it is. Each one of them represent a different phase of Aset. This one's the lamenter, the lamenter phase, because that's the one I chose for her. And she definitely has the ability to make you lament. One wrong move and she'll give you her name. I may bring her to pathways. So everybody but NUKPU. I think NUKPU may be the safest around her because he's all blue light and peace and love. Well, he has an act. Don't raise that up. Don't raise that up. If you see her, she may not like that one. Just keep the blue light and the smile, So yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's how you come to her like that. Don't raise up acts. You'll be NUKPU the lamenter. But okay, everybody, we're gonna the legend. He'll be the legend. And there once was a man named NUKPU. Okay, so I'm gonna put her back, and then we're gonna get into a couple more donations, and then we're gonna get into the next question that NUKPU asked. So let me get and put her back, and she actually lives right here, and she lives here behind the pod class. So don't come out when this guy's ready to dash out. Maybe I put you in this side. I'm gonna put her in this side, and hopefully he doesn't dash out over here. Okay, I'll go over here. There you go, boom. And all these serpents, there's 6 vipers up here, 2 cobras here, and how it's positioned, they're all over the head of my bed. So I have to always make sure the locks are on, everything is good, because if they're escape artists, if there's a crack and they come out of the crack, the first place they come out on is to my pillow, which is right beside my cheek. So they're my, people have headboards for their bed. I don't have a headboard. The headboard are the pile of enclosures of cobras and vipers. That's my headboard. All right, everybody. So we're gonna get into the next set of supports. Then we're gonna get to the next question by NUKPU. Let me read a couple of these, and we're gonna get right into the next question of the Tutsi Pod class. And so we have Dr. LaRoche. Dr. LaRoche, MD, sent what is this one here? He always sends a question every week. This one was from he sent this in the middle of the week. I don't think this is a question. This may be a tip for I did a family class already, so I think this is a tip for the family class. It appears because it says manhood, womanhood, family commit teaching. Daniel LaRoche, if you're listening, let me know if this is for the tip for the family class that I did. I'm gonna put for clarity on this one. 8 from OG 31 clarity. So Dr. LaRoche has 2 questions in already, and he sent this one in. We're gonna find out if this is actually a question or if it's family class. So we'll give some big noise. Here's a monster tip for donation or question. I'm not sure which one. From the good brother, Dr. LaRoche, MD, who I met on well, he came to the podcast a couple times, and then I did a class on NETERU TV called it was the NETERU being real. I forgot what NETERU renamed it something, but it was about the NETERU being real. And then Dr. LaRoche came on, and he kind of softly challenged me, and it was nice. And ever since that conversation, he has donated every single week, sometimes multiple times, to the podcast. So shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Let's give him some big noise, please. $50 for podcast on manhood, womanhood, family chem teaching. Give him some big noise, please. Let's go. I see you, Eric Rami. Okay, I'm gonna read one more, then we're gonna get to the next question of the Tutsi Pod class. Who is this? Eric Rami. I see you, Bijan Farrell. I'm gonna get to you. Don't worry. I see you. Big support. Saving you for a particular time. Big support though. Shout out to you. Octavius Sly, appreciate you, good brother. He's been very consistent also. Whatever happened to the good brother, Netzer Hotep L? I hope you're okay, brother. If you're listening, Netzer Hotep L. Long time no see with you in the chat or in the pod class, and we do it on Saturdays now, which is your free day, unless things change. But shout out to Netzer Hotep L. Actually, he took out the L. It's just Netzer Hotep. He took the L out. So shout out to Netzer Hotep. Peace and love to you. I hope everything is fine with you and you're doing good out there. And shout out to you for your consistent donation and support. It stopped for a while, and we just hope that you're safe. This is Octavia Sly with 1661. Thank you, Octavia Sly. Appreciate you for your great support. Appreciate you, good brother. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next question. Oh, where's NUKPU? Everybody's name. Okay. Shout out to NUKPU. Nook. I say his name more than once. NUKPU, we're going to put his question. We're going to put his question. NUKPU, how you doing, good brother? You doing good?
What's up, Saba? Yes, I'm doing good. How you doing, Saba?
I'm doing good. You don't have any regular friends, do you? Nobody can be around you unless they're in this.
No.
You don't hang around.
Only NETERU. Only NETERU. That's it. Ain't nothing around me but NETERU, man. I got nothing but enemies.
I figured so. I was like, who could hang out? What kind of brothers on the block can hang out with this man in blue? NUKPU.
I got a bunch of bodies in the closet.
Shout out to NUKPU.
Chopping them up.
He's the peaceful warrior. He's the blue light, positive, peaceful defender of MAAT that will chop your head off and then meditate on a lotus plant. Shout out to NUKPU. You got a bloody axe in one hand and a lotus plant under him in Zen. Shout out to you, good brother. Let's put your question up here. I'm going to put your question up here because you are about to light up the pod class with this question that has never been asked publicly in the pod class. I've never taught on this publicly in the pod class. This is a very unique question from NUKPU. I've never seen this taught anywhere in the niche of what people call the conscious community. Actually, I've never seen everything that's taught anywhere, what is about to be taught. And it's interesting, the brother came up. VRI actually backed him up and actually sent a copy of his support. So he doubled on NUKPU support. And so this is going to be a good one here, as they always are. But I'm going to go ahead and show it in the pod class. And then NUKPU can reiterate to everybody what this question is. Hold on, let me cut this out. He can reiterate to everybody what this question is, what stimulated him. And so here it is right there. We're going to give some big noise to NUKPU, who asked this question. This was sent in, what was it, 2 weeks ago maybe? Not last podcast, the one before. Something like that, yeah. Okay, it was sent in something around that. So let's give some big noise here to the good brother. $42 NUKPU. Could you read that for us, please?
Sure, SABA, yes. It says, Hotep, do NETERU laugh? Good versus bad laughter, MAAT.
Give him some big noise, please. All right. NUKPU. Can you tell the pod class what is this? Why are you asking about laughing and the NETERU laughing? And good and bad laughing? Go ahead and elaborate a little bit, brother, please. What is this question?
This is pertaining to that particular moment. But before I go to that question, I want to ask how you doing as far as after that incident with the serpent incident.
The bite from a long time ago.
Yeah.
Or the bite
yeah.
From
how
last
you doing
week?
after?
A bit last week again.
Oh, from that? No, from the one from before.
Okay.
From the original one.
The original
one that turned
one.
you to the serpent man.
The one that added the Thanos hand. It turned my hand into, I don't know what it did to my muscularity, but it turned me into some type of robot hand. I'm doing good. The cellular damage is somewhere in around here. So every once in a while, it can't bend to its fullest, but it's okay because it bends enough for me to do everything I need. And I'm pretty movable with it. And I like the development that my arm got. The development my arm got since the bite, it really kind of turned my arm into. It added vascularity to my arm. So shout out to Atef and the bite, and thank you for giving me the some new muscle tissue. I don't know what happened, but the snake venom turned my arm into something else. So I feel great. I'm glad. I was happy when I went to the hospital. I'm happy when I came out. I'm just happy. Killer Priest called me. He said, "What did he say?" He said, "Nobody. How do you survive that?" I said, "I went down to 10,000 platelets from 450,000, and you're supposed to be pretty much 30,000. When you go to 10,000, you're dead. So I think I went down to 30,000, and if I lost another 20, I'd be in the NETERU. So shout out to life. Made me appreciate life even more. People ask about it, and I just say that is how we communicate. When you're a creature, you don't have any arms to give. Now you can't say, "What's up, man?" You can't do you have no shoulders. All you got is you have no vocal box to talk. You only communicate that way. So that's how when I'm around the serpents, they bump me when they're mad. They headbutt me. The lizards will open their mouth and let me know it's not the time for that. Some of them will nick me and bite me. And that's just how I've been communicating with them since I was about 8 years old. So I'm great.
To SABA, thank you for answering that. I'm glad you're doing good from that. I'm glad it benefited you. So to for that. So the reason why I brought up this question was because I recalled when that incident happened, these individuals were laughing at that situation that happened with you. And you know, it wasn't so much of a laughing matter, but I wanted to see you. I remember you mentioned there was a good versus a bad laughter, that there's the evil laughter and then there's a good laughter, you know, joyful laughter, you know. So I picked up, you know, your frequency, your consciousness speaking to me, saying, man, when is somebody gonna ask me this question, man? So I had to pull it out, because I got tons of questions, but I'm like, let me ask a question that Saba wants to answer. So I'm glad that you're answering it, and it's to make you feel good as well too, Saba. So Tua for that.
Thank you, appreciate that. And yeah, is there good and bad laughter? I mean, if I'm laughing with you, we're making jokes and happy about you on the Lotus plant with the axe, and we're laughing. There's that laugh, like there's that laugh, and there's the sinister laugh that's in every move. You know, that person's not meaning you too well. So we're gonna get into. Oh, I just saw Gabriella. Oh, okay, maybe. We're gonna get into the origin of laughter. Just like crying, laughter started off a certain way. There's a reason why hominids laugh, and it has nothing to do with what you think laughter is about today. And we're going to get into the origin. We're going to get into the slow transmutation of the original reason and why people laugh today. So if I ask everybody on the panel, and I'm going to ask this when the podcast starts, your favorite, who are the best comedians? So I'm out from the 90s. I don't know these. I don't know any new guys. I just know Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, Dave Chappelle, all those kind of guys. So I don't think they've ever been replaced either. But who are those the greatest? Those are the funniest guys, or the Cedric Man? Those are some guys, right? The funny guys. Cat Williams.
The funniest for me, Saba, has to be Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. By far.
NUKPU is like, kill all of them. I don't want to hear none. I don't want to hear none of them. But yeah, those are the comedians. And when we think about jokes, right? What usually do we laugh about? What is the thing about a joke that we laugh about? Annie, has anybody ever cracked a joke on you before?
Yes. Yeah, you better. Yeah.
What is that thing? What is the goal of it? What is the thing? Are they saying how beautiful you look?
No.
What is it? What is it? What is it? What is the focus of the? What's the intention usually of a joke about somebody else?
It's usually to make fun of someone, to laugh about something about somebody, right? Whether how they look, how they talk.
Okay. So it's usually downing somebody else, right? Yeah, usually down somebody.
Yes, it's downing. Absolutely, yeah.
Is that interesting? And we laugh at that. We the jokes, we've all laughed at all those comedians sometime in our life. And some of us have played a game called The Dozens. We like battle rap. All they're doing is cracking on each other. All they're doing is making fun of each other and laughing in the battles and talking about each other. And we seem to like that. And it seems to make us, we just established that the highest climax of happiness is smiling and laughing as one of the highest climaxes. But now we're talking about the reason why we laugh is because somebody else is being torn down. A joke. What's a prank? Anybody ever did a prank on you, Anu? You ever seen a prank done?
Yes.
The person the prank was being done on, how did it make them feel?
Not good.
Or embarrassed. Yeah. And the people watching were laughing though, right?
Right.
So what is that? What's happening? We're happy. This is what laughter is, and then those guys were laughing at me because I got bit by the snake. So it's supposed to be an emotion of our climax of happiness, and we're not. How can we never laugh at the beauty of a rose? Look at that rose. NUKPU, look at it. Does NUKPU pick up a blue lotus? No. what is happening in our brain cells? We're going to find that out today at the Tehuti Pod class. Is laughing a positive thing? Is it a negative thing? Or is it similar to the crying class that we just did? And we're going to find out how to use it as a form of empowerment and how laughing actually kept us alive prior to us having any communities or ever having the ability to even talk with one another. The origin of laughing is actually what kept us alive before we were even Homo sapiens. We're going to get into all that, everybody. Thank you for your question, NUKPU. Let's get into it. Let's go into it. Let me show it on the screen. Here to everybody, this is going to be the last question that I addressed tonight in the Tehuti Pod class. And it's a question that usually people don't think they're thinking about it until I teach on it. Then they're like, that was deep. But nobody's really running around thinking, hey, man, why do I laugh? So here it is right here. Now, here's the titles. The origin of laughing. Here's the topics going to be covered. Some of them. All of them couldn't be found on the screen. But the origin of laughing. Prolonging life through immortal laughter. Did the NETERU laugh? Remember you asked that too, NUKPU. That's on there too. Did the NETERU laugh? That's on there too, right, NUKPU? So did the NETERU laugh? So were the NETERU going around? Like we're gonna find out. We're gonna find that out. We're gonna go to a Pirates reference. And we're gonna find that out. So it is the origin of laughing, prolonging life through immortal laughter. Did the NETERU laugh? Let's find that out today at the Tehuti Pod class. And hey, Gabriel Lopez, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, good. Are you coming? Are you having camera issues? Or you have that off purposely?
I realized that when I try to go on my phone, there's always something. And then I wanted to use Primordial's laptop, but I don't know what I did to it earlier, so I don't want to mess with it again.
Okay.
So, but I'm here.
Okay, good. I hope you enjoyed the last class on the crying.
Oh, it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal because that's something that Primordial and I had talked about a while back, that when you don't release your emotions, then that's just exactly what you said. It builds up, and then that's what causes disease in your body. And so that's when you start to see certain things come up. And I read a book or two about that as well. So I kind of had some knowledge, but not obviously. I don't think I will have ever had knowledge like how you break it down. So I was aware of that, and that's actually something I'm working on, because I can.
You cry easy?
No, actually, I think it's like a defense mechanism where, like if someone hurts my feelings or I'm frustrated or something like that, like I look mad or I get mad, and then like I suppress my emotions a lot. So with this pregnancy, it's very interesting because I've cried several times while being pregnant, and so trying to work on that, and then becoming pregnant, it's almost like, you know, the baby's teaching me to accept to cry, and you know, like crying is seen as a sign of weakness. And so my moat was always telling me, like, you know, be strong, like you got to be strong. And so I grew up in a household where you have to be strong, and crying was like foreign. I've never seen my parents really cry. So
Okay.
I guess I've learned to, in a sense, suppress that and do the same. But like I said, I've kind of learned, and now I definitely know that suppressing your emotions is not a sign of strength. It's actually a sign of or what initiates disease in your body, because that's where some studies have shown that how you said cancer is linked to sadness and anger, and so it's also one of the reasons why I've been wanting to work on my emotions. And 9 times out of 10, if you see me upset, it's because my feelings are hurt and I want to cry, but I don't.
Okay. Well, that's yeah. Well, last week you definitely let out some tears after I gave the answer. That was good.
Yes.
That was good.
I've realized I'm easily triggered when this pregnancy. I can I'll hear something or I take something the wrong way and I just cry now. So I'm like, oh, okay. It's okay. Just feel those emotions and then ride through them and then kind of process them and really try to figure out why you're crying. Like what, what's the purpose?
Well, no problem. There was a time when Mankora used to cry like every second pod class. So he's toughened up a little. Something happened every second pod class, every third meta class. You can depend that Mankora is about to let it all pour out. He was the crying man.
Oh, good. Okay, so that makes 2 of us, because then I don't feel out of place now, because that's actually how I feel about some of your classes. Some of your classes really touch my eve, and I feel very emotional based on the information that you give, because it's life-changing. It breaks the trance that you're in, and so for me, it causes those emotions to come up, and I feel those emotions, and so that makes 2 of us now.
Okay, we're gonna get into this next answer. I'm glad to hear from you, Gabriella. Glad you're doing well. The pregnancy is gonna go beautiful. We're gonna have a little girl coming up, and it's gonna be great. But right now, it's 9 o'clock. We're gonna get right into this podcast answer. Everybody, thank you, NUKPU, for telling us what motivated the question. That helps a lot. We're gonna get right into it. I'm gonna say peace and love to Annie Pata, peace and love to Anu Antu, peace and love to Gabriela Lopez. Primordial Thought, is he in the background? If he's listening, peace and love to you, Primordial Thought. NUKPU in the blue, hands up. I mean no harm. NUKPU in peace, and Menkora Marie Maat, peace. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. We are about to get into this answer. The answer that is on the screen, the question that is on the screen right now, and the question that is in the title of the Tutti podcast: laughing, the origin of laughing as a medicine, prolonged life through immortal laughter. Did the NETERU laugh? And let's find out the origin of why people do this and why it appears that animals don't do this. And was this incorporated into the culture of Ma'at? We're going to find this out. Was this incorporated into the ancient culture? Is there a science behind this? Let us find out here for the first time in the Tuesday podcast. Last night, put the timer on and get right to it. We got more people asking for Vipers. Okay, hold on. Let me get this off. Go back to this. Last question was 2 hours and 4 minutes right there. 2 hours and 4 minutes. Let's see what this one holds. Let's reset that. I'm going to come off the screen, do a mic check. One moment. Check. Can you all hear me? Now I'm going to come off the mic. 1 second. I'm back on. Okay, good. Everything checks out. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday podcast. Here we go. Peace and love to Shesh Chayet. Peace and love to everybody in the room. NEFERTATEN is in the room. NEFERTATEN is in the room. Shout out to you, NEFERTATEN. Peace and love to Anu. And let's get into it. One moment, hold on. Okay, here we go, everybody. Screen share. Boom. Entire screen. Here we go. And there we are. Everybody see me and hear me, press A9. If you can see me and hear the screen share. If you can see the screen sharing and hear me, press A9. We have a little lag on my phone, on my computer, so I'm waiting. Probably pressing 9, then I have to wait for a moment, and then I'm going to check. I'm going to check to see. Boom. There they are. Boom, boom, boom. There's Anu with a 9, and Anu with a 9. Maharu, peace and love to you. Look forward to you coming to the panel again sometime soon. We love seeing your energy, and I look forward to the your support coming up soon. Bella, my Saket, 9, my Saket. Okay, good, good, good. 1 second. Okay, boom, let's get started. Tefrem Kemahad, he'll be on in the next break. There he is. Okay, everybody get ready. We're about to start. Boom, let's go. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, and let's get into the answer. Boom, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Atten. Due to the kidnapping of history, kidnapping of your spiritual identity, meaning that your spiritual identity has been stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, what is spirituality, who are the NETERU, what about my health, what about diet plans, purity, what about mental purity, mental detoxification. I've been having out-of-body experiences. As I go back to ancient culture, what is the out-of-body experience? Are there ancient sources for this information that is being taught? What about the government psyops and government conspiracies and things that are going on, subliminal subconscious messages? What about telepathy? Quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness and atheistic Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, I exposed you. Or they only come on for challenge videos, challenging other spiritual beliefs. The titles are only, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians were black, the Egyptians weren't black. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in ancient Egypt. We are the Abos. We're American Indian, not African, attacking everyone but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily disciplined basis and what they and their family live by when the computer system shuts down, when they shut their laptop, never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, ladies and gentlemen, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable for even asking these type of questions. And then you're laughed off the stage, kicked off of the panel, name called, insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform, class, that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer. On top of that, customized, and then on top of that, taught live with each answer. The subconscious matrix is broken within and revealed is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question was coming from NUKPU, and then double back by 80 Thieves. NUKPU for Hotep. Did the NETERU laugh? Good or bad laughter motivated by the question motivated by the people who are actually laughing at me because I got bitten by one of my snakes. So he's wondering, is there bad intention laughter, good laughter? What is laughter basically? He wants to know. And did the NETERU laugh? 80 Thieves came about a week and a half later or so, a week later, and he double backed it by giving the same donation as NUKPU and put NUKPU's name in the question, good versus bad laughter, and what was comedy in Kemet, if it was even such an equivalent back then. 1, 2, 3. There's going to be about 4 questions answered in this section of the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into it. Here we go. Another great set of questions echoed by the 2 students of Tehuti, and they echoed each other. Our 80 Thieves echoed NUKPU by giving the exact same donation, giving an echo. Another great set of questions echoed by 2 students of the Tehuti Pod class, even down to the amount sent. This echoes the unison frequency in questions only asked and answered here at the Houseofatton Tehuti Pod class. This is a very relatable mystery. Why is it that we laugh? Why is it that we smile? And it appears that animals don't. There's a reaction individually and even as a group. But do you not really see, you don't really see tigers, apes, kangaroos, etc. smiling when happy or laughing. What is the reason for this? Are there any benefits to laughing and smiling? Is it a form of communication? And that is what you will find out here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let us begin. So here we see groups of people laughing. Different looks, different types of people, different genres, different backgrounds, different parts of the world. And we all seem to share this, but we don't really see our cats doing this, apparently. We don't really see German Shepherds doing this. We don't see kangaroos doing this. We don't see frogs doing this. What is this unique thing that causes people to do this? And it's always this facial expression. This is the facial expression that's shared across the world. What is causing this within our brain? What is happening? Let's find out here at the Tehuti Pod class. Here are a couple more questions for the viewing audience in the class. Who are the top comedians? I already asked that. The professionals. Go ahead and type in the room. Who are the top comedians? What is a comedian? A comedian is a professional laugh stimulator. That's a professional, like a doctor is a professional caregiver curer, apparently. Not really, but apparently. These are, a comedian is actually a professional, a person that gets professionally paid to stimulate your laughter. So they are professional laugh makers. So who are the top comedians, professional laugh stimulators of the world? Can you name 3? And what kind of jokes do they crack on people that make the crowd laugh? I already asked this question live on the panel, and everybody pretty much had the same answers for the type of jokes. And everyone was familiar with the comedians that I named. So here they are. Here are some of the top comedians. Here's the type of jokes. Went to the store the other day to buy condoms. Cashier asked, "Would you like a bag?" I replied, "No, thanks. She's not that ugly." Here, I know it's hard being a cop, but some jobs can't have a bad app. Everybody got to be good, like pilots. American, they can't have bad workers, like pilots and airlines. Can't be like, most of our pilots like to land, but we just got some bad apples. They like to crash in the mountains. So, and then we got somebody. Come look at this beep. She thinks she's special. You can't outrun no damn lion. You sat there and just told me everybody's personal business, and now you ask me how I'm doing? I'm doing fabulous. God is good. Hallelujah. And yourself? So these are examples of what the top comedians do as jokes. What do you find similar about all of these jokes? We discussed that similarity on the panel already. Okay, keep that theme in mind. We will get back to that shortly. So keep that theme in mind. We'll get back to it shortly. For now, let us look at what happens to the brain when we laugh. What actually happens to the brain when we laugh? Have you ever noticed that humor is related to some kind of mistake? Most jokes, slurs, dozens, snapping on someone, cracking a joke on someone, or a joke contains a fool of some sort, the butt of a joke. visualize right now in your mind how most pranks work. Or the joker, the person cracking jokes after, makes everyone laugh. The people that laugh turn around and say to him, "You're a fool, man," because he succeeded in making the whole crowd burst into laughter, and thus calling someone a fool who is casting the joke is now a form of a compliment. Have you ever noticed that? So usually a joke is making a fool out of somebody. Somebody is actually the butt of a joke. And then when the joke is cracked, the compliment given to the comedian or the person doing the joke, they're called a fool. "You're a fool, man. Yo, you like fooling around. Yo, you're a fool." So both the person that's being cracked on and the comedian both seem to have the same word fool attached to them. And why are we attracted to that? Why do we do that? Everybody's the butt of a joke. That's what she thinks she's special. You can't outrun no damn lion, so what's gonna happen to the person? They're gonna get eaten or bitten. She's not that ugly. Calling the person ugly, she's not that ugly. And talking about somebody, telling somebody his personal business, it's always some type of critique or something on someone else. Let's find out how that works in the brain. So the unique question is asked only here at the Tehuti pod class. Do the NETER laugh? Is there good or bad laughter? Good laughter or bad laughter? And now that I've shown you that the theme of what makes people laugh is the aspect usually of someone in the joke being pointed out as a fool, does this theme that stimulates us today go back to the NETER over 4,000 years ago? For that, I will take you to the story of the shipwrecked sailor, the oldest story on the planet of a man speaking to a serpent NETER Naga of wisdom, the oldest story on the planet, the shipwrecked sailor of the scribe Amun-Ii, going back 1990 BC. So this is around 4,000 years ago, and is now in the museum, Petersburg. And this is actually interesting because we read this papyrus in the last class as well. Here it is right here. This one I give more detail because I'm actually going to show the meta netter. So here it is in the Imperial Museum of Petersburg, 1990 BC, from the scribe Amun-Ii, that they call the shipwrecked sailor, opens up. Behold, this is from the beginning to end as found in writings, the writings of the scribe with clever fingers. Said by the followers, excellent, may it please you, local prince, no mark, look, reach of we, interior home. Excellent follower says, may it please you, prince, look, we have reached home. So it continues on. I shall tell what has happened to me. So this is after he's shipwrecked on the island and he meets a supreme being and starts having a conversation with him. I shall tell what has happened to me and what I've seen of his fame. You will be thanked in the city, in the presence of the officials of the entire land. I shall slaughter oxen for you as burnt offering. I will have the necks of fowl ring for you. I shall have barges brought to you laden with products from Kemet, Tamaray. It should be done for a netter who loves men. So he's talking to this netter. He said, this is what should be done for a netter who loves men and who loves people. And he offers him, in other sections, he offers him myrrh. He offers him plants. So what happens? What is the response of this netter to this being that gets shipwrecked on an island? And he offers him these things, and he offers him myrrh. So then he laughed at me for what I had said, in his opinion, foolishly. So here is the oldest reference, 4,000 years ago, of a netter. This is one of the oldest references of a netter laughing, and the word fool in the same sentence. Laughter and fool were associated with each other 4,000 years ago, way before today's comedy. The laughter of someone because someone is doing something foolish is recorded in the papyrus 4,000 years ago. He laughed at me for what I had said, in his opinion, foolishly. He said to me, you do not have much myrrh. Although you have become the owner of incense, I am, sir, Prince of Punt. I am, sir, the Prince of Punt. The myrrh belongs to me. That oil which you said will be brought is the main product of this island. So he's laughing because this person is offering him things that he already has. He owns the entire island. So whatever myrrh is being brought to him from the island where the myrrh is already belonging to him. Okay, let us continue. And yes, Tehuti has this word for word for you in the Medu, from the original indigenous people in the Medu Neter. So yes, if I have the story, I'm going to have it right here in the Medu Neter. And here it is right here. Ahan sabit nef im e m emin net m nef m eve f. And he laughed at he said to me as wrong in his heart. So he laughed at him because he didn't think the person was making an intelligent statement, and the term fool was used in the same sentence with somebody laughing. So boom, we see the oldest attestation for this laughing principle associated with fool, as it was foolish of that man to think he could offer this neter thing that were already in abundance on the island, that he got stranded on the island. It's already this neter's island. The neter knows the island back and forth. This man accidentally gets stranded and says, you know what I will give you? I'll give you this myrrh. The myrrh that's right there in front of them on the island with this being that's been there for decades and decades before this man accidentally got stranded. So he starts to laugh because that's very foolish that he could offer. It was foolish of that man to think he could offer this neter things that were already in abundance on the island that the neter ruled. And this principle of foolishness is echoed also within our nature today. People offer someone something that they themselves are thinking about, which equals selfishness, instead of asking the person or neter, what is it that you would like or you would need? So sometimes, just like this man did, we offer somebody something that we are thinking about or we want, something that means something to us, and we'll offer that person instead of saying to the neter or saying to the person, I'm on your land, I'm on your island, I'm stranded here, I have no authority here, I don't even know where anything is here, this is your island, you know this like the back of your hand, what could I possibly offer you in giving the neter or the person the ability to respond, as opposed to saying, here, I'm going to pick these flowers off of your garden. I'm going to pick flowers off of your garden and give them to you. And they're growing in your garden, instead of saying to the person, what do you want? And that being saying to them, here's what you can do. And then you're satisfying what the person or the neter wants. And so that it was the action of foolishness. So what is it that you would like or need? And thus the actions of a foolish or non-observing individual, thus causing the laugh of the neter that we see here in so many kung fu movies. It's this type of laugh. The laugh of the elder master looking at the young grasshopper like, little grasshopper, you're prematurely anxious, causing you to fight with emotions. Will simmer in time. Followed by that famous chuckle. So this is the type of laugh where the person, Danielson, you're looking at those women. Those women are actually ninjas, and it's a chuckle because you are over someone who is acting foolish, and for some reason in our brain, the response is to do this. You do not know who you're talking to. That type of that thing that we see in all kung fu movies. What is causing that? What stimulates that? That the laughter is being stimulated even by the NETERU of somebody apparently acting foolish or not mature or underneath them, causes our brain to do this. What is that happening? Let's find out here at the Tuti Hot Pod class. Let's find out here at the Tuti Pod class. But what exactly scientifically and evolutionary is causing this in the brain to associate fool so heavily with the natural instinct to laugh? What is it that's causing that? Is there a scientific reason? Why is it that even though from whether it's Cedric the Entertainer laughing, cracking jokes on somebody else, or the Dozens cracking jokes or somebody's downfall, or whether it is the Kung Fu movie, with the Kung Fu master looking down at young grasshopper. You think that is a piece of wood, don't you? You don't know that is a booby trap. You've seen that type of laughter. What is it in our brain that's actually causing that? And it seems to be, whether it's 4,000 years ago with the NETERU, a few years ago with Eddie Murphy instead of the Entertainer, or back in the 70s with those Kung Fu movies, all completely different cultures. What is it that's actually causing this in the brain? Is there a scientific reason for that? We're going to get the answer for that part right here. But for that, we have to get into it's time right now to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go. You ready? Here we go. This is a part. This is a part of the brain that deals with the evolution to survive. Meaning, there is a sense of happiness when you succeed, and others around you that are in competition for what you want fail. Again, hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the evolutionary state, when our principles were exactly like the animals, and all animals on the planet thought the same. What was that thought? Survival of the fittest, competition. There's a part in the evolutionary brain that deals with biological imperative and survival, which is a sense of happiness when you succeed in catching the food and bringing it back, and the others around you that were running for the same deer, they fail, or they're trying to steal it from you, and you fend them off and they fail, and seeing them fail and you succeeding, which is putting you above them because they were not wise enough to succeed, thus acting the fool, you now have a sense of happiness of your succession in that competition for what you want, seeing them fail. Thus they are beneath you in the survival of the fittest biological imperative war for survival in the wild, such as in the animal kingdom, from that which you evolved from, fails. This is in your genes. This is the first thing that you have ever done to survive. What is it that a sperm does as soon as it's ejaculated into the woman? You're ejaculated with your brothers and sisters. What happens from that point of ejaculation into the woman? What's the very first action that you have ever done? Let me look in the room. What is the very first action that you have ever done? Once you were shot out of that penis into the woman, what was the very first action that you did? Was it holding your brothers and sisters' hands, saying, I'll help you? Need some help? What you need, man? I got your back. I'm all for you. Let's form teamwork. What's the very first thing you did? You started a race. The very first conscious action that every single person on the planet did before they had MAAT, before they had Christianity, before they had Islam, before they had religion, before they had language, before they had hands, before they had feet, before they had a neck, before they had a head, before they could talk. Your very first conscious movement of a mission was to compete. You were born a competitor against your own brothers and sisters that were shot out of your father. It was you and them. And you weren't like, what's up, my brother? Let me help you out. That's my brother. I love him. I love you, sis. I love you. That's my sister. I love her. I got a million of them. We all got tails. We're all swimming. Let's swim, man. Let's do a couple backflips. You don't care anything about that. You don't care anything about family. You are on a mission to blow them away. You are on a mission to get to that egg first, because it is the very first conscious thing you ever did was to compete against your brothers and sisters. Get into that egg. The shell, the cytoplasm type shell forms around it, and your brothers and sisters are outside of the egg, hitting it until the fluids around them dissolve them by the millions. Allahu Akbar. Praise the Lord. God did it. God did it. He made you in his image and his likeness. And the very first conscious action, the very first choice of movement, the very first mission was to compete against your brothers and sisters so that they could die. What happened? Jesus. Jesus made us. Those are your first brothers and sisters. You never get to see them again. But you're on the inside of the egg and they're on the outside, bumping, 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 bumping until they dissolve. This is your first action. Biological imperative, survival of the fittest. The very first action you ever did was a selfish action. Yep, yep. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. The race is on. There it is. Inky said, Inky said, I am the good seaman. Huh? I blew them away, right? I blew. There we go, everybody. That was your very first action, was competition. Survival of the fittest. Then you came out of the womb 450,000 years ago, Homo sapien, surviving against hyenas, trying to catch that bird. But there's a hyena that wants the bird too. You're trying to catch the rabbit. You catching the rabbit. You catch the rabbit, but you set it down to fix your weapons on your side. And a hawk, you know how fast they fly? Fastest animal in the world. You know how fast the punching one dives down? 240 miles an hour. That means when it comes down and swoops and grabs something or hits something, all you feel is wind and your rabbit's gone. You know how fast 240 miles an hour? You just go to put it down. So once you get that rabbit home, once you get that wild hog home that you caught, and you finally get it to your cave, you're happy. You're looking out of the cave. The other animals are looking around. They can't find you. Now you're happy inside. I'm happy. I'm very happy inside. Why? Because they failed and I succeeded in this kill. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's go. Ask your Christian friends to explain this, the origin of laughter, and as they explain it, watch them slowly stop believing in God. Here we go. Ready? Boom. The race is on. The fight. There you are, man. All the brothers and sisters. We got to do this for our people, man. Brothers and sisters. There's your brothers and sisters. And literally, all of you were of the same race. There's the first race. You're from the same genes, and you're all a part of the same race. Except for this race, your brothers and sisters die. Boom. There it is, everybody. So, the biological imperative began at first with selfishness, which in evolution is necessary. It means to put self first for what is called self-preservation. The race is on as a sperm. As your sperm, your brothers and sisters fail to get to the egg, because then it is closed off and they perish, and you have succeeded. And that is why you're alive today, because your foundation was based on self-preservation. This evolved into an animal communication to demonstrate this is my catch. This is my food. What is the first thing an animal does with its mouth when another animal competitor comes around in this race to steal the food? What is the first thing that the animal does? When another animal comes around to take the food, what is the first thing that you as an animal or the animal with the food does? We already covered the happy success feeling that's taking place in the brain. We're going to get into the dopamine pathways soon. But what is it the animal does to the other animal when a hyena comes around a lion and the lion just caught the fresh boar? Or you have a pack of wolves and then another family of wolf comes along to steal their food. What does that pack do? How does it communicate and face with its face to the other wolves? Show its teeth. NUKPU said, this got deeper than I would have thought. Yeah. Show its teeth. Show its teeth. Grill. You know, this is my food. I'm happy. I've caught it when I get back to my safety. And even before I'm happy inside. But even before I get back to my safety, let me show you this is my food that I want to keep. I'm happy. You want to get a piece of this happiness? Let's go. Boom, boom. What does it do? Right there. Daily Mail, January 17th, 2017. You're not laughing now. A pack of hungry hyenas are forced to flee after trying to steal a lion's kill. What are they doing to each other? Huh? What is this? They're just head to head, looking like that, showing each other's teeth. Remember that thing people used to do? I don't know if people do it anymore. Remember that stupid thing I used to see when I came to California? The stupid thing brothers did before they fight? They put their shoulder up to each other and they walk in a circle. Swing, man. Swing. You're going to swing? Come on, man. What you going to do? And they're just walking. I moved to California and I said, what is this what is this? The one had his head here and they're just walking in a circle. Swing, man. You're going to swing? What you going to do? You ain't going to do nothing, man. And they're just, has anybody seen that? Or is that a California weird thing? It wasn't in Jamaica where I live. It wasn't in Canada. They just go head to head. They use each other's shoulders to lean on each other, and they go. That one guy's head is right here. The other guy's, come on, man. What are you gonna do? Huh? What's the problem here? And they're just they're face to face. If they face each other, they kiss. Anybody ever seen that? Maybe this is a thing here. I don't know. But anyways, here it is. Hundreds of thousands of years ago and still taking place. This is what happens. Yes, squaring up. Squaring up. So here it is right here. So they put their heads together. They're not fighting yet. They're just saying, "What you gonna swing? What you gonna do, man?" Their heads are just like this. And what are they doing? They're not biting each other. Their hands are on the ground. Isn't that interesting? They're in a defenseless stance. No hands, no paws up in the air. They're not raising up above each other. They're not pouncing on each other. What are they doing? They're just going head to head and showing each other's smile. Here's the smile. Here's my smile, man. You like that? They're just looking at each other, smiling, showing each other's teeth. You want to mess with these teeth? And the article is called "You're Not Laughing Now." So there it is. There's the competition. There you go. If you walk up to a wolf outside or some type of dog and you see this Do not think that it's heard a joke. When you see that nose wrinkle up and you see those teeth, that's the original smile before humans existed. These animals are on the planet. You evolved from them. This is before humans existed. You got your traits from them. Here's the smile. I got my food. Are you coming for it? Here's the smile. There's the origin right there. There it is right there. Boom. All right. So did the neter laugh? Yes. It was tied into biological imperative. But what is the symbol of the neter? That was also the oldest tool for hunting. You know, which you needed to catch the food and biological imperative. What is the word for neter? The symbol, here it is. It's a symbol of the hunt and the kill. There it is right there. It's the original axe. I've covered this many times. There's your word for neter. It's the original hunting tool. There it is right there. So, this was the original hunting blade knife called today the Acheulean, some of which are found in the American Museum of Natural History collection of 250,000 years ago along the Nile Valley. The original hunters is found with the original hunters along the Nile Valley, and the original invention on this planet of that which cuts food and destroys enemies. This is what cuts food and it destroys enemies, all of which is needed for the hunt and biological imperative of which you wanted your enemy to be under you. You did not want your enemy to succeed. You didn't want the other animals to steal your food. That means you wanted to be smarter than them. And when you showed that you succeeded, you were smarter than them, you got the food, that was your happiness. By the others looking like a fool, which is just unintelligent. Going back 250,000 years ago, here is the blade, which originally became, once tied to the stick, became the neter symbol, and then polished up to make look pretty. So what is this Medu word for laugh or smile? So what is the Medu word for laughing or smiling? It's a SABA, Sasebi, make smile laugh. Saseba or Sasebet or Sebet, right there, for smile or laugh. Okay? And here's how I walk you through. Now that you have learned the evolutionary origin of laughing was neurologically embedded into survival, seeing the competition cut down, destroyed in the hunt competition, were the ancient pre-matrix neter so in tune with animal evolution and our connection to it that the actual word for smile, laughing, in the original language echoed this. Here's the word for smile and laughing, and I just finished teaching you that it was about taking down your opponent or being wiser and smarter than him so he doesn't steal the food from your children and your female or females. He doesn't steal it, or the animals don't steal it. Thus you're smarter. Thus the fool aspect that they're not as intelligent as you, and it makes you happy when they try to steal your food. You showed your teeth. Whoever had the biggest teeth usually would cause the other to back down, and that's where smiling originally came from. Now, it dealt with the axe that was the oldest tool found on the planet, going back 250,000. Some went back 2 million years ago. Is the oldest tool on the planet for cutting down your food and your competition. So the question is, were the ancient pre-matrix NETERU so in tune with this animal evolution and our connection to it that the actual word for smile and laughing in the original language echoed this reality that I just taught? Guess what else the word saseba for laughing means? Are you ready? Let's get these letters blue for NUKPU. Huh? Now I'm going to turn the letters into blue electrical letters. That looks like NUKPU's blue room. So now, are you ready for this? The word for laughing, which we know dealt with competition and food and cutting down your opponents with the axe or the knife, or using the axe and the knife to get the food, get it back home. That was the original weapon you had. The word is sebi. What else does the word sebi mean? Are you ready? Let's get these letters blue for NUKPU, for NUKPU. You ready? Let's get these letters blue for NUKPU. Sebi, what does that mean? It's a word for laugh. Uh-oh. To cut, destroy, to make smile or laugh. And there's the knife blade right in the word. What happened? The word for laughing is the same word for cutting and destroying something with a blade. The same word. Dealing with biological imperative in the original hunters that had to catch their food and were happy when they got it home, away from the bears, away from the lions, away from whatever animal, the hawks, the eagles, away from the hyenas. Now they're happy. But if they get caught on the way, they're going to show their teeth. This is my food. As it develops into humans or hominids, some millions of years ago, the intelligence of creating a weapon, because people, we didn't have the best teeth to fight. You can't fight any animal with your teeth. There's literally no animal on the planet. I don't care if it's your house cat. I don't care if it's a German shepherd, if it's a koala bear, a grizzly bear, an ape, a baboon. I don't care if it's a meerkat, a honey badger, a wolverine, a skunk, whatever animal is out there. If you go teeth for teeth with every single other mammal out there, you will die. You will die. Have a biting fight with a raccoon. See how that goes for you. Walk up to a raccoon with these teeth. Your mouth is bigger. Walk up to a raccoon and see how that works out for you. Walk up to a little honey badger, a little weasel. Come on. Your bite is horrible. Your teeth are horrible in the wild. It's the worst teeth in the wild. A baboon, a monkey, a dog, a lion, everything. Teeth are better at fighting than your teeth. So you have to develop weapons that cut like teeth do. So you start developing blades by sharpening Acheulean rocks, making them into blades. Then instead of your claws are you have the worst claws on the planet. Tell God he failed. You have the worst. You got these fingernails here. Put these fingernails beside a claws of any animal. An eagle claw, a lizard's claws, tiger claws, bear claws, wolverine claws, meerkat claws, squirrel claws. Put your little nails. You get your nails. Then these little bendable things. Put them against. Go scratch a bear. See how that fight does for you. Go up to a German shepherd and use your claws. Go up to your house cat and have a claw fight. The God that made you was trash. The God that made you with these little Lee press-on nails and these horrible teeth and throwing you in the wilderness with every single animal. Go tooth to tooth for a hippo, any creature, a pig, anything. Pull out these nails to a kangaroo's nails. See how that does for you. So we have the worst fighting weapons of all animals on the planet Earth. So we have to use the frontal lobe to develop external claws, which were blades and knives. Animals don't need that. You're still going to lose. You should still lose, but at least give you a chance. Walk up with your butterfly knife to a chimpanzee and see how that fight goes for you. But you have to create knives, blades, and weaponry as extensions. And those extensions, those were your teeth. Those were your extension claws. It was how you survived. It was how you cut your food. It was how you destroyed your enemy. And when you destroyed your enemy, because they were the fool, less intelligent than you, you felt happy inside. The smile from the vestigial trait and the laughter, happiness. sound you make when you succeed. So that the NETER being so advanced, the word for smiling and laughter is cutting and destroying with a knife. If you're being taught this anywhere, feel free, put the link in the room for the YouTube channel, put the timestamp, put the book, page number of your favorite Kemet conscious teacher, whatever RBG, red, black, and green, pro conscious, guru, esoteric. If you're being taught this anywhere else, feel free to put the link in the room with the timestamp. I will screen record it and play it on the next podcast. If not, please support the Tehuti podcast because I think you have never, I think this, if you've heard laughter broken down like this by your teacher, let me know the name of the teacher and he will have a segment in the next Tehuti podcast. If not, please be appreciative of this knowledge because Nathan's hot dog and the Three Musketeers or whatever chocolate bar you ate in cotton candy, whoever invented that didn't have to come up to you and break down anything. Didn't have to teach anything whatsoever. And you supported Nathan's hot dog, popcorn, and the Avengers. Please support the truth that you're getting that's helping you advance in your consciousness. It's taking hours and hours to do. Let us continue, everybody. Let's continue. Let's compete with Nathan's hot dog. With the people like more. Here we go. Boom, ready? So there we go. The word saseb, the same word for laughter, is the same word for cut and to destroy with a knife. Whoa. Boom. The word for laugh with a knife within it, the very first tool of biological imperative and handheld blade tool for hunting, all intertwined as a double entendre with laughing, tied right back into its origin, the NETERU are the best. If you can show this happening in any other language on the planet Earth, let us know. If not, it's how ingenious and knowledgeable the ancient ancestors were. They literally put the knife into cut and destroy in the same word as laugh. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Are you ready? Here we go. Now, as with everything in MAAT, as with everything in MAAT, as designed by the NETERU, everything in nature that is imbued by us as a duality, which is the one definition that soul and spirit hold in common. Better said, the pure energetic projectable double, called the Ba, which is the word that means double, and the bioenergetic template from which echoes and appears the pure energetic projectable double is the word called Ka, which is also a word that means double. So the word for spirit and soul are energetic templates, and pure energetic projectable double, the Ba, are both words that mean double, as found right here in 1250 BC, Purim Haru. Here's the word Ba, double. Here's the word Ka, my double. Both Ka and Ba is double. We were all about double entendres, imbuements, the as above, so below principle, and the echoing of one message being told within another message, or the diametric example of joy and pain in the same word in the class I just taught on earlier, the paradoxal wisdom. Here it is. Thus, all teachings are reflective of the polarity sides of biological imperative, two sides of a pair of opposites, but in nature they are the same, such as hot and cold are opposites of. Hot is the opposite of cold, but they are part of the same pole called temperature. Are they the same? They're the same thing. The thing is called temperature. That's what they both are. Hot, which appears to be the opposite of cold, actually merges with cold. There is no hot that's separate from cold. As the thermometer goes up, they merge and they're part of the same line. So they're dualities that appear to be opposite, but are part of what makes up this thing called temperature, of which you need hot and cold of. Oh man. Thus, understanding this doubled nature, let me see if I'm still screen sharing. Yes. Thus, understanding this doubled nature that stabilizes reality, just as the netter acts as a tool that kills, it's also a tool that protects life. Even though laughter was an emotion of seeing the competition fail in the hunt for the race to attain the catch of the prey, it simultaneously stimulated that area in the frontal lobe that deals with success, while simultaneously satisfying the part of the brain called the cortical basal ganglia circuit that is the satisfactory pathways of dopamine stimuli. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Boom. The reward system of the brain are a group of structures that are activated whenever we experience something rewarding, such as eating a nice tasting food, having sex, or using an addictive drug. Which you reach the success of obtaining these things, the brain reward pathway compounds the memory of behavior, which equals success. That means if I behave like this, I will attain this. So the pathways, what happens in this part of the brain, which is the cortical basal ganglial circuit, that is the satisfactory pathway of dopamine stimuli, it compounds behavior with reward. So the reward system of the brain area, a group of structures that are activated whenever we experience something rewarding, such as eating nice tasting food, having sex, reaching the orgasm, or using an addictive drug. When you reach the success of obtaining these things, the brain reward pathways compound the memory of behavior, which equals success. Thus, of course, is the stimuli reward. This, of course, is the stimuli reward system of all biological imperatives, feeding the dopamine, which started off with the adrenaline spike of hunting and eventually catching the prey, while your competitors for that same prey failed. And it happens in this part of the brain, the dopamine pathway brain, right here. This is the reward pathway brain, dopamine pathway, right here. The pleasure of you succeeding and the competition failing and you reaching your goal. But simultaneously, you can stimulate this by just reaching your goal, and there doesn't have to be a competition. This is how you can shift the energy now. Even though almost every single goal you have, there is a competition because you're comparing yourself to someone else in that same genre. You can set a goal and not have to take anybody down in competition, but the reward pathway is stimulated and satisfied the exact same way without having to tear anybody down, which leads into the positive laughter. Or the laughter, it's all positive, but it leads into the laughter where nothing has to be belittled. And thus the neurological systems through links and associations combined with all the behavioral traits of smiling, which was showing your teeth to intimidate competition, which led to what appears as laughing, or any expression of the competition failing, being injured, involving in quote-unquote joking, laughing at another's downfall, thus not stealing your prey, but also simultaneously doing something beautiful, which is satisfying the reward pathways of success, thus equaling happiness. Thus a smile and a laugh today does not have to just associate with the downfall of another, but it's duality, which is the success within yourself of achieving a goal, equaling happiness, equaling smile, equaling a laugh, boom, reaching the goal without having to tear anybody down, because you don't have to hunt for food anymore, but you still have the vestigial dopamine pathway of what brings happiness to the brain when you succeed. Woo! And have you ever wondered why people that are hanging out together may laugh at the same joke? Ugh. Have you ever wondered why people that all hang out together, they may laugh at the same joke? If someone came from a completely different culture, they may be confused at what is so funny. So let's say you have these guys here, the boys in the hood. Let's say you have the boys in the hood over here. You have Thug Bone Rug Harmony, or whatever they're called, You have these guys over here straight out of Compton. They're cracking jokes and laughing. This guy comes from Chinatown. He's like, I don't understand what's going on. But then him and his family in Chinatown, Koreatown, crack jokes based on their culture, and Bone Thugs Harmony has doesn't laugh at what he's laughing at, because laughing is actually a language, a cultural language. Or have you ever walked into a room and everyone was smiling, and it caused you to smile even though you did not know what the initial cause of what everyone was so happy about? But you walk into a room and you just start smiling because everybody else is smiling. You didn't even know what the joke was. You didn't know what everybody's smiling about. But everybody starts showing their teeth, and all of a sudden you get this urge to socially show your teeth and smile, thus bringing happiness without even having a cause. Well, through what's called mirror neurons, which are the neurons that cause one to echo his or her environment, compounded with the fact that we originally hunted in groups and humans were always social, thus the catch of the food of one was the food of the tribe, thus causing the chain reaction of simultaneous smiling, laughing, even if you don't know the reason. Let me take you to the annual review of neuroscience, volume 21169 to 192, July 21st, 2004. Oh man, here it is, an annual review, the mirror neuron system. Let me get some paper. A category of stimuli of great importance for primates, humans in particular, that is formed by actions done by other individuals. What does that mean? Actions done by other individuals? Why would actions done by other individuals affect you? So actions done by other individuals, if we want to survive, we must understand the actions of others. Furthermore, without action understanding, social organization is impossible. In the case of humans, there is another faculty that depends. In the case of humans, there's another faculty that depends on the observation of others' actions, imitation, and learning. Unlike most species, we are able to learn by imitation, and this faculty is at the basis of human culture. In this review, we present data on neurophysiological mechanisms, the mirror neuron mechanism that appears to play a fundamental role, the mirror neuron mechanism that appears to play a fundamental role in both action, understanding, and imitation. We describe first the functional properties of mirror neurons in monkeys. We review next the characteristics of mirror neuron systems in humans. We stress in particular those properties specific to the human mirror neuron system that might explain the human capacity to learn by imitation. We conclude by discussing the relationship between mirror neuron system and language. You walk into a room, one smiles, everybody smiles. It was a social language of group success. Even if you didn't know who caught the food, even if you didn't know the original source, it was a way of communication that you are in a sense of agreeance of the group. Mirror neurons respond to your actions. Same mirror neurons respond to your actions and the same actions of others. Some scientists believe they're why we understand other people's behavior. It's a social necessary mechanism of imitation, because that is a form of communication, because we're social beings. Unlike a spider, that is just an individual being. So the smiling, laughing evolved into a universal language of echoed group agreement. The smiling, laughing evolved into a universal language of echoed group agreement, echoed group satisfaction, echoed biological imperative, thus stimulating aspects of the brain to rejuvenate and reflect health benefits. Yes, the hunt in early man and animals evolution is extremely dangerous and stressful. So, thus it's stimulating aspects of the brain to rejuvenate reflective health benefits. Yes, The hunt in early man and animals evolution is extremely dangerous and stressful. At any given moment, the prey that you are hunting could turn around and kill you. You can exhaust all of your carbohydrates hunting down, and you can exhaust all of your carbohydrates hunting down your food to bring back to your family, just to have it stolen by hyenas, lions, or other tribesmen. Thus, the catch of the food and the success stimulates not only the cortical basal ganglia circuit reward system part of the brain, but simultaneously stimulates endorphins, which are activated by the ventromedial. What is that, Tehuti? Wait, the ventromedial. So again, the smiling, laughing evolved into a universal language of echo, group agreement, echoed group satisfaction, echoed biological imperative, the stimulating aspects of the brain to rejuvenate reflective health benefits. Yes, the hunt in early man and animal evolution is extremely dangerous and stressful. At any given moment, the prey that you are hunting for will turn around and kill you. You can exhaust all of your carbohydrates hunting down your food just to have it being stolen at the end because you're out of energy. It's stolen by hyenas, lions, or even other tribesmen that are hunting. Thus, the catch of the food and the success stimulates not only the cortical basal ganglia circuit reward system, part of the brain, but simultaneously stimulates endorphins, which are activated by the ventral medial. What is that, Tehuti? My teacher didn't teach me about the ventral medial. He just told me the Egyptians were black. Here we go. This is the frontal lobe of the brain where the ventral medial is located. Let me shrink this down. There it is. So here's the ventral medial area where this is the frontal lobe of the brain where the ventral medial area is located. The frontal lobe of the brain is the part of the brain that evolved over 40% of the brain, which is larger than all the other mammals. It caused thinking, creativity, and has located within the ventral medial system that evolved larger than other animals. There it is. Oh, one moment, everybody. Hold on one moment. One momentum. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Okay, man. Here we go. All right. So this is the frontal lobe of the brain where the ventral medial is located. This is the frontal lobe of the brain at the bottom of the cerebral hemisphere. So here it is. So it's this section here, and then it goes into three sections: the dorsolateral, the ventrolateral, the orbital frontal. All the frontal part of the brain where the ventromedial is located, and what happens? What happens? What happens, everybody? Do you know what happens? What happens? What happens after this? What happens after, the Egyptians are blind? That's all you need to know. The Egyptians are blind. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Boom. Let's get into the ventromedial and find out what's truly going on with these beautiful questions and answers. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So there it is. Now let's get another look. Here's the prefrontal cortex, the medial prefrontal cortex, and there, right there, pointed up right there in the middle system, there's the ventromedial frontal cortex, and right here is the amygdala. The amygdala is about to be expounded upon in its correlation with laughing and the ventral medials. Here we go. What happens? This is responsible for the productions of endorphins, which do, guess what? What do the ventral medial endorphins actually produce? What is it responsible? So here's the frontal lobe of the brain where the ventral medial is located. This is the frontal lobe of the brain at the bottom of the cerebral hemisphere is divided into three: the dorsolateral, ventral, lateral, orbital, frontal, and then right here the arrows pointed ventral medial prefrontal cortex, and here's the amygdala. And what does it do? What does it do? This is responsible for the production of endorphins, which do what? Guess what it does? Guess what the endorphins in the event of the oh, it sounds like I'm tongue twisting. Guess what the endorphins of the ventral medial do? We're over here. What do the endorphins do? They cope with pain and stress, the exact two aspects that are fully engaged in primitive man or animals hunting and catching activity. And thus today, because most of us are no longer out in the wild hunting and fighting for food, but still retain the vestigial traits of smiling and laughing, we can take advantage of these evolutionary passed down gifts and alleviate stress and pain. Thus the ventral medial activity and laughing can be utilized for stress relief and health and youthfulness and the slowing down of aging, because we still have that vestigial trait and we don't have to do the hunt anymore to satisfy the dopamine pathways. And also laughter, one, acts on the inner lining of the blood vessels called the endothelium to relax and expand. That's called vasodilation in bodybuilding, which is excellent for health, relaxation, and vasodilation, optimal for blood flow during exercise and increase steady blood flow to the heart. Two, laughter shuts down stress hormones, activates the amygdala. Remember? Over here. Why? Because right over here in this part of the brain, the ventral medial prefrontal cortex produces the endorphins. The endorphins that it's producing copes with stress and pain, the exact same thing needed during the hunt in our evolutionary times, and it promotes health and be utilized for stress relief and health and usefulness. And then right below in here is the amygdala. Amygdala is stimulated in the laughing because it shuts down stress hormones and activates the amygdala, the area in the brain that deals with depression and anxiety. This is where the laughing can help today. There's the amygdala. Amygdala and the ventral medial, both stimulated through laughing and both stress relieving, creating youthfulness, slowing down aging, creating the endorphins, and shutting down the stress hormones in the brain that deal with depression and anxiety. The thalamus is involved. The thalamus regulates your alertness. It gives you the ability to respond sharply. The faster and sharper you respond, the better you are at survival. The slower you respond, the slower you're able to respond, the slower you are able to utilize and judge your environment that surrounds you. The survival of the fittest, you die. So the thalamus regulates your alertness, giving you the ability to respond sharply, and your sleep, and it regulates consciousness. So when your thalamus is working with sleep, and the what's that word? Circulatory system. It's a system that deals with sleep, the primordial thought asking about, and melatonin. So the thalamus is what's regulating the alertness. It's keeping you alert, but it's also regulating sleep, and it regulates your consciousness. This is what the thalamus does. Guess what area of the brain is responsible for loud, uncontrollable laughter? There's a part of the brain that is responsible for loud, uncontrollable laughter. What is that? The hypothalamus. Boom, the hypothalamus right here. The thalamus that regulates your alertness, gives you the ability to respond sharply, regulates your sleep, which is necessary for health, and regulates your consciousness. And the area responsible for uncontrollable laughter, right there, the hypothalamus activated. Right there. Boom. This is the science of laughing. Yes, the Egyptians are black. Okay, let's move on. Here we go. Ready? Thus, laughter, being a direct link to biological imperative and endorphin stimulation and reward pathways satisfying the ventral medial area of the brain, relieving stress, has now been proven to actually decrease cortisol, which slows down the aging process and brings back youthfulness. Let me take you to the National Library of Medicine again, where through the research and proven study from scientists and doctors, laughter is now logged as a medicine. Did you know that? Mm-hmm. Laughter is now logged as a medicine. Huh? Coming from within you, laughter is now logged as a medicine. Your teacher teach you that. Here we go. Boom. Ready? So now we go to the Library of Medicine, where through the research and proven study from scientists and doctors, laughter is now logged as a medicine for cortisol reduction and the slowing down of aging, bringing back youthfulness. National Library of Medicine, May 23rd, 2023. What do we have? Laughter as medicine. PubMed. Laughter as medicine. A systematic review and meta-analysis of interventional studies evaluating the impact of spontaneous laughter on cortisol levels. Data extraction and synthesis. We examine the impact of laughter on percentage change in cortisol levels by calculating pooled estimates of the absolute differences between arithmetic means and before and after interventions as compared to control using random effects model. Control using random effects models. Results: 8 studies, 315 participants, mean age 38.6, met our inclusion criteria. 4 were RCTs and 4 were quasi-experiment studies. 5 studies evaluated the impact of watching a humor, comedy videos, and 2 studies evaluating laughter sessions administered by a trained laughter therapist. And 1 study evaluating a self-administered laughter program. Pooling these data showed a significant reduction in cortisol by levels of 31.9%, 95 CI-37, 95% CI-47.7%, to 16.3% induced by laughter intervention, compared to control groups with no evidence of publication bias, P equals 0.66. Sensitivity analysis demonstrated that even a single laughter session induced a significant reduction of 36.7% in cortisol, 95% CI-52.5% to 20.8%. In addition, analysis including the 4 RCTs reinforced these results by demonstrating a significant reduction in cortisol levels promoted by laughter as compared to the placebo arm, 37.2%, 95% CI, 56.3% to 18.1. Conclusion? Current evidence demonstrates that spontaneous laughter is associated with greater reduction in cortisol levels as compared with usual activities, suggesting laughter as a potential adjunctive medical therapy to improve well-being. Laughter is now logged as a medicine. Yes, laughing is now categorized as a medicine to bring down stress, cortisol levels, and youthfulness through slowing down of aging. Here is the other ancient pre-matrix meta-neta word for laughter. Here's the other ancient meta-neta word for laughter. What is that word? Sechair. So what was the other one? Sabit. Let me shrink this down. Shrink it down, shrink it down, shrink it down. Seseb, the meta word for laughing, was the same word for cut and destroy with a knife of biological imperative. And here's the other word for laughing, Eschair. What is that? Eschair? The means above, but Eschair, which is to laugh, to joke, to jest, to have pleasure in something. So Eschair. Okay? There it is, laugh. So yes, laughing is now categorized as a medicine to bring down stress, cortisol levels, and youthfulness through the slowing down of aging. Here's the other ancient pre-matrix meta word for laughter, which is this right here. So yes, tell your friends and family that laughter is now categorized by scientists and doctors as a medicine. That you have this medicine within you to bring down your own cortisol levels without the ancient method of having to bring down someone. And it promotes youthfulness through slowing down of aging. And here's the other ancient pre-matrix meta word for laughter. How wise were our ancestors, the NETER? How wise were they really? Are you ready to find out, everybody? How wise were our ancestors, the NETER? Well, thousands of years later, scientists are just now coming to the conclusion that spontaneous laughter being caused by the hypothalamus reduces cortisol, slows down aging, which increases youthfulness. How wise were our NETER prior to the matrix thousands of years ago? Guess what else the word for laugh translates to? The ancient word for laugh in the language of the NETERU, this word right here for laugh. So one translated to the same biological imperative of why animals would laugh and smile or have that emotion. And here's the next word for laugh. After the scientists have proven that laughter is a medicine and slows down aging and causes usefulness. How wise were our NETERU thousands of years before this? What's the other word? What does this word here, laugh, also translate to? Sech, young, child, infant, babe. The sechity. Same word for laugh is a word for babe, infant, young, youth. Nefertatan says, no wonder why some say when they're laughing, they've been split into. You see? The sech. And then the sessa, the knife to cut to destroy the enemy. Trickles down and ricochets to language today. Laughing is a happy emotion, but it dealt with violence originally. How do you describe yourself when you're at your peak of laughing, you say, "Oh man, I'm blank laughing." Why do you use the word dying? What does dying have to do with laughing today? Now you know. You know now. Man, I'm dying. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. Yo, I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dying laughing. Why would you use the word that deals with the elimination of your life with one of the happiest gestures of emotions that you can have? You're dying laughing? Well, now you know. It's vestigial in our subconscious. Because the original aspect of laughing and smiling had to do with death, killing, survival, catching food, the downplay and outwitting others, and the original word for laughing was the knife that killed you. I'm dying laughing. Oh, man. Tehuti, who taught you this? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Here we go. Boom. There's such the same word for laugh is the same word for youthfulness. Uh-oh, youth. Boom. The NETERU designed the word for laugh. The NETERU designed that the word for laugh is the same word for youth. The double meaning, the double function, biological imperative, immortality. One word for laugh deals with cutting, killing, and destruction with the blade of the knife, and the other word for laugh deals with life and youthfulness. Yeah, we are the best. Show me this in any other language with the theme. Here we go. So now that you know all of this, you think of the common word for joking also as mocking somebody, right? Mocking somebody. Is this the concept that was in MAAT? Mocking somebody. Let's take a look at the word for joking and laughing again. Ready? Sometimes you see something and you have to look again. Here it is. Here's such, a such. Double word, double itself. Right? Mocking, jest. You see? The secha, laugh. Mocking. What type of mocking was this? Ready? See, Tehuti, there it is. They were mocking people just like Cedric the Entertainer and Eddie Murphy today. The NETERU are walking around mocking people. See, it's right there. It means mocking. We got you now, Tehuti. Remember, awesome students, what I just taught you about the mirror neurons and the ancient immortal principle of doubling. What was the goal of all who lived in Ma'at? To double the echoed body, to live in an everlasting state. In an everlasting state repeatedly, of repeating youth over and over again, which you have now learned here for the first time is the definition for the ancient word for laughter, which is also the same word as rempet. Remp. Here it is right here. See? Rempt, to become young. Rempt, young, everlasting years. Sech, babe, young. Rempt, young, become young. Chicha, everlasting, the same as rempt. Lasting forever. Chicha, sechicha, young. Rempt, young. That is what laughing does. Do you see the echoed body? Look close, everybody. Do you see the echoed body rising to everlasting immortal life within the word Techet? It's right in there. That is not just an echoed body. That's the image of a statue, a copy, a double of something. See right there? I think I blow it up for you. There it is. See it laying down right there in the word? It's not just talking about any kind of eternity. It's talking about the serpent around the body as it lays down, Techet, and then it resurrects. And then it becomes the Greek oris boris, as appearing to bite its own tail, creating the everlasting circle called the Shen. The same word for hair. Hey, circle, hair. The difference are black. So it is the everlasting circle, eternity, everlasting, resurrecting, right within the word. Okay, the destructive side of mockery, which is evolved from the origin of competitive laughter, now you know, that's the destructive side of mockery, is to mock, copy someone to make them feel bad as the butt of a joke. Let me show you the NETERU word for laugh, mockery again, pre-matrix. Let's take a look again. Every time we look at it, I'm going to point out something new. Let's look again. You ready to look again? You look so many times at the same word. Let's look again and again and again. Let's look again. You ready? Mind-blowing answers again and again. Here it is. Ready? Here it is. The chat. Mockery. Mockery. Laugh. Okay, good. Fetch. Here it is. A form or an image. Image form. What? What happened? What do you mean a form or an image? That's what this symbol is. It's a duplicate, a statue called a tet. It's a copy. Now the word for laughter, this mockery, is an image form, which is what? To depart in peace, to die. To die, departure, in peace, copied image form. The resurrection of what they call the mummy or the statue. The word laughing means image form, resurrecting for departure after one dies. You're killing me. I was dying laughing. Oh, I'm dying laughing. Yo, I'm dying laughing. You don't even know why you're saying it. Now you do. Look how many words that deal with immortality, biological imperative, and double meanings is in the word laugh that all seems to make sense. Now we have a mockery. Mockery is to copy something, right? What type of copying is this? The statue is the copy. That's what the statue is. The statue of King Tut is not King Tut. It's a statue of him. It's the copy. That's what's left on the altar. That's what's left in the tomb. The copy of him. You make the statue, and then you place that and you give offerings to the statue, which is the copy of the actual person after the resurrection. Is the same word for laughing, because it means mockery. So to mock means to copy something. But today, the mocking is only dealing with the negative side of it, copying somebody to make fun of them. But we see the copying in the meta-netter dealt with sachet, immortality, to become youthful again and to be born again into the afterlife. A little different concept of laughing now, isn't it? That's what your teacher taught you? My favorite teachers are... Here we go. There's departure, depart into peace, to die. Sacha, the same word for laughing. Mockery. Sacha. Sacha, laugh. Sech, youthful again. Same as Ren Pet. Everlasting, eternity. There's the resurrecting copy, echoing out. Because of the copy that is the statue, then there's the satut that is the copy of you resurrecting out. That's why the word ba is double. That means copy of something. And the word ka is double. That means copy of something. And that's why the ba is the pure energetic the pure energetic projectable double, the doubled body. You are the ka within me. You're the double. That's the mockery, the double. Copying something. That's why sachet is a form, copy, departing in peace, the same as laughing. It's that mockery. that mockery, that imitation, word speech. Word speech, you see that? Word speech, reciting a narrative, reciting a narrative. All of this is in the word laugh. Boom. The word for laugh to the NETERU, to mock double, echoed immortality body, mirroring forms done through recitation to prepare for the doubled realm of the afterlife departure of the mock body, the double body, the pure energetic projectable double. And that is why there is no Tehuti pod class in history that I have ever taught about immortality and not made you laugh. Yes, every Tehuti pod class that you have ever learned about immortality, you simultaneously were laughing in the class. Every single class. As the students laughing and the people in the audience laughing, I could be teaching about death, destruction, government psyops, AIDS, anything, and immortality is going to be in every single class. And this is the pure energetic projectable double, the mock body. And in every class, you're going to be laughing. What kind of teacher is that? And that is what I must do as your SABA. See the word SABA here? The teacher, instruction, SABA. That is the job of the SABA, to relax the people, have them laughing, even though the topic may be serious. Because the teaching of immortality has the laughter in it without the competitive nature. Now you don't have to compete with your fellow man like you competed as a sperm, or as the evolutionary man competing for food with the hyenas. You can just satisfy the dopamine pathways. You can satisfy the cortical ganglia pathways without having to compete. That is my job as a SABA, which is the doorway, which is the teaching training. That is what my job as the SABA. Oh, what's the word for laugh in Metanetter again? Sabat, to laugh. Saba, the teacher instructor. Saba, sesabi, to make people laugh. The teacher, the instructor, the same word for Saba, sabet. There it is right there. Sabet is the same word for making people laugh. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the years on July 4th ritual, Nathan Pod Dogs, or if you have learned anything, or if this has had any impact of any type or has advanced your recent current understanding of this particular subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation, I hope, called Laugh of Life, Saba Smile, Laugh Out Loud, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Moon. Hotep, I am done. Put the link in the room. Let me check the comments, see what NUKPU and the people thought about that answer. That guidance. How long was that one? What was that? I don't know. I just back. Hold on. Hey there. Hey. All right. Yeah.
What's up? This was great. So Nefer, and I love how you went into all of the stuff about the brain and just went in depth with all of that. I loved learning about that in depth. And I loved how you said that SABA means to laugh. I never knew that, and that was very Nefer. And I really loved the echoing double body, the ba. That is, to sum it all up, that was very Nefer. It was a great gift, and I love how it has to do with, everything has to do with immortality, and I love that very much. I love imbuing it in every single class, and I'm very appreciative of you for bringing that forward every time. Swafotep Mary.
I appreciate it, and too. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's all being logged. This is being logged in history, and I hope it's being logged forever. It will outlast. My physical experience here. So I'm glad you appreciate it, and thank you for your appreciation. I wasn't going to answer that today. I wasn't going to answer that. I wasn't going to answer that. I was actually only going to do the crying one for NEFERTATEN and call it a day, and then I was far asleep. So thank you.
You talk to you for all that you do daily and all the time that it takes for you to bring these forth. That is very appreciated from Anu and I, for sure. Everything you do is appreciated by us. Twa very much.
Nini Uk. Okay, wonderful. I'm sure Anu, you echo the thoughts. I'll hear you in a moment. I'm going to go to the person who asked the question is grabbing his head. I don't know if he's trying to push it all in. Stay in there. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. The cortisol ganglia. Is it all? It's all in that room somewhere. It's all there. How you doing, Nook? That was for you. I turned the letters blue for you and everything.
Oh, Saba, Tua, Henu, man. I'm holding my head because it's like exploding, so I'm trying to like keep it down. My frontal lobe is, since the beginning, man. I was like, was it something that I drank? Was it bad or something? My head is like, and then you show the frontal lobe. I was like, man, this is Tua, Saba. That was too much, man. Tua, Henu. That was powerful, man. That's exactly what I needed. It was healing to my Eve. Tua, Saba. I'm not going to take up too much time. Let everybody share their thoughts, man, because I'm just marinating on it right now. Tua.
Okay, well, we don't want your frontal lobe exploding. You got to keep that ventral medial. Keep the ventral medial there. You won't be able to laugh again. All right. Glad you appreciate. You're the one that asked the question. I look forward to seeing. I want to see the appreciate. I want to see what this yields. I'm about to go. Order some Nathan's Heart. The man who knows where the answers came from has come to the screen. He knows which books. The Ashar. Who is it? No, who's the guy? Who's the other guy? Who's the guy? Not Ashar Kwesi. Who's it? Muta Ashby. They both have the ash. Ash. Muta Ashby. Go ahead, Primordial. How you doing, my brother? I know you got the book where I got that from.
Saba, you beyond the book, man. You right in the pyramid text. You talking to the NETERU directly. I keep calling you Theta. because you you live in that state of mind. Tua to you, great Saba. Excuse me for the early absence. Definitely has some family that came in through, and guess what we were talking about? Nothing but trying to put them on the class. My brother-in-law, my brother-in-law. You know, it's interesting because he's the one that kind of shocked me with questions to question Christianity. And you know, and he's into like, you know, Kemet and things of that nature, right? So I've been trying to tell him about your class and stuff. So we just had a great conversation. It all started off short. Long story short, it started off, you know, he kind of went through some things, and you know, they put him on some blood pressure medicine, and I was like, oh well, guess what? You remember Tehuti, who I've been trying to put you on for a while? Yeah, I'm gonna send you that class. I'm gonna send you that class with the timestamp, and I want you to spend time to just start there. And so he promised me, man, before they just left, and I was just breaking them like, look, man, all we was doing was talking about just how you get to the root of things. So every time someone has something to say, I was just like, well, how far can you trace it? What's the proof? Show me what the ancestors was talking about. So it's been all just you that I just been spewing. So hotep to you, Saba. I appreciate you, and that's all we talking about is the House of ATTON.
Thank you, my brother. That was good to hear. I remember those days I used to do. Those were fun days. I remember that, man. You enjoy that time until you become something like me. Enjoy that time. I don't get to experience that fun anymore. I don't have any normal people around me anymore. So I remember that. You remember the family members and you're breaking it down and having those conversations and the back and forth. That was fun. I like that. I remember those days. You enjoy that, man. I'll live vicariously through you because I don't have anybody normal. Nobody normal is allowed in my house. I don't have an opportunity to teach any normal person anymore. So you enjoy it. That's great. Hey, Tef. There you are.
What's up, great Saba? Can you hear me?
Hey, great.
That was amazing breakdown. Now I know why people say laughter is the best medicine. You definitely broke that matrix, because I've heard that. Dying laughing. That's man. See, that's why I don't ask no questions, Saba, because you answer all my questions. They ask all the questions I want to know. That was phenomenal, and every time you're right. Every podcast is something funny, like, and it's just super funny, like the way the things that you say and how you break it down is absolutely phenomenal. So 2 out for that, great for both of those answers, and the million questions that you answered, because it was just 2 questions asked, but it was about a million questions answered for me today. I mean, 1,000,000 is 6 zeros, but man, I don't know. I'm losing track, Saba. So 2 out for that. That was absolutely phenomenal. So thank you, NUKPU, for asking that question. You know, it's so beautiful, right? Because it seems like such a simple question, like, oh, why do people laugh? But
right.
The intricacy and how you broke it down was just, I know nobody saw that coming. That was absolutely phenomenal. So 2 out for that, great Saba. And thank you for the science. Thank you for the science that came along with it. So 2 out.
I'm glad you appreciate it. I try to what I do is the method of my answer, why it seems so appealing and addictive, is because no matter who's listening, I answer for you. So you could be an atheist and listen to that, and you could be like, I don't know about the NETERU stuff, but hey, that does make sense. Whoa, I can appreciate the evolution. And wait a minute, you mean in the ancient language it dealt with the evolution? Oh, okay, I can relate to that. Oh, you have scientific journals, you have Library of Medicine, and if you're a religious person or into MAAT or whatever, I try to hit everybody, relate to everybody. So I'm glad you appreciate at all the levels, and especially the science part, because it's hard for people to back what they teach with scientific articles. You know, so it's very difficult. How do you find the scientific article on the exact thing you're teaching about every single time? Why is there a scientific article on every single thing I teach? Why is that? You know, so good for your appreciation, brother.
Any SABA?
NEFERTATEN, can you hear us? Are you on the screen? I see your name. The ATTON is small now. I don't know. She's a wordsmith. I don't know what that means. That the NEFER, the NEFERT is big and the ATTON is small. How you doing, NEFERTATEN?
I am. I'm leaving through the night, but I did thankfully from YouTube's ×2 speed. I was able to just do my first digesting of the lamenting, and I got to see Aset. I'm not sure if you have a different name for her, but that was really beautiful, and giving you dua for combining the laughter with the joy. Like, this podcast needs to be called How to Become an Emotional Ninja. So thank you for equipping us with the tools to be in our heka and just be the powerful NETERU, whether we kill him with laughter or kill him with lamenting and kindness. So dua for that.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. Are you on your post right now? Are you on your, you know?
Yeah, there's multiple things I'm doing right now. So.
Okay, I'm glad you appreciate. You got to see the answer I did for you.
Yes, it was beautiful, and like Antu has said this so many times, but there's definitely a healing and things that I was seeking for in that quest that I received, and I hope that empowers all women. And it's beautiful to know that, like, to just cry during childbirth, like that's an orgasm, the orgasm of the eyes. Like, what? That's that's incredible. So dua.
Nini up. Okay, we're gonna go through some. We're gonna go through a couple of donations. Anu, did you ever say anything, or I just said you echoed Antu and skipped you?
No, I didn't say anything yet.
Okay, you can say a couple words. We're gonna go through some donations, and I gotta step off for a minute.
Well, very much for this class. The classes are definitely getting way more advanced, and I appreciate that.
Way more advanced than what?
I appreciate that. And this is definitely a master class. We went over so many different things. I learned a lot about the brain, about biological imperative, and the way that we evolve. There's a lot I could go over about keeping score, and I'm just very appreciative of it. I'll definitely be exercising this knowledge all the time.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. It is time. We're going to go through some donations and support. If you all saw this answer, a test is going to drill in your head when I take a break. But if you all saw this answer, man, just keep this here at this level. If you appreciate it, I know that it's hard. It's hard to I know it's hard to show that appreciation because we've been so trained to appreciate Chinese food and Chinese buffet and Pizza Hut. I know we appreciate all those things, Nathan hot dogs, and going out to the carnival with the family, eating cheeseburgers and funnel cakes. I know we appreciate those things. I'm trying to switch and say, listen, it takes a lot for me to be here. If my answer is 2 hours, to put it together was 32 hours, because there's a method. I'm not just answering the question. There's a method. There's a storyline and a method that has to be created to put into it. It's a method that I'm doing. So it takes a lot of time to answer the question. I come off the top of my head and actually answer most of these questions, but to put it in a verbal way of that, to put it in a visual way like that takes several hours. So if you've ever tipped a waiter, if you've ever bought a cotton candy, a candy apple, you know, you ever eat popsicle for your children and give them all type of sugar cavities. Support the Tutti Pot class. Let's go and see how many people actually appreciated that answer. Let's go and see right now. There we go. The first support. This is actually from the last class. This is who is this? Tehuti Harakuti. Shout out to Tehuti Harakuti. Where's did we lose somebody on the panel? Where's Annie? Annie's gone? Okay. Tehuti Harakuti. Okay, good. I'm gonna get NUKPU. Could you read that for me, please, my brother?
To SABA, yes. It says, this is from Tehuti Harakuti. He sent in 3172 for immortal mourning. Tua Mary to the great master teacher SABA Tehuti for yet another profound breakdown. I definitely need to rewatch it. So many gems were dropped as always. Hotep, MAAT, Uncle Jasanev. He has the mind-blowing, the blue diamond, the serpents, and the hands giving praise to you, Saba.
Give him some big noise, please. Big noise, big noise. Who's on the sound?
Woo! Let's go, let's go.
How does it sound? Can you hear it?
No, not at all. Where did Annie go?
He didn't.
Yeah, I'll give you some live.
No, I didn't hear anything. You guys hear anything?
No, not at all.
You can't hear it?
No,
let's just do it live. Let's do it lit.
No sound?
I hear it. It's real low. It's like
we have
real
some
low.
mock. It's some mock sound effects right now.
I'm gonna put on mine.
There you go. It's just low though on my TEF. You gotta like rise it up a little bit. Yeah, just gotta go up though.
That's me. I'm doing that.
I think that's Saba's clapping.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, got us with the new OBS. Now my sounds don't work.
Too many buttons. Too many buttons.
Hey Saba, we got to get you some of those NUKPU glasses, but prescription.
I agree. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step off for just a moment. I'll come back and do the rest of the donations. I gotta step off for just a minute. I have to rejuvenate myself. I'm behind in my meals. I have to rejuvenate. You all please support. I'll be back. Peace and love.
What's up? What's going on, guys? I don't know what's wrong with my sounds. Can y'all hear that? Y'all hear that?
It's real low.
It's
like
low?
Real low. Yeah.
I don't know why it's slow. Hold on. Let me try to. It was working before, though. Let's see if I go to audio. It's not
Saba, 2 off for everything, man. This was powerful, man. This was.
What about now? Can y'all hear it?
Next level. It's still low.
Still low. Let's see if you can rescan or refresh your audio inputs.
Okay. Let me turn it off and turn it back on. Let's see.
Got those NUKPU nooks.
These are the Maheru. Man, but that class was mind blowing. Saba threw my name in there. I kind of seen it kind of sneaking in at the beginning, and then we hit it up at the end. I'm like, wow, man! It just my frontal lobe just explode. Like, trying to tell you, man. Like, wow. To Saba forever for that head. Uncle Jasanev, that was unexpected. Like, made me laugh. It was wonderful. It was never. So tour forever, Saba, for that. That was powerful. Very needed. Very healing. It's a question that I always had from like over 3 years ago, to be honest. Like I always wondered like the healing properties of hugging someone or smiling at somebody or laughing. So it was all a combination of so many different things, and it's beautiful to experience it in this breakdown from Saba. It was Nefer. So words can't describe how powerful this is. So Tua.
Those be the best ones.
Yeah, NUKPU, definitely the legend, having Saba change the pod class text to blue. What?
Can y'all hear that? Y'all heard that?
No, still low. What's up?
Still low? Oh man, I don't know what's going on. We're gonna do it like this then. I'm just gonna do it. I got a backup. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, it's really Nefer to, class by class, question by question, see how so much of the Medu Neter is just wired into our body, and that's why everything is so synchronistic, and that's why so many members on the House of Atten, we can just speak of the heck of, because we're imbuing the language and how laughter and joy connect with. We heard that. If that's you, it's up.
Yeah, but
just
that's on my mic.
Okay, so yeah, just how it connects to our bodies, and that's such a beautiful thing about somatic release, because so much trauma is stored in our bodies, and I'm grateful and looking forward to Nani Asetmer's circle tomorrow, and she mentioned about how everything's held in the womb, for women especially, but for men as well. There's things that we hold in our bodies, so it's great to have the Medu and break these spells and break these matrices and be able to be in joy and be in those other emotions that allow us to echo our immortality and truly be the ones to have the last laugh.
Can y'all hear this? Y'all heard that?
That was low.
Yes, it's
still
low.
Tef, how about when Saba come back, just get back on originally, just basically through the StreamYard and just use your sound in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to log off and come back on. Yeah, but yeah, I agree that class is great, and I'm definitely excited for my mate to participate and be around that, that female energy, because we're on a mission, and it's definitely needed. And she especially, when Saba missed a Monday, like when he was before he like stopped completely doing the classes, but like when stuff would come up on Mondays and there wasn't a Monday class, she would literally be like not in a good space. Like she would like really want the class, and it's a beautiful thing because we all, it's almost like Saba said, like we crave the opposite. We're the Isfet is most dominant in our life. So, it was really good to see her, really want that. So when Sister Nana said she was doing that, I was excited to tell her to, reach out, because I definitely need her in that energy. Being a mother and, taking care of the responsibilities with the children, it gets difficult sometimes. So, the Monday classes were great, but I know that this is definitely going to be better for her, because it's going to do nothing but strengthen our family. She was like, "What is it about?" I was like, "I don't know." I don't know, but I know it's going to be good, right? Monday classes were good. We didn't know what Monday classes were going to be about. We don't know what these classes are going to be about. We see the questions as they're sent in, but we don't know what questions he's going to answer when. So, I'm definitely excited for her for tomorrow. For today, that's past 12 now. But it's definitely a beautiful thing. So I know, Antu, you're gonna be in it, and you're doing a great job with those clips. This is it's a beautiful time. Like Saba said, the time that we're in right now is not to be taken for granted. So every opportunity that I have, that we have to, to grow and learn, is from SABA is a great thing. And everybody and anything that's connected to SABA, the foundation is MAAT. So it's nothing but nothing but just it's up. It's nothing but building. So yeah, I'm excited for that. And it's so beautiful how the classes, how they just connect, how everything connects. Saba said, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, he said all of his classes is one class, and the way they connect is just beautiful. The synchronicity on it, how everything just flows, go from crying to laughing, like 2 different people asked the question. But just that synchronicity is there. I know you look like you want to speak, good brother. You trying to say something?
No, I'm I look up the meta word for itch right now.
Oh, yeah. These are these classes. So you gotta support. You gotta support this. We gotta keep this going. Because right now is like, what better time than now? And who would have thought that question on laughing would be so deep? It's like an hour-long answer just to answer about laughing. So this definitely isn't to be taken for granted. So I encourage everyone who appreciates this to support it. Support our SABA, support our teacher, and do what's important to you. That's why we all support. That's why we're up here. That's why I'm here every week. My family, you guys are my family, so I'm here. There's no other place I would rather be. This is what I'm doing, and I'm grateful for it. I don't take it for granted. I do my best to not miss a class at all, even when I'm not here physically. I'm still here as long as I have an internet service or some type of phone service. I'm here in the country, out the country, wherever I'm at with my family, because this is important. This knowledge is important. And then putting it into practice, being able to, connect with everybody here. When we had the Discord, I fell asleep in the class. I was so tired yesterday. I dozed off. I woke up and the Discord
was
was
wondering
off.
where you was at. I'm like, what happened to Atef, man? Where was he at?
Hey, man, I don't know, bro. I was tired. I worked, but I was still here. I showed up and I couldn't take it no more. I thought I was here, but you see, I wasn't really talking that much. But I passed out, bro. I woke up. It was the next day. But again, I could have been doing something else. I could have been doing something that wasn't beneficial. So, it's good to be a part of this energy. So everything matters. So I'm so excited for my mate to to be able to participate and learn and grow with the sister. So it's just like, man, it's all. I'm not even gonna say it's a no-brainer, because that don't even sound right? Like the words that we say and then the stuff that in the Matrix, it's like you begin to analyze it and investigate it. That don't make no sense. A no-brainer. Like that don't make sense. But I'm excited for her to participate, and the time is different. We in a different time zone, but I'm excited, and I'm excited for all of you ladies, for all of the women, because I'm excited for y'all, because I'm excited for my children. It's like, man, my children get to grow and learn, because it's tough, man. We've been in the Matrix longer than we've been in this teaching. It's like, so trying to break myself out completely and break my family out, it's challenging. It's very challenging at times. So like I said, any opportunity I'm speaking to the sisters out there, to all the sisters, if you have the opportunity to reach out to Sister Nana, I don't know if it's too late or whatever, but all the sisters on the panel is going to be, because we're building a nation, and the thing about it is we can't build it without the women. We can't, it's like that's hustling backwards. So we need all the feminine energy. We need all of the women. We need all the smart, ladies to participate so that we can grow and become the NETERU, right? Because it's a process. It takes discipline. It takes knowledge. So I'm excited for our future. I'm excited for our children, for y'all children, everyone's children on the panel who aren't here yet. It's beautiful. It definitely pleases my Eve, right? It definitely pleases my Eve, and it's almost like I'm excited, man. I'm more excited for her than I am for, let's say, if SABA were to, have a Monday class again. I'm more excited for her because she was missing that. Like on these classes, she run these back, but it's not like being there in person and actually participating. I realized that I found that out with Killer Priest when SABA was on Killer Priest show. It was important for me to be there live. Like I was looking forward to it. Like I was looking forward to the Monday class and the Sunday classes that we do. I didn't know what we was doing. I'm like, what a Sunday, like book study. Ani and and the other brother was like, yeah, this is what we doing. I'm like, what? Like, how are we supposed to do that? I had no idea that it was going to grow into something so beautiful. But this is how you build a nation. You grow and you show your face. You walk through your challenges and you advance, little by little. So, I'm grateful for that, for myself, for my family. I'm grateful for what my family is becoming. Thanks to my great teacher. I waste no time in telling people who my teacher is. Hey, Tehuti, who? But I'm so excited to share that with people. But what they say is, it's too long, it's this and that. But that's not true because the great sister timestamps them. So right now it's not timestamped, but when you go back after in a few days and you go back to old classes, they're timestamped. And you, Antu, you clip out important pieces of the classes from. You're clipping out things that I was there but didn't remember. Like, oh snap, oh man, I remember that. Once I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, I was there for that. And I'm reminded of it. So it's like people have no excuse. You have no excuse to to support what's important to you. I hear people all the time talk about foolishness, like, oh, did you watch Real Housewives or whatever? And I'm getting to the point where I'm like SABA, where he said rugged bone harmony. It's like the ISFET, I'm having trouble, communicating that. And that's really how it's supposed to be, because I have to learn. I have to build a new vocabulary with my mother tongue. With the language of our ancestors, of us. That's our language. That's our true language. If you are a follower of MAAT, the metal netta is your language. And for us to not know it, it's not something to be proud of. I'm not going to say that we should be ashamed of it. I'm just going to say it's something to be proud of. We should celebrate that the way the Chinese celebrate Mandarin and the way they write it so beautifully, and other cultures, the way they celebrate their language. They waste no time in telling you what their language is and where they're from, and and that's how it should be with us when it comes to our language and familiarizing with ourselves with it. This is why I say I'm a baby, because it's so much that I don't know. It's way more that I don't know that I'm completely unfamiliar with. So I don't even pretend. I don't even pretend to know. I don't even pretend like, oh, I know this, I don't know nothing, because I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to unlearn and relearn. So I Saba, I sit at his feet with my hands crossed, you know, with my ears open and my hands crossed. Even for me to be up here speaking, I'm like, I would actually rather be listening to Saba. Like, I'd rather be listening to one of you brothers and sisters talk, because I want to learn. So, you know, but at the same time, it's beautiful because I get to support my teacher any way that I can. And this is, you know, it's small, but it's big and it's powerful because I get to do that. And it's you know, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to be up here, but sometimes I feel like, oh, I'm just rambling. But you know, when I look into my heart and I say, well, you know, the bottom line is I'm grateful. So if I'm able to speak from my heart and just show gratitude to my teacher and celebrate all of you, then you know that's the way it should be. Because when you click on the other channels, they arguing and they fussing and they fighting. The Egyptians are black, and there's nothing being built. But yeah, here we're building, like literally actually building something beautiful and NEFER, and something beneficial, and something that I'm proud to share with my children and my family and, you know, my close associates. I'm proud to share that with them and to show them that. And I take joy when I hear my mate, you know, directing her family members that have no idea about anything MAAT or any of that to Saba's classes about cholesterol and, you know, all the different teachings. When I hear her speaking, and I'm like, I didn't think she was paying attention. So it definitely pleases my heart, pleases my ear to be able to support my teacher. And you know, if you appreciate what's being brought forth here, then you will support too, any way you can. You know, welcome back, Great Saba. I don't know what's going on with my sounds. I'm gonna try to log out and try to come back in and see. Ani got us on OBS. We expanding, so I got a new system. So I'm gonna try to go out and come back in. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna come back in regular, turn off the OBS.
Okay, well, I am back. I am back. We're gonna go through some. I see somebody. I can't really. I don't know if that's somebody we know or if that's a supporter. I see somebody in a square box, but they're kind of moving around. What is that? Who is that? Let me see if this is somebody we know or supports. I can't see the. Let's do this. Peace Hotep, sister. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. And you know, I just want to be prayed over. If y'all will allow me, you know, Tehuti and MAAT. You know, I'm the daughter of Asar and Aset, Isis, Osiris, Iris, Isis, and you know, I've been trying to get off of drugs for about like 13 years now, and it's like I just don't see no hope. So if anybody can just pray for me, you know what I mean? Real shit, please.
Okay. All right, sister. Are you a supporter of the Tutsi pod class? I'm not. I don't see you anymore. You're not on the screen. Are you a supporter of the pod class?
Who?
Are you a supporter of the Tutsi pod class? I don't see your. I'm not seeing your face. Do you support the Tutsi pod class? Are you a student that supports this? Supports the class?
No, I just saw your face and I saw recognition name, you know, and I see my ancestors and, you know, I just need help. So just prayers.
Okay, well, stick around, stick in the pod class, listen to the class, participate. The panel is really for the supporting members. It was nice definitely meeting you. And definitely stay in the chat, support, ask questions, participate. And there's a whole movement happening. There's a whole support group movement. You can join. There's a website. There's a Discord. And a brother named Annie can walk you through. But peace and love, sister. And let's get to know you first before you come on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep in touch and stick around and emerge in with what's happening. But it's very. Your name is Isis.
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you, Isis. If you go back, did you watch the class I just did on the Lamentations of Isis?
No.
Oh, okay. Wow. You will definitely watch that. But just nice to meet you, and definitely stick around, blend in with the sisters, the brothers. There's a sisters movement happening tomorrow. All type of things happen. You came to the right place. It was definitely nice meeting your beautiful sister, and you just stick around, and you will definitely merge with people, and you'll get the help you need once it's a reciprocity back and forth. So nice meeting you, though. Nice meeting you. Definitely stick around, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, peace and love. I'm gonna put you back in the chat just for now. Peace and love, though. Nice meeting you. Definitely stick around. You'll love this. Okay, that's awesome. Wonderful. We have Nanya Set Mur trying to come in. Oh, something happened to her. Okay, we're gonna go through the donations and support. Let's get to I need to see the support on this class I just did. Let me see. I don't see much support in this pod class.
I'm gonna log out and try to come back in to fix my sound.
Okay. I don't see much of support in this pod class, but let me go read the support, and I appreciate for the support that it did come in. I thought expanding the time and the answers and the detail of the expansion, the time it takes, I thought that would definitely garnish more support, but I see it's the same if it was a 10-minute, 15-minute answer. So we're gonna start going back to probably start going back to the 15-minute answers, or so 20-minute answers, and maybe I'll do 4 class or something. I really want to do this one I'm doing, but it's a lot of time for the support that I'm seeing. But Tua to Anu and Antu for giving the support of what is this right here? This is give them some noise right here. Give them some noise. This is $20. Anu, go ahead and read that. Shout out to the new people in the chat. Here's Asat Cam Mit. I love new people that come to the I wonder if that was the ISIS young lady. It looks like her. But Asad Cam Mit, shout out to the new people in the room, and stick around. And shout out to you, support the Tehuti pod class. Definitely send in your questions and merge in. This is the truth. This is home. Last representations of the NETERU. All right, go ahead and read that, brother Anu.
For Sebi, make, laugh, or smile with the heck up.
Okay, give him some big noise. Where did Annie go? Annie Soundman, where's Annie? You just dipped off?
I don't know.
We lost our sound man, Annie. Anybody have contact? Contact Annie. Find out what happened, because we don't have a TEF either. We have no sound man. This is horrible. Welcome to the House of ATTON. This is chaos. Here we go. This is crazy. What's happening here?
TEF said he was jumping back. He said he was just resetting because of the sound.
Okay, good. Thank you for telling somebody at TEF. Did Annie say anything before he left, or he just dozed off and or something? Or?
Yeah, I think that's why TEF came on, because he was covering for Ani. Ani said he had to take a early upesh.
Oh, that's what he said. Okay, I missed that. Okay, thank you for that, Primordial. You're the updater. You're the updater. Okay, so I'm gonna make the sounds for now. Shout out to Anu and Antu. I appreciate your support, constant support always. And I'll be the sound man until they come back. Here we go. Shout out to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And okay, who's next? Next on the support. What happened to the support this week? This is different. Trying to do something for the ladies. I don't know where the. Oh, there's Gabrielle Lopez. Okay. Gabriel Lopez. Tip, what was that? I can't laugh. Okay. Tip laugh. Shout out to you, Gabriel Lopez, who comes through all the time. Let's even get that on the screen. All right, there's Gabriel Lopez with a tip for is Gabriel Lopez on the screen? Nope. Okay. Prime 105, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, it says 11:11 for build-up and breakdown of laughter, Purple Heart.
Thank you, Gabriel Lopez. Give her some noise, please. 11:11. Okay. All right, who's next up? Is Johan Billadou. Johan Billadou popping up. I think he's going to be next week's answer, the HDAD question. I think he's coming up. HDH, what is it? HDAD, is that what it is? Shout out to Johan Billadou. Let's put it on the screen. We're going to give Johan Billadou some noise. Hope it's tough. Oh, good. Nania Semmer's having some device issues. She's trying to come on, but some kind of problems. Okay, Tef, try your sound out now.
Did you hear it?
Not at all.
No.
I hear something sounds like a ringing.
Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna go out one more time.
Okay, shout out to Johan Billadou. Vortex Ninja comes through all the time. Vortex Ninja comes through all the time. Peace and love to your appreciation of the time of my time and that which I give. Vortex Ninja, he's always manifesting. Peace and love to you, good brother. I think you're a brother, Vortex Ninja. Shout out to you, peace and love. Let's give Vortex Ninja some noise. Let's see if this works. Is NEFERTATEN still with us?
Yes, she is. She said that she's driving right now and won't be able to read donations.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Everybody's updating me. Thank you. Vortex Ninja 2593. Let's give him some big noise. I guess I'm shout out to you, Vortex Ninja, for the great donation and support. Peace and love. Okay, a few more donations are starting to come in.
Can you hear that, Saba?
Yeah, sounds echoey, but yes. One moment, I'm gonna come off the screen. Okay, now who's this? Robert Williams. Shout out to Robert Williams, give him some noise. It's really low, Tef. Okay. Did somebody read that? Read that for me, Antu, please. Sorry.
S the chai, her, cut, and ma'at, and double laugh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up. Who's this? Black Alucard. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to read this one, then I have to step away for just a moment. Black Alucard, thanks for the knowledge. Give him some big noise, please. Then I'm going to step away for just a minute. You all talk to the people for a minute. I'll be right back.
So tap Uncle Seneb, to all the people in the panel, to our wonderful Sabatudi, to everybody in the chat. Everybody make sure they're supporting our wonderful Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He definitely deserves all the support. No one else is doing this. And like he said, it takes a long time to create these answers. There's a lot of work that is put into it. Information comes to him at random times, and he has to put it down. He's doing it for the people who ask the questions. To NUKPU for asking this question, a BRI as well, to NEFERTATEN for asking the previous question. And this is the 2D podcast. If you have questions, send it in with a Cash App or PayPal. If you're learning, support. I emphasize that enough. Support. People do so many different things. They spend money on things I can't even comprehend, like Skittles to change your DNA and all different types of crazy stuff. The popcorn at the movie theater, or new shoes, or all different types of stuff. So if you spend money on any of that stuff, it's only right if you support just something that's actually helping you, helping your consciousness, helping you evolve, helping you quantumly entangle yourself into immortality, eternity. So please support a wonderful Sabatudi. You can't support right now, support in the future. You can always go back to classes and support for past classes. If you really love MAAT, love the ancestors, love our Sabatudi, love the HOA, love the people on the panel, love yourself, then you will definitely send in support and reciprocity. Everything has a form of reciprocity. You can eat an apple and it feeds you. You can spit out the seed and help it grow a new tree. You cannot live life without reciprocity, so you choose. Either you have that relationship of reciprocity with Svet, with chaos, things that are going to hurt you and destroy you, or you have that reciprocity with the truth, love, immortality, which is here at the HOA under Sabatudi Amenhotep Ra. So please support our Sabatudi. Do what you can. And don't do what you like. Stay consistent. Yeah, Hotep. You have anything you want to say, NUKPU?
Oh, yes, Hotep. Or son. I just wanted to mention about everything Saba did, man, was powerful in this class, man. Saba, I appreciate you for my Eve. I've been studying about Sebi this week a lot, and to hear the great Sebi name come up in this answer was Nefer, because every time I think of Sebi, I think of him laughing, and to know that the word Sebi means Sebi means laughter is very Nefer, very synchronizing, dealing with healing, dealing with health. So it's like I feel like I'm in the Upesh Saba. Like, I appreciate that. That was powerful, man. There's so much I could say, man. I'm trying to say. It
And
can
do you
make
mean
me laugh. Go ahead.
you mean Dr. Sebi?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
this is. I've been studying him this whole week. You know, having him in my consciousness with the classes as well, back and forth while I'm at work, and to hear this come up, it's like, you're definitely in my consciousness, Saba. So you're definitely reading my mind, my Eve. You're going all in. So this was like a super gift for me. Like, I appreciate it so much. I'm gonna definitely give reciprocity for the whole month. This whole month of September is gonna be reciprocity to this class. So be assured of that, Saba. I don't need
Okay.
you to go to McDonald's, cutting no grass. You're gonna stay right here. You know, if I get the lottery, don't worry, I'll make sure you go nowhere but here. So if nobody supports, I'll make sure I support Saba. So I want you to know that I'm very appreciative of what you do, Saba. So, Tua Nini Uk,
Glad you're free.
Uncle
So
Jasina.
I should invest in Nathan's hot dog and start hitting the streets.
No, Saba. Invest into more mics, more boxes to bring in more people, you know, a temple for us to all meet up at. That's what we're gonna invest in, Saba.
Yeah,
Not nothing else.
Okay, I'm gonna put the Nathan's hot dog investment aside, and I'll stick
Put
with
that away. Give that to the fiends.
Okay, we're gonna read the rest of these donations and support. Let's get to it, everybody. The support this
Saba, if I may add to the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, just building on pretty much what everyone's discussing here. The ancestors left us so much, you know, and it's not a public service announcement, but it's important that we're not leeches to our own knowledge. And just what Saba, you mentioned in the breakdown of laughter meaning to echo, the only way the knowledge echoes on is if we give back and we expand it, and we don't just keep it inside of our mind, but we live it and imbue it with our life. So let's get out of the race game and get into the grace game of imbuing and being like the NETERU. There's no other culture that, you know, the example was given of the Chinese. At no point have I ever heard a Chinese person say, I'm a yellow person, or name whatever race you want to name. Nobody leads with color except for melanated people. So let's break that spell. Let's stop that nonsense. And let's actually talk about the culture that we're representing and living with. So that's just my share. And yeah, I look forward to hearing the support. What's up?
What's up? That was great. I'm a yellow man. That was great, absolutely. Yes. Okay, wonderful.
I'm a blue man.
Yellow power. Okay, we're gonna go through okay, here we go. Big vase for those who are watching. And thank you so much, NEFERTATEN. That was a good add to the build. I actually was calling for you earlier, but I was told you were driving. It's good to hear your voice back on. And definitely let me know whenever you come on for the break, and if you can ever show your camera. But if not, it's understandable. It's good to have you here. Probably by driving. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. This is Big Vapes. Big Vapes.
How's my sound now? Okay. I need say he needed to take it in.
Absolutely wonderful. You need what?
I say Ani had to take it in early tonight.
Okay, thanks for telling me that. I missed it when he left. Okay, shout out to Big Vase for the 63rd minute of class. Give him a clap for that, please. Shout out to you, shout out to you, Big Vase. Appreciate you. And you have the class right now. The class is you already have it. Shout out to the anonymous who sent this message right here. I was gonna put the message on the screen. He likes to stay anonymous, but can I put that? Wait a minute, hold on. Oh yeah, I can. Okay, shout out to this person right here. I'm just gonna put this on the screen. And two, if you could read that for me, please.
It says, "Tua SABA for my upgrades, more prosperity to you and all yours. Much love and respect, Hotep."
Okay, thank you. And his the rest of his anonymous, but I want to shout him out that he gave support. And appreciate you. Thank you. Good brother, you know who you are. Probably in the room right now. Let me go ahead and save this to the proper file. Wonderful. Okay, we're going to go on to the next one. And who's that? Who are we here? Oh, what's this? Already got Daniel Rhodes. Scroll up. Shashayed. Hey! Shashayed. Back to back. Shashayed with two of them. Shout out to Shashayed. I'm going to give Shashad some big noise right here. I scrolled down and found Shashayed. There she is. Give her some noise, Atef. She says, "For reciprocity for your teaching, Hotep, great SABA." Give her some noise, please. Thank you very much, Shashad. Beautiful, wonderful. And here she is back to back with another one. Back to back with another one. Oh, I already have that? Wait. No, I don't want to replace it. Okay, so here's Shashay with another one. We're going to give her a hand clap because together it was $24. So it was $20 and this one is $24. So give her a clap for this. Is just a small donation of reciprocity. Thank you, Shashay. You gave 20 right before this, so thank you. Give her a hand clap on. And now for my man, my little cousin, Bijan Farrow, popping back up on the scene. Coming through with the monster tips. Here we go, the monster supports. Give this man some big noise with some transformers. Let me see what it says first. NUKPU, can you read that for me, my brother?
Yes, Saba. It's from Sincere Austin, Bijan Farrell. It says, "Changing my life and mental health to our Saba," with the Ka symbol up.
With the Ka symbol what?
The Ka symbol. The hands of the Ka symbol. And and the praises to her.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, NUKPU, for reading that. Changing my life and my mental. Thank you, yes. Give them some big noise, transformers and everything. There's a big one. It's a big, big noise too. Nice, very nice. Thank you. Great support. Great support. Let me see some here. I'm looking for 30. What? Let me see some. Okay, next up is somebody who ordered the Men class, and that is oh, where'd it go? Stephen E, which is Ox Effect. Shout out to Ox Effect, good brother. Oh, let me get up. Oh, man. Ox Effect, great supporter. Shout out to you. He is ordering the MedNetter Monday class. So for the future, everybody just put Medu in the number. You don't have to put class there because Cash App is making some observations and strange stuff. So just put Medu number. You don't have to put class. For those who are watching this right here, this is I had MetaNetter Magic sessions for 65 of them live, and then I stopped them. Time ran out, and now people can order them. They are recorded ritual classes. They're just. If you want to know how to do things, these are the classes you order. So, Ox Effect just ordered. Oh, he did. He put Medu number 31. Perfect. Medu 31. Give him some noise, please. And Ox Effect, you have it already. You have it right now. Give him some noise. And we have, let me get this, another anonymous support. Okay, got that anonymous support. And Jinx with, what's this? $4. What's this? Jinx? Superhero Man, that's right. Okay, so let me go ahead and show this. Shout out to Jinx. He's given a lot of support in the past, a lot of big numbers. He had $4 to give today, so shout out to Jinx. Thank you, Jinx. Appreciate you. Who's next here? We're building up. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? I see NUKPU with a few of them. Oh, wow. Let me scroll back down. Call class question. Oh, I see NUKPU. That's from earlier. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to here we go. NUKPU. With 3 of them, then Primordial Thought 9. Okay. Shout out to NUKPU. You can read this. This is definitely NUKPU language in full effect. NUKPU, did you say all the donations you're sending in is for the laugh one, right?
Correct, Sal.
Okay. So NUKPU, the beautiful brother on the screen who is responsible for asking this very unique question, which rendered a very unique answer. This one was designed. NUKPU, what'd you say? You said, man, you said SABA put my name in it. What'd you say? Did you say something about that?
Yeah, how you put my name in the answer. Putting all these ancestors. You also put in Prodigy and Dr. Sebi with the Survival of the Fittest, and then Sebi, like it's just NEFER. So, you're wonderful, SABA. You definitely a NETERU, man. I can't deny that.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I'm glad you got all these little. You got the answer and a bunch of little little treasures, your little treasure discoveries inside of the answer, like turning over rocks. Okay, well, what? Oh, what do you say?
It's definitely gonna keep me laughing for the rest of the night and for the rest of my life. So to us, Saba.
Nini 999. Go ahead and read that NUKPU, please.
All right. It says Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, or Saba Nefer Tehuti Amin Hotep Ra. And I put the laughing emojis.
Oh, how good. Nice. Give him some noise for that because he's giving 3 of these. So he's giving $30. Give him some noise.
Put on the glasses for this one.
Well, actually, it doesn't matter if he's giving 3 because these are actually tips for the answer. So no matter what he gives, he's getting noise regardless. And on top of that, he's giving 3. So let's go ahead and read them. Here's another one here. This one is very colorful. NUKPU again. This is the brother that asked the question originally, and he's giving multiple tips on top of the answer. Okay, here we go. Shout out to NUKPU. Here's his next one. And Atef, your sound is sounding great, clear, and excellent. Excellent sound, Atef.
To a great Saba. I apologize for the I don't know what was going on. Ani has us with a new system, and it was working great. And my mate was like, "Why won't you turn the computer?" I was like, "Cause I didn't want to mess it up." And yeah, I just went back to the original. So here goes his sound. Oh, he didn't read it.
What'd you say, Atef? You said you're going back to the original. What sound? Say it again.
Yeah, I just went back to the original because Ani has us set up for a new system. So we've been setting up, having classes on it and setting it up, and it worked great when we were in the when we were setting it up. But I didn't turn my computer off, and my mate said, "Why you didn't turn the computer off?" I was like, "Cause I didn't want to mess it up. I didn't know how to work it, and I left it on, and now it's not working. So we'll figure it out tonight." So I just went back to the way it normally is, just the regular stream, y'all.
Excellent. Go ahead and read that for us. NUKPU.
Tua Saba. It says Tua. It has the Hotep symbol, the 3 axes for the neter, and then the laughing emoji. Tua Nefer Watchet Ekau Tuar Ib Sim Hotep.
That is beautiful. Thank you, brother. Did we already give him noise? Did we give him noise already? And NUKPU. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, Saba.
That symbol in the front on my end, it looks like a vase. You said it was a Hotep?
Yeah, the Hotep symbol for the offerings. You know, the offering vase.
Oh, it is a vase. Okay, yeah, got you. I thought you were talking about the Hotep table. Yes, it is an offering vase. Okay, nice. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, NUKPU. And again, from NUKPU again. And NUKPU, let me ask you a question, good brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Did you get did your name come from a pod class, or were you NUKPU in Killer Priest days too?
No. It was from that time in Killer Priest that I asked you a question about the NUKPU. I asked you what was the metal netter for I am who I am, and you said NUKPU. The confirmation came through, so I'm like, I ran with it right there. So.
Oh, okay. I was wondering when that name, when the Rays name faded, and then Rays. You said Rays. It was Rays, right? Rob Rays.
Yes,
That.
yes. I made that name up due to to Ra. So I made that name up like that, and Robert due to one of the archaeologists of the Medu Neter.
Interesting. And it was rays or rayas. It was rays like the rays of the sun.
Yes. Like
yeah.
Yeah, like a 10. I said, like the rays of a 10.
Perfect. Okay. All right, everybody, and here we go again. Did we do this one yet? Is this the third one?
It's gonna echo.
Did you read this one already?
Echo. No, I didn't. It's gonna echo forever. So get used to it.
Okay, go ahead and read that first, please.
Yes, Saba. It says, Hotep, now we laughing with tears of joy. Or SABA MAAT.
Give us some noise, please.
That correlates with the first class. With the first answer that you answered. So the crying and the laughing. So to us, Saba.
Nini ugh. And also another thing I didn't throw in the class too, but has this ever happened to you or anybody, Anu or anybody? Or have you seen it? You're laughing so hard that tears come out, you start crying. Have you ever seen that before?
Yes,
I've
seen that. I've had that happen to me.
And what'd you say, NUKPU?
That's the emojis that I mainly put on the chat is the laughing with the tears.
Yeah. I've laughed so hard that it's not the same as tears of joy. That's more emotional. The laughing so hard that you cry is like you there's no more. Sometimes you're silent. You laugh so hard that there's no more sound coming out. It's just tears coming out, and you're like. We are some strange evolutionary beings, but okay. All right, shout out to NUKPU. Give him some noise, please. And we got two more, and I think is that it? Two more, and the primordial thought came through with the big one. He came through with the big tip. Which one is this for? For the laugh, right? Yeah. I think Primordial Thought 9 has laughed every pod class he's been to. He has chuckled and laughed every pod class. Primordial Thought 9. They put this on the screen. Could you read that for us? Are you here, Primordial?
I'm here, so I'm here.
Okay, good. Go ahead and read that for us, please, good brother, great student.
Yes, it's $35 tip for today's laughter to a great Saba. And New Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Wonderful. Give him some big noise. Well, I guess you only have one noise and stuff. But give him some. Oh, you got more. Okay. Well, play the pseudos. Tef, all of that is one sound in your StreamYard? That's your StreamYard?
Yeah, no, I'm playing it through the StreamYard, but I got a board. I got a lot of them. I got more than I play, Saba.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I know StreamYard only has one sound at a time, so okay, I see. It sounds clear. It sounds good. Very good. Thank you, Tef. Appreciate it.
Any help, Saba?
And now to shut the pod class down, I think this is the highest of the donations. Let me go back and see. Let me see something here. That's strange. Okay. And now for the highest of all the donations today, coming from the lovely young lady who could not make it to the pod class today, but she's definitely in the background, and she has been supporting consistently over and over and over and over again, even at the point where she had no money at all, and she stayed consistent even in a situation that may be hard to do so. She's still sending the support. So shout out and peace and love to this young lady. Let me see if I can get this in the screen. Where did it go? Oh, I gotta go backwards. Shout out, peace and love to this young lady who, regardless of the situation, she is managing to still do all of her supports. She can't come to the pod class today, but she is definitely in the background, and she is one of the greatest consistent supporters, and I think she's made top support of the night tonight, and that's none other than, I call it formerly known as, because she has a name already, but it's not come to the pod class yet, part of her name, and that is none other than Bella, who gave $72. I believe this is the highest of the night, I think. Yeah, highest of the night. Bella, $72. And I'll go ahead and read this. It says, what does it say? Tua for saving me. E Mary Ook, more than life. Wow. Give her all the noise, the Transformers, the I don't play with pseudos, and everything, please. Give her all the noise. Thank you.
I don't.
Wow.
I don't play the pseudo.
Wow. Shout out to Bella. It's still going on. Shout out to Bella. Appreciate you and all that you are, all that you do, all that you exist as. And I know you're in the background listening, can't come to the panel, but we all appreciate you for all that you do to make things function smoothly. I think that is it for the podcast. Let me go ahead and refresh the page. Is that it, everybody? Is that the end of the donation? I'm going to refresh the page. I think that may be it. Is that it? I think so. That is it, everybody. Let me scroll down. Who am I missing? Let me save this. Shout out to who is this? Oh, TS with $1. You get that. And I think that's it, everybody. I'm gonna scroll down one more time, see if I have everybody. Scroll down, and I think that is it, everybody. We can close it out. We're gonna get closing statements from everybody. Where's my good brother Maharu? Maharu, are you around? Good brother Maharu, hope you're safe out there. Peace and love. All right, we're gonna get closing statements from everybody. And the two people dressed in red, matching me, Anu, and two. We'll start with you, good brother Anu. Give me some great words with your new happy self.
What's up, wonderful Saba? Abuja Seneb to you, Hotel Marie. Abuja Seneb to the NETERU. Hotel Marie, Abuja Seneb to the animals. To Osset the Lamenter. For bringing her to the class. Uncle Justin F. Hotep Marie to all the supporters. To your netters for being here to Jed and holding you up for all that they do in the background. To our nanny for holding the womb circle for the females. I'm appreciative that you are doing that for them. I know that Antu is extremely happy, extremely excited. Looking forward to seeing the growth from all the females. Marie, Uncle Justin F, to all the supporters, everybody on the panel. Today was a fantastic class. I am happy that you had this class, that you did both the answers. I don't know how you did it with 4 hours of sleep. Definitely some type of magic I need to learn, definitely. I'm looking forward to the next class. I love Saturdays. I love being here at the pod class. I want everybody to support our SABA. I want him to be here doing classes as long as possible, as long as he wants to, no matter what. I'm going to continue learning from SABA. I'm going to continue to donating. So, if you want to donate, I'm still going to donate and learn stuff. But I suggest everybody donate because this is stuff that will and is changing the world, changing the universe. Can't comprehend what it will lead to, but I know it will lead to an infinite amount of things with the power of NEFER, quantum entanglement. Happy to be here. I'm happy you're all alive. Happy you're all safe, all healthy, all consistent within MAAT. I'm happy all of your families are healthy, consistent within MAAT. I love being here. I love what SABA has done to my life, to Antu and I's life, what he continues to do. These words do not describe how I feel. I would have to just push it over to you with my That's the best way I can do it. I will end with this adoration to our wonderful SABA. Tehuti Makeru Mhetep Hepet tu Maat Neb Tehuti Setau Ia Mhetep Ip Au Mau Atet Tehuti and Sek In Hetem F N Chet In Cheta. Hail Tehuti, triumphant in peace, embracing MAAT at every season. Hail Tehuti, who rows the boat in peace. Your heart is gratified by the winds in the Tet boat. Hail Tehuti, may he never perish. May he never suffer destruction of his body forever. Hotep Marie, Uncle Justin.
Thank you for that beautiful blessing, man. Forever, no destruction of my body, no destruction of what else? I heard my body, everything, the eve, everything. What do you say? The body and what else?
Well, the word there is chet, but they translate it to body.
Okay.
So everything.
And basically, no destruction of everything. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I really, really appreciate that. One of the hardest things to keep here in proper form functioning is our physical body. It's constantly deteriorating. The nature always wants to attack it. The immune system is not built properly. Like the other raccoons could live in a garbage can and they don't go to the doctor. We touch the garbage and we got malaria. So kind of crazy. We're like so we're always our body's always ready to conk out, back problems, slip a disc, all kind of things. You know, I never seen a bear with back problems. So thank you, my brother. I'm doing my best. And one of the things I definitely need to catch up on, even though doing all these part classes, is definitely sleep. Sleep sometimes evades me because of, you would be surprised how busy I am when this computer shuts down. The amount of people behind me and animals behind me is a whole nother world that begins when this shuts down. And so I got to keep my body and mind intact and sharp. Tua, for those beautiful blessings. Thank you, brother. Stay here as long as I can.
Yes, we need you here as long as you can, definitely. You can Tua Marie.
Thank you. And 2, what do you got?
Hotep Mary, Uncle Jasaneb, Great Saba Tehuti, Tua for being Anu and I's Hotep and raising us up daily within MAAT. Tua for completely transforming our life every day. You know how far we have came from a while ago to now, and it's all because of you and your structure, your intensity, your discipline, and just you being yourself has attracted Anu and I and has pulled us to change our life from what you teach us and all that you do daily, and all the health and the prosperity that you provide for not just yourself but for your family and including your students as your family. And I appreciate it very much for waking up at different times to get these answers and being in tune with the NETER and viewing them and living from MAAT daily. I appreciate your NEFERTATEN for all that they do for you and themselves, children, and all that is behind the scenes. They are definitely my mut, my mother, and I appreciate them very much for all that they do. And Danielle Setmer wants to let everyone know that the only sisters that she received for the donations for the great womb circle is me and Gabby. So if you haven't yet, please send the donations. She definitely deserves great donations to be sent, and in order for you to get the visual workbook that she has, definitely send that donation into her as soon as you can. Thank you very much to all the great sisters. I'm very excited for tomorrow and all the health that it'll bring all of us. Tua Hotep Mary. I will end with an utterance to Tehuti. Anu and Antu, Shesu Mket, Tehuti Pert Neter Aset Imet. Hutsen Her Out and Tehuti were Hetep Her Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Het.
Beautiful words. Thank you, and 2, beautiful. And Nania Setmer said you're like a machine or something. She's very, very impressed. She didn't request of you to do certain things, and she said you're like on it. You're like a great secretary or something. I don't know all the details of what she's talking about, but she said you're doing this and that, and she said your energy is just full throttle, full-fledged, interactive, doing things, and she's very, very impressed with you. From the very first email response, she's very impressed. So thank you for making that announcement. So we're actually this the same day. So the womb circle is today. Is that right?
Yes.
And the only people that have sent support to Nana sent her is you and Gabby?
Yeah, so far.
Today? Don't take this let this be anything else in the culture, man. Let this be any let's be reserving hotel tickets, tickets for the game. I got worn out with it. Let it be that to reserve this stuff. The flight, I'm reserving this flight a week early. Anything, but when it comes to this culture or whatever it is, it's slow motion. But yeah, that's a shame. That's really strange. It's the day. Today is the womb circle, and only 2 people have supported. That's you know. Okay, well, thank you for being Nanny Setmer's secretary and relaying that message. She was trying to come on, maybe to say that because she's not here right now. She's somewhere with TT, I guess, preparing for all of this. So wherever she is, she can't seem to get phone coverage or something over the phone. So shout out to you for being the voice of that, and I appreciate that. Thank you for all your beautiful words. Tua and love. Thank you. Okay. And let me go to the husband of one of the only two that sent support, Primordial Thought, the husband of Gabby. Go ahead and give some great words, my good brother.
What's up? Appreciate you, Great Saba. Like always, Tua for your wonderful consistency. Tua for expanding my cool on how I listen to people when I have conversations with them. What certain things to focus on when they speak, you know? And I don't deal with conversations the same like I used to before I met you. So Tua for that impact on I realized it today. So Tua to you for just for being that walking example and being in action. So Hotep to you, Great Saba. Appreciate you. Appreciate you and the Turks for just all the inspiration things that they doing for Gabriella. I'm just excited for her. Just growth and everything. So, but it all starts with our Pau, which you are definitely following after, and by your actions. Without them, none of this would really exist, right? So, to you, Great Saba. So, of course, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of MAAT, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rises and shine forevermore in MAAT. Hotep Meri.
Hotep, Tua for your beautiful words, and I'm glad you're so happy for Gabby, and this is great for her. Which anything great for her is great for you. So, Tua for your appreciation. Nania Stepmer has appeared. Finally, solved technical difficulties. I think she's here.
Can I be heard?
Yes, we hear you great with the little voice. Okay. Hear you great.
Oh, okay. I can't turn on the. I have to end up using the phone.
Okay.
The not my main phone, but the other device. I have to use that one. So I can't use the yeah. So yes, I just wanted to so I spoke to all the sisters, and when I spoke to them, well, before I get into that, I want to say thank you very much. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Thank you very much for both those wonderful questions, or answers, should I say? I really, really appreciate your time and effort and energy for all that you do for all of us. Thank you so much.
Mini Urk.
Okay, so yes, I've been listening, and thank you so much, Antu, for retrieving that message for me. I didn't think I was going to be able to come on, but yeah, I just wanted to say, because I spoke to all of them, and everyone was asking me, oh, how can we give you reciprocity? So everyone's asking me, so I gave everyone. I'm thinking maybe some people may have fallen asleep and are not on, or but just know that you can do it anytime before, I'd say about 10 or so this morning, because I still have to do some things here at the location where it's going to be. So I don't want to have to spend too much time in that, but the book, the pages are ready, so I could send them out. I just need to receive that to be able to send it out. And then once I receive that, you'll have it. And then all the other, like it's going to be Google Meet, but I'll put all that information in the morning. Okay, I just wanted to say that in case anyone's up.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, excellent. Tua for the update, and Tua for coming on 90th Summer, and Tua for your appreciation for the pod class and the beautiful answers again and again.
Hotep Saba, may I interject?
I'm sure.
Yes, Sister Nana, just due to where I'm located, I'm not able to use Cash App, so if PayPal or anything else can be set up, I can get that straight to you. So that's why you haven't received anything from me. I can't use Cash App.
Okay, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I forgot to address Nefertatan. Yes. I had actually had told. I had let Antu know with the message. I had let her know that you could only take PayPal. So as soon as I don't use PayPal. I have to ask the TT for help because I don't even know how to get to the to get the whatever that is that I have to send you so you can send it to me. Like I'm not even sure what to do because I've never used it in this capacity. I think I've just used it online, so I don't have to do anything there. So but I will get that out to you as soon as I figure it out. So
all right. Dua, I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, because I'll also share it with anybody else. I mean, with the rest of the on that text. I'll also share it there in case anybody else are find themselves in the same thing if they don't have Cash App.
Okay, wonderful. Good clarity. Thank you, Nefertatan, for clearing that up. And that will get solved, especially with Nefertatan. Okay. We're gonna go to I thought we're gonna go to Tefrem Kem I. Give us some closing words, good brother.
Hotep, can you hear me, Saba?
Very low. Very in the background. Let me turn my Are you saying something, Tef?
Yeah, can you hear me, Hotep?
Yeah, I hear you good now. Yeah, that's
good. Yes, this was a great class. Definitely. Sister Nana may fell asleep, but if you could put in the private chat what it is, I'll take care of that for her. She had a busy day today, but she's definitely looking forward to it. But
okay.
for what you're doing. Again, I don't know what it is, but I appreciate it because I know it's going to be NEFER, and I know it's definitely going to help and build what we're doing here, and I definitely know it's going to benefit my family. And yes, Saba, this class was absolutely phenomenal, as all of your classes are, and all of your teachings. So, for that. Thank you for answering all the questions. I was saying earlier how she misses the Monday classes. I mean, I think she was the first one. Even when you would have it, if you was like busy or something would come up on a Monday and you didn't have it, she would be so upset, like disappointed, like, oh man, what are we gonna do? It was just so beautiful. And I'm grateful for this opportunity that Nana is doing for us. Because it's definitely gonna benefit the families out here. So to you and your mate and your family and all that you bring forth, and all the rest of the sisters too, because we're definitely building here. So it's a beautiful thing. And I'll end it with may you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy, and may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closes the weary one. Hotep Ma'at.
Powerful. Thank you to Atef for the great words. Who's coming on for Sunday? Are you tomorrow?
No, I did last week. I'm not sure if it's
I think it's gonna be Ani.
Ani, yeah, it might be Ani.
Who said that? Who said I think it's gonna be Ani?
NUKPU.
Okay. Nefertatan, did you say something? It sounded blurry.
No, I was just saying, yes, it's Ani. He's presenting this week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you, Tefrem Kema, for your beautiful words, and I'm glad that glad that Shanti's looking forward to this, and I look forward to hearing how everybody enjoyed it after it was done. Thank you for your great words, Tef.
Meaning great Saba.
Okay, and on to NUKPU. Give us some closing word. You got the feather.
Hey,
feather man.
If you want, you can have NEFERTATEN finish it. I'll finish it at the end.
Okay. NEFERTATEN, are you able to speak?
Hotep, I just caught NUKPU said my name, so if he had mentioned anything, I missed that prior part. But yes, I can speak.
Okay, good. Give us some. Now I know you're there for sure. Give us some closing words, please.
Yes, Hotep, it's always an honor to be present for this and be on the panel to, know that this is the one place on earth that we have the opportunity to not just learn Ma'at, but to hold it in living action. And, it was a class of maturity. And when you look at the root of and the etymology of maturity, it means to ripen. And that's really what this class has done with our emotions, that we may ripen to live the sweetest lives possible, for one. And just like you broke down in the breakdown of NUKPU's question of being young again, you give us the opportunity of being young again and not being the grumpy, old, decrepit men and women. You know what happens when you see just those old people and they're grumpy, right? So that's one aspect. And then just the rehab, really, of relief, of allowing us to shed our tears and know that that's more than the NETERU, it's more than the Nile, but it's healing and it's release, it's reprieve, and it's empowering. So it's an honor and a blessing to be here. And I'm super excited for this circle that we have, to not just learn from Sister Nana, but to echo her and come forward and fill that void and gap, because there needs to be teachers of not just the brothers and men, but of the women and the Turks. It's the will of the NETERU. So to us, SABA, for being consistent and allowing that to continue to come forward and be possible. Hotep, Hakem, I am complete.
Wonderful. That sounded perfect, like you wrote that. That's like a perfect flow, like the Nile. That sounded very smooth and appreciative, and absolutely great words, NEFERTATEN. To it for great appreciation.
Mini X.
Yay. Okay, now we're gonna go to NUKPU.
Hotep Saba. Tua for this class. It was very NEFER, very Heka. I didn't expect a magic show, a Heka show, but I mean, I always do, but not like this. It really went in my brain and in my flipped me upside down, inside out. It was powerful. Tua to everybody in the chat. Tua to everybody in the panel. I appreciate everybody supporting this class as well too, sending in your support. I was kind of concerned that I may have to go visit Saba at a dirty restaurant or something, like sneak in the back to hear him teach something. So to everybody for that. Yeah, it was very powerful what you did, Saba. I appreciate that a lot. It was very touching. If you can give the word out to Nani Aset Mer as well too, to offer her holding your dejed, and always keeping you laughing as well, keeping you happy as well, and to offer you, Saba, for always making us laugh in every class on such a serious subject, serious topics, very deadly and dangerous, like just like you holding that serpent in your hand. You laughing, and it's like it's not a laughing joke, but it's in my eye. So I appreciate that. There's so much things that occurred. Thank you for bringing up about the acts. Putting that in together with the question, with the answer was NEFER. It was magnificent. But yeah, so I also want to mention to people that, for protection, if anybody needs protection, call upon the NETERU, like you called upon Jesus or any of these other entities that you have. And if you can't call upon them, call upon SABA Tehuti. He'll definitely protect you. So that's definitely one way to assure protection. And I have some closing words. See right here. Sem Sem, Hotep, Mary, Eve, NETERU, Nuk At, Ker Em Kat A. I am without evil in my body. Sep Tu Kua, I am wealthy. Aha A, Sekem A, Kesef A, Meret A. I rise up, I gain the power, and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen A, Sebau, may I crush the evil one. Se Hetem Na Apep M Atef Ma Na. May I destroy Apep at his moment. Sekur Na A Shemi. I have overthrown the destroyers. E A Un A M Sa'u Ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Ua Kurt F M F Hotep Mary NETERU MAAT. So Asava.
Wow, Tua to you. What was it? Sound like you read the whole Purim Haru right now. You read half of the pyramid text. Tua to you for the great words. Thank you. That was great, brother. That was great. I look forward to seeing you at the pathways. And you bring this beautiful energy you have to the people in person. They need to see you and feed off of you. Great, pure energy that you have. It's like you're not around. Literally, like you're not around anybody, ever.
Only the NETERU. Only NETERU.
It's like you live in that room. You got an ATM in there. You just magical press buttons and pay rent. I don't know what you do, but you don't seem like you're ever around anybody else. So whatever you're doing to maintain that frequency, you're keeping it pure. You seem uninfluenced by whatever's going on outside that room. You may leave it to get your job or whatever done, but you are definitely of a pure heart. Thank you for your great words, brother. Thank you.
To Asab. And I also wanted to mention, if you can pass the word to Nani Aset Mur, that I would love to volunteer to assist her in cooking, for the pathways of awakening. I don't mind being in the back. My risk game is off the chain, so I can help her out with that if anything. So.
I'll pass it on and see if there's a need for. So what would you be? That would make you the sous chef. How does it work?
Whatever, chop up. I'm definitely gonna be chopping up. I got that.
Okay.
Whatever it is, I don't mind being there and assisting. So that's something that I would be honored to do that.
Okay, I'll see if I'll see if any assistance is needed in that category, or if she's gonna have it kind of pre-made before she may have certain things pre-made before you all even get there. I'll see how it goes. I'll pass that word on to her though. Thank you for the offer.
In New York.
Okay. All right, everybody. That is it. We're gonna have Tefrem Kemaat do the affirmation, and then I'm gonna close out and see if I can get 3 hours of the sleep I didn't get yesterday. So let's go ahead. Atemra. I can't even say his name. I'm so tired. Atef. I'm saying Atem. Atefrem Kemaat. Go ahead and do the affirmation. I'm going to take this off the bottom. And we're going to, let me go to back here and see. I'm going to refresh the page. I think that's everybody. I don't want to miss it. Sometimes at the last minute, somebody gives, yep, Daryl. And TT. Okay. Okay, I got 2 more donations to announce. Let me go ahead and announce this right here. Daryl comes in last minute, and Okay, who's this? And here we go. Let's give a shout out right here. 1072. 1072. The pod class. Thank you to her very much. I like the. I like how it's in handwriting. That's interesting. That's good. Thank you very much. In handwriting. Okay, cool. That's nice. I like that. Okay, wonderful. And then we have who's this? Well, this is okay. So this is Daryl. Wonderful. Daryl came in last minute, and we'll show his. Okay. Shout out to Daryl, and then we can close up right after this. Shout out to the new people watching and the new people that came to the Tehuti podcast. And Daryl, 508 for pod class. Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate you. Excellent. Okay, now I think that is it. I'll refresh one more time, then I'm going to close up. Anybody sending after now, I would have to announce it for the next week. Okay. That is it, everybody. Wonderful. Ephraim Kimba, I'm going to put the affirmation up, and you can go ahead and say the affirmation. Okay. All right. Go ahead, good brother.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki MAAT. NS. Nintat or Sat MAAT. Men Hapapat MAAT. NUKPU. EQ. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded with darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Atef. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go big screen and close it out. So, peace and Anu's out there. Peace and love, Anu, wherever you are. Hope you're listening. Oh, wow, he appeared fast. Peace and love. I didn't do that. Peace and love, Anu. Peace and love, Antu. Primordial Thought, if you're listening, peace and love to you. Gabriella. Is Gabriella sleeping, Primordial?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Saba, you know she's in the Upash already. Getting ready. You know, she already trying to get that rest for tomorrow.
Okay, good. I like to hear that. Okay, and shout out to NEFERTATEN if you're listening. Peace and love to you, and Tua for coming on, even though you're on your post. Tua to you. Tefren Kema'at, Tua to you, and Tua for the love you have for your family. Tua for that. That's gonna keep things pushing. Keep the love, keep the motivation, and you're definitely the pillar. So keep being the pillar there, and stand strong. Thank you, Atef. Okay. And NUKPU, shout out to you, good brother. And your question rocked the room. I mean, your question just, everybody was touched in some way, and it was your question really brought out that type of answer from me. And I've been asked that only one time before, and it was by Nania Samur, and that was the classes I had here with my Turks. It was nothing like this. This was something especially. This was actually designed, as I was putting it together, I was putting it together for you. So it was like something personal, that something was guiding me to put it together for you specifically. And the podcast is going to get it, but it has to be something that's going to affect you with all the little things in there I put there. And so peace and love to you. And keep up exactly what you're doing, and just keep advancing. You're doing well. You're consistent. You're very consistent. You're doing what you have to do. You're staying disciplined, even though you don't have a circle of people that match your match your energy, but you stay strong. You don't let it veer you back into the matrix. So that's a very good sign when you can be alone and still be strong. That's tough. We're social people. We need some friends and some ladies, but you out there in a blue room by yourself, staying strong. So keep up the good work, my brother. Stay strong as you can with that axe. Okay. All right, everybody. I think that is it. Let me check the chat. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. All the new people. King Lamore, peace and love to you. I know you're very, very appreciative. You're great. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out, everybody. I'm going to say you all jump back in the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and do a closeout and see if I can get some, what do they call it, shut eye. I'm going to shut my twinkle eye. Okay. So let me go ahead and, Tef, can you hear me? Okay. Peace and love, my good brother. You can jump back.
Peace and love, Great Saba.
Peace and love, peace and love. Okay, everybody. Excellent. Let me help. Are you able to? Okay, good. Peace and love, everybody. Excellent. Another beautiful day. This is Saset, the ancient word for butterfly and the ancient word for the spiritual doorway. That is because of the beautiful butterfly designs on her. And this is her right here. Nice little horns and nice little tambourine. Peace and love, everybody. This is Sekat, the oldest word for spiritual memory and the oldest word for the realm you go back to in the afterlife. This is Sekat. Peace and love to everybody that watched this beautiful demonstration of phenomenon. It's not happening anywhere else. No loud screaming, no derogatory, no ad hominem, no words about any particular other person, just strictly what the ancestors teach, and strictly positive energy, and that's all that you're going to get here at the Tehuti Pod class. We are the last representations of the NETERU, responding to the frequency of the NETERU, and the last ones to actually stand strong with what was taught by the hands of the scribes, while simultaneously breaking the matrix. We are the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU, the House of the Ten. Visit the website, come to the Sunday class, come to the pod class and support. Keep me here doing this. Really, it's for those who do appreciate what is happening here that's not happening anywhere else. Keep me here like you keep the basketball players. They're the basketball players and Jack Nicholson, who plays serial killers, and all of them are still around because everybody's supporting them and showing them reciprocity, and that's why there's still horror movies and everything. And let's keep this alive. This is something very unique. The House of the Ten. We have this beautiful event coming up. A beautiful event coming up tomorrow. It's going to get better and better. And then in October, I think it's the 20th or 22nd. 22nd is another beautiful event where we all get together. So let's represent. This is wonderful. The support, of course, is PayPal at Rocky SB, Cash App TT Moon. It's been going along the bottom of the screen for the whole pod class. So I'm sure if you've been watching the pod classes for years, then you know what it is. There's the AI moderator support with Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. It's also up there in the corner. And for the beautiful people that kept this going, those who are receiving their Ren in October, and new and 2, Primordial Thought 9, Black Yellow Card, Ox Effect, Ox Effect, Nefertataten, and Israel Hoyley. They all are receiving their new names in the great event that's coming. For those who missed this class, we're just tuning in. This was a beautiful demonstration on the origin of language, prolonging of life through immortal laughter, with the NETERU laugh, good morning, or is it the goddess of morning, female dualistic tears of Aset, all going back to the ancient teachings and taking you to the source of what all these topics originally meant prior to the Matrix. I'm so glad that everybody those who appreciate it. It's a beautiful thing. Say peace and love. Shake the sistrum. Shake the tambourine. Peace and love, everybody. This will be here for a period of time. And shout out of course to the beautiful moderators that keep this running smoothly. And that is the beautiful Nania Setmer, much more than a moderator, but here she's a moderator. Ankia MAAT, who is much more than a moderator, but she's here as the moderator. Annie Patah, Tehuti, who has several different titles, several different responsibilities. Tefrem Kem MAAT, the reader on Sundays, does so many things. Shout out to you. Menko Ara, Marie MAAT, a great organizer, moderator here, but many different hats outside of moderation. But shout out, these are the moderators. Nania Semer, Ankia MAAT, Annie Patah, Tehuti, to describe a Tefrem Kem MAAT, Techetu, and Menko Ra, Marie MAAT, the beautiful moderators keeping this thing moving, going smoothly. It was a beautiful class. I'm glad everybody came and supported. Those who did support, I'm glad that you all did what you had to do to keep me here, this going, keep the House of Attend going. Peace and love, everybody. This is a beautiful, beautiful occasion. Everything was smooth. Again, we are the House of Attend, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the NETERU. Tune into the website. We have all type of products. We even have NETERU suitcases, NETERU tablecloths, NETERU bath towels, NETERU bath mats, NETERU notebooks, all type of things that are happening. We're setting a stamp here in history, because just like everything else in history, when it's important and everything is said and done, and archaeologists come and research what we have done, they will see